What's going on, Conscious crew members? If y'all can hear me, let me know. I am actually using my iMac to stream this live, which I'm probably going to regret because you should never jump on new devices before really practicing and getting them all set up and everything like they should be. Okay. So, we're probably going to have a little bit of a technical difficulty as I get used to configurations, and I can already see that I'm going to have to go into my system preferences to allow StreamYard to access my screen share option. But if you guys, okay, you guys said I sound great. Okay, so I'm also using my professional microphone. Okay, my Snowball microphone. Now, our personal investigator, Knockout Media, is also going to be gifting the kid with a very exclusive and high quality podcast microphone. Now, y'all know that the Snowball is also very popular on the market, girl. My friend Storm Monroe also uses the Snowball. I think he has a white one. Y'all know that Storm is into the vanilla, girl. You know, I have a dark skin microphone. You know, I like all my things, you know, melanated and chocolate. You know, that's just how I keep it all in the color spectrum and everything, you know. But that's neither here nor there. Shout out to Storm Monroe. Okay. So before we get into the minutia, girl, y'all already see what the hell we here to talk about. I will be dropping the link because I am so curious, girl, about what you all think about what is transpiring as a result, honey, of this here United States debauchery going down. Okay, right in the American criminal justice penitentiary ass system, girl. It's just a bald-headed whole shit for me. Okay, now I've been seeing the story float around for quite some time, but I ain't had no time to really dig deep. So tonight we're going to get into some things, honey. I'm going to open up the Parental, TGIF. Hey, Sister Oz, what's going on? Miss Mayash. Miss, I'm just call you MM, girl. Mayaisha? Maya Saya? But happy Friday to you too, boo. What's going on, Lisa? Hey, boo. What's going on, Plain Jane? Hey, Ebony. Hey, Jordana. What's going on, Jordana and wife in tow? Hey, Mookie. What's going on, brother? Hey, Nate. Hey, boo. What's going on? Hey, Truth Seeker. Hi, Cheryl. Let me make sure I speak. What's going on, Kevin? Hey, bro. Hey, boo. What's going on, Ray Juan? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, honey. What's going on? Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, honey. So, girl, y'all already know what to do, girl. Hey, Refuse to Lose and Holistic Attorney C. Wilson. Hey, y'all rolling in. You guys already know what to do. Please give me an old nasty piece of thumbs up on this video, child. If you don't do this in the beginning, do it in the middle, do it at the end, do it on your way out the door. If you hit the replay, just goddamn do it, okay? This helps with YouTube's algorithm and all of that good jazz. So if you love the king and you want to see the kingdom win, girl, you got to thumbs up till it's motherfucking stuck, okay? And if you're new here, you definitely need to go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to absolutely love it, darling. And everybody needs to make sure that they have their notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king shall be kinging, okay? And if you want to push it just a little bit further, you can share this out to any community that you are a part of, your Facebook community, your church family thread, girl, your household text thread, child, any type of Illuminati and secret sex group, girl, you hidden in somewhere, girl, just drop the link and let them know, honey, that we're doing it right now, okay? Now, with no further ado, we're going to run our old nasty piece of intro, child, and then we're going to get into some things. I also may have some guests. You know, all of my guests are always on some color people time. I don't even know why I bother. You know, I should start telling my goddamn guests that I'm gonna go on at a certain time, but it's actually like 1 hour prior to, you know, the real debut of the show, honey. You know, you got to give color people, you know, an hour notice, honey. You know, if the show starts at 10:30, you got to tell black and brown folk that the show starts at 9:30. You know, that's how it got to go, okay? Because I'd be sick of the niggerment. But that's also here nor there. Let's run it. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God, speaking of weekly donations, thank you so much in advance, Holistic Attorney. Thank you, bae. And let me go ahead and thank everybody who's been donating over the past few days before we even get deep off into the minutia, as my boy YB Entertainment Television will always like to say, honey. Make sure y'all also tune in to the finale episode of the Yes God Roundtable this Sunday at 8 p.m. on YB Entertainment Television's YouTube platform, girl, because we have complete our 10 episode season. So we'll be doing our last hurrah until the next time this coming Sunday. You know, I always post links in the community wall, so make sure that you guys check that on out. Let me go ahead and thank once again Holistic Attorney in advance for her weekly donation. Thank you, boo. Okay. Let me go ahead and also thank Corey Cox, okay, Kimberly Deshanta, Mabu, and baby mother FB, Tiffany, Miss Barbara, Caramel Cutie, Miss Mata, I also want to thank Jessica. And also, Jordana. If you didn't catch your thank you and shout out, Jordana, thank you so much, boo, for your Cash App as well. And my boo, Ty, as well as Sherry, and I believe that I had shouted out everybody else in my last upload. Thank you guys so much. All my PayPalers as well. Now, my PayPal doesn't come to my phone, so it's easier for me to read off the Cash Appers because the actual app is on my phone, but I don't have the PayPal app on my phone. So a lot of times I'll have to go into like my email and everything to thank my PayPalers, but I also want to thank my PayPalers and my Patreon members and everything. I love you all. Because of you all, I'm able to sit here in this secondary workspace and get accustomed to everything. Matter of fact, as I am filling in, let me go. I might have to quit this. I really don't want to lose this. Hold on. I'm going to have to do something. Yeah, hold on. Because I think I'm going to have to stop. I'm going to have to leave out of here real quick and come back in because my system preferences is asking me to quit everything on Google Chrome so that it can activate my screen share. So give me 1 second, you all. Peace. Okay, you guys, I'm back. Yeah, so I had to go into my system preferences, girl, and it had to shut shit down on Google Chrome. Yeah, so now I should be able to share my screen with you all. Hold on, let me make sure I can do. Yep, there it is, boo. What's going on? 7 stars. What's going on, bae? Hey, boo. Hey, love. What's going on, Sleepy Kittens? Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. Hey, Lauren. Hey, Serenity. What's going on? Okay, so let me pull up. Maybe I should pull up this picture. Okay, let me. Y'all know, girl, I'm an old nasty piece of visualist, girl. It's the Scorpio in me, and probably the masculinity, child. Let me blow this shit the hell up, girl, because we're gonna travel a little bit through this commentary, girl, before we get into the thick of it. Okay, now this here, you guys, is inmate Demetrius Minor, okay, who now goes by Demi, okay. Demetrius is serving time in a New Jersey female state prison, okay? And Demi decided to transition to female while she was doing her prison stint, okay? So let me pull up an article. You guys just take a look at that, and I will be dropping the link for you guys to get your various opinions, girl, because we're going to get into this bathroom discussion, co-ed, all of that good stuff, because, this has been a point of controversy in the United States ever since we have come to recognize, accept, acknowledge, and also prepare, a seat at the table and accommodate people of trans and non-binary identity, okay? So I'm going to read this article from metroweekly.com, and it is titled, or should I pull up the article, girl? Let me just look. No, I'm going to put the article. I'll bring Demi back up. Okay, let me bring up the article that I'm reading from. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up if you're in the building, please. This helps with algorithms, so get y'all shit together, okay? Okay, so this is from metroweekly.com, okay, and it's captioned, female inmates pregnant after having sex with transgender inmate. Okay, due to a settlement agreement, New Jersey prisons no longer segregate female prisoners based on their assigned sex at birth. 2 female inmates at a New Jersey prison have reportedly become pregnant after having sex with a transgender inmate. According to the New York Post, the New Jersey State Department of Corrections stated that the sex was consensual. The Edna Mahan Correctional Facility, which houses over 800 prisoners, including 27 transgender women, keeps both transgender and cisgender inmates within the same cell blocks. New Jersey does not require transgender inmates to have undergone gender confirmation surgery to be housed according to their gender identity. Due to a settlement agreement signed by the New Jersey State Corrections Department in June 2021, the New Jersey prison system is required to house transgender inmates among their preferred gender. In addition, prison staff must use inmates' preferred pronouns, and inmates must be allowed to receive any gender-affirming health care, including hormones or surgery that has been deemed medically necessary. Ooh. Wow, they've made a lot of progress in terms of how they treat inmates. I'm really happy for trans people. I can definitely see where the issues are, though, within the co-ed spaces. The settlement agreement was reached after a transgender inmate, Sanaya Doe, sued the state, arguing that the state's previous policy of housing transgender women in men's prison was discriminatory and violated her constitutional rights. Quote, "I am a woman and feel unsafe in a men's prison," Doe told NJ.com at the time. The state eventually decided to settle the lawsuit out of court, agreeing to house trans inmates based on their gender identity and provide better health and medical care for trans prisoners. The agreement was hailed at the time as a great victory for transgender people and their treatment within prisons. Child, it seems like transgender people are actually better damn treated in prison than they damn out here as free people. Since the 2 cisgender female inmates have become pregnant, LGBTQ advocates have been relatively quiet on the housing situation in New Jersey correctional institutions, although right-wing media and advocates of keeping prison facilities segregated based on assigned sex at birth have trumped it as a justification for keeping trans females out of female prisons. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, a Democrat, had previously announced plans to close the prison last year after 15 correctional officers were accused of violently extracting female inmates from their cells and brutalizing them in the middle of the night. Oh my goodness. Criminal charges were filed against the officers involved, as well as their superiors, and Department of Corrections Commissioner Marcus Hicks was forced to resign from the fallout of over the incident. That was a grammatical error on their motherfucking end. But after learning of the 2 pregnancies at the facility, Murphy cited them as justification for his early decision to close the prison. Quote, "Part of the reason to close it, and there are many, sadly, is the inability to segregate populations based on incidences or behaviors," Murphy said during an unrelated public event when asked to comment, quote, "And that's on a long list of reasons why it has to be closed, and that's in process." Oh my goodness, y'all. Okay, so girl, that's part of that, girl. So let's keep on moving, child. Let's move further into the situation with Minor. Okay. Now this article here, let me see if you guys can see it. Yep. This article here is from yourweb.com, and it is titled "Trans Prisoner Who Pregnated Inmate is Serving 30 Years for Killing Foster Father." Okay, so let's get into a little bit of Mrs. Demi's tea. Okay, earlier this week, we reported on a story about a transgender inmate who got a female inmate pregnant at an all-women's correctional facility. The trans prisoner is behind bars for killing their foster parent. Okay, so Miss Demi is locked up for killing her foster family. Okay, according to Daily Mail, Demetrius Minor, incarcerated at Edna Mahan Correctional Facility, confessed online to impregnating 2 inmates. One of the women pregnant, Latonya Bellamy, 31, is serving a life sentence and will give birth in the fall. She said the 2 had found love in a hopeless place, quoting a line from the Rihanna song in an online blog titled "Freedom love, pregnancy, and trauma. My goodness, the nuance of it all. She said while sex was prohibited at the facility, she was not forced to do anything that she did not want to do. Okay, she wanted it, baby. Miss Bellamy, she wanted it, baby. Okay, in the midnight salacious hours on cell block 8. She wrote, quote, despite it not being permitted, I fell in love and had consensual sex with a woman who is trans. Consensual sex is a prohibited act in Mahan. Quote, I did what is natural to every human being. I formed a natural and genuine bond that led to an extensive amount of support, understanding, and love. When Demetrius was 16, okay, Mrs. Demi, the trans woman in this case, broke into Theodis Butts, their foster father's home, and stabbed him several times. He was 69 years old at the time. Demetrius fled to New York, where they were arrested. William Sullivan, president of the union that represents most of the state's correctional officers, spoke to dailymail.com and didn't seem shocked. Quote, we foresaw this in 2019 when we filed an injunction to stop the transfer of inmates to the women's facility that identify as transgender. Okay, so spokespersons or president of the union, William Sullivan, had clocked this in his propheticness far out before this manifestation, that these are the type of interesting dilemmas that would show up if they allowed trans persons to cohabit with their cisgender counterparts in prison. Okay. From Neighborhood Talk, they also wrote up a blog that was captioned, trans inmate that got 2 female inmates pregnant is behind bars for killing their foster parent. One of the women they knocked says, quote, they found love in a hopeless place. And you can see here this whole situation, child. This is a hot mess, okay? Now, let's move along to Miss, one of the baby mothers, okay? This is Miss Bellamy, who will be giving birth to Mrs. Miner's child in the fall, okay? This is Miss Bellamy, the one who said they found love in a hopeless place, okay? Appellate Court orders new sentencing for a woman serving life in prison for 2010 Jersey City double murder, okay? So we have 2 murderers, girl, who have found love in the barnyard prisons of New Jersey, girl. Okay, an Applegate court ordered a new sentencing hearing for a Jersey City woman serving life in prison for a double murder, saying the trial judge could not remain impartial. Latonya Bellamy was convicted of murder, felony murder, and other offenses in 2010 cold-blooded killings of 24-year-old Naya Hack and 27-year-old Michael Mashioki, who just arrived home from their engagement party. She was 19 at the time of the murders. This fucking woman who found love in a hopeless place took the lives of 2 people who found love in the free world. She killed this couple on the night of their engagement party. And she's talking about being knocked up and over-romanticizing her pregnancy and her salacious prison melees with Mrs. Miner. And yet she took the life of 27-year-old Michael Mashioki and Nia Hack, who had just arrived home from their engagement party. And this bitch got the nerve to be behind bars celebrating the love she found while she completely stripped 2 people of their entire lives on the night of their fucking engagement. Girl, you cannot make this kind of shit up. Her cousin, Shaquan Bellamy, just an old ghetto ass motherfucking family, bitch. Old ghetto murderous ass family. Shaquan Bellamy was convicted also of the murders and is serving a life sentence. So, double murder committed with her cold-blooded ass reptilian Illuminati ass family, girl. Killed this couple. A third person involved in the fatal shootings, Dermila Lawrence, pleaded guilty to armed robberies and is serving a 20-year sentence. The ruling Monday is 30-year-old Latonia Bellamy's second victory in the appellate courts. She received the same life plus 30-year sentence at her first resentencing hearing in 2019, prompting this appeal, a new sentencing date that has not been set. In Monday's 27-page ruling, the appellate panel agreed with Bellamy's argument that Hudson County Superior Judge Paul D. Pascal should not have rejected her request for access to her Division of Child Protection and Permanency records. The records, which show that Bellamy spent years in the care and or custody of DCPP and some years in the care and custody of a family member who sexually abused her, could have been used to argue for a more lenient sentence. The appellate panel also pointed out that mitigating and aggravated factors used to determine Bellamy's sentence were incorrectly applied or ignored, and that the convictions were improperly merged for the purposes of sentencing, leading to a stiffer sentence. Regarding D. Pascal's impartiality at the sentencing, the panel said in the opinion that, quote, with great reluctance, we must agree recusal is appropriate. Prior to the first sentencing, D. Pascal said, quote, I have never before been exposed to such a deviant and senseless act. This defendant does not possess normal impulse control and is capable of extreme violence, and if released, it is highly likely she will offend again. So as far as Mr. D. Pascal is concerned, this bitch is a whole sociopath, psychopath, you know, probably the goddamn second generation cousin of Jason Voorhees, girl. He believes that she is a threat to society, and if that's how the hell he feels, then I believe she should stay where the fuck she at. Okay? Because I don't need her moving in next door to me. Because she ain't found love in a hopeless place. That's what I don't need. The panel said that the new sentencing, quote, must consider the first defendant has become as she stands before the court. If presented with the argument, a new judgment must at least have the information necessary to assess whether defendant's childhood provides context for her criminal conduct. So they're trying to get her off on a lesser sentence by basically saying that the sexual assault and childhood trauma that she endured as a minor might have something to do with the post-trauma and all of the sociopathicness that is showing up in her adulthood. Okay, maybe they also at best were going to settle for putting her ass off in the crazy house as a result of this argument. Even after her conviction, Bellamy maintained that she did not fatally shoot either Hack or Mashio Key. Okay, so she's also arguing that she's fucking innocent. She says she went along with her cousin and Lawrence because she wanted to know what it felt like to fire a gun. Okay, so she is going to allege that she did not fatally shoot this couple to death, and yet said she went along with her murderous ass family because she also had a desire to experience what it felt like to shoot a gun at another human being. Okay, you know, just because. With Hack and Mashio Key on the ground, Bellamy has said she fired the gun into the air and at the ground, but she did not believe she struck either one. Okay, well, isn't that a convenient word? She believes she did not strike either one. She believes, okay? So that's just a little backstory, okay? So Mrs. Minor, okay? Mrs. Minor here, trans woman Demi is locked up for killing her foster parents, and her baby mother, Mrs. Bellamy, is serving a life sentence for assisting in the murder of a young couple on the night of their engagement. I mean, okay, girl. Let me hold on. Girl, cause child, girl. So let's just move along. I'm gonna drop the link. So you know, as a result of this story coming up, girl, there has been a lot of controversy, okay, about especially from the right wingers who are using this manifestation as a way to say, see, these trans people are not well, is what right wingers are saying. There's one anti-trans antagonist who is saying, see, this blows a hole in the trans ideology, because if trans women were in fact women, then how can one of the women end up pregnant by the other woman? That is something that a biological male could not do. Okay, so they're going ballistic over this, honey. The right wingers are using this to make America great and conservative and bigoted again. And then you have the resurgence of the ancient fear of trans people sharing bathrooms with their cisgender counterparts, and the women's community using this as a way to heighten fear around abuse or assault, etc., that may take place if the government continues to allow for trans people to piss and shit where they piss and shit on the marble. Okay, so because I never really tackled this whole bathroom thing, let's just get into the whole bathroom thing so we can actually figure out how we even begin to separate the genders as it relates to where everybody likes to piss and shit at, of course. Okay, this article here is from skepticreview.com. Okay, no, actually, before we get there, I want to read you this article. Okay, this is Transgender and Locked Up, a case study on prison policies and life on the inside. Okay, so let's get into this, and then we'll move into the bathroom discussion, and then I'm going to drop the link. Okay. In 2011, then 16-year-old Demetrius Minor stabbed his 69-year-old foster father 24 times. Theodis Butts, a retired railroad worker, and his wife, nurse Wanda Broach Butts, had taken in other troubled children in their New Jersey home, and some went on to lead successful lives. Demetrius, who now goes by the name Demi, is now serving a 30-year prison term for aggravated manslaughter and an unrelated carjacking. Demi must serve 85% of the sentence before being considered for parole. Demi is now 25 years old and has made the decision to transition to a woman while incarcerated. What does this mean going forward? Transgender rights in prison may vary from state to state, but are guarded by the 8th Amendment of our Constitution, which disallows cruel and unusual punishment. New Jersey, where Demi is serving her sentence, has an up-to-date policy on treatment of transgender or intersex inmates. Inmates committed to the custody of New Jersey DOC may be diagnosed with gender dysphoria and receive treatment by medical and or mental health staff. Gender dysphoria means discomfort or distress caused by a discrepancy between a person's gender identity and that person's sex assigned at birth. Gender identity means a person's deeply felt sense of being male or female. Identifying transgender intersex inmates. Okay, this is how they do that. Inmates will be asked if they wish to disclose their gender identity. If they answer in the affirmative, they will be asked what gender they identify with. Note, inmates are not required to disclose their gender identity. Number 2, inmates that elect to disclose their gender identity can identify as transgender, intersex, or as a gender other than the birth gender indicated in the court record, will be referred to medical mental health for evaluation to determine and document in the electronic medical record if identification as transgender, intersex is warranted. Inmates may disclose that they are transgender at any time during their incarceration. Such disclosures will be processed using the steps above. Additional considerations. Inmates are reviewed for safety. Safety includes safe housing. New Jersey policy on housing transgender inmates is handled on a case-by-case basis. Gender identity-based housing. In deciding the facility housing and or programming assignments for a transgender or intersex inmate, the following will be considered on a case-by-case basis. 1, custody level and sentencing information. 2, criminal history. 3, institutional disciplinary history. 4, current gender expression. 5, medical and mental health needs, information and status. 6, vulnerability to sexual victimization. 7, likelihood of perpetrating sexual abuse. 8, facility specific factors, including inmate population, staffing patterns, and physical layouts, types of showers, etc. 9, other relevant information. In Demi's case, she is housed in the general population with male inmates. Genitals, genitals, genitals. In a recent lawsuit filed by a ACLU on behalf of plaintiff Latonya Doe, who we just read about a few articles ago, a transgender woman who requests a transfer to a women's prison, also in the state of New Jersey, the ACLU wrote, quotation, despite its formal policy upon information and belief, the NJ Doc's practice has been and continues to house prisoners according to their genitalia only. Upon information and belief, all women who have penises are assigned to men's prisons solely on that basis. In other words, the lawsuit implies that although New Jersey has a formal policy that transgender prisoners may be considered for alternative housing, the only inmates that are ever accommodated have had gender reassignment surgery. Wow. At the time of the lawsuit, only 2 other trans women had been assigned to a women's prison, and in Doe's case, this has not happened. Latonya Doe prevailed in her lawsuit and was ordered to be transferred to a women's prison when days later, New Jersey corrections officers tried to block her transfer because of her genitals. Wow. Some of the guards and officers at that facility, at that all women's facility, actually tried to block Miss Doe's transfer simply because they didn't believe she had a right to be there because she was trans. Wow. According to a complaint filed by the Policemen's Benevolent Association, Local 105, a union representing prison guards, female guards, should not have to strip search an inmate who has a penis. NJ Doc policy on strip searching reads that it must be conducted, quote, by custody staff of the same gender as the inmate and may include a scanning testing device operators of the same gender as the inmate. So this policy is ambiguous in terms of the expectations set forth by the doc and may need to be revisited when dealing with transgender inmates. More about transgender policies in prison. This is interesting. Gender dysphoria is considered a medical condition, and as such, transgender inmates have a right to be medically treated with hormonal therapies. Just this week, Demi was granted an appointment with a endocrinologist, which should allow her to be prescribed hormone treatments. Demi's experiences will be fully documented at the justicefordemi.org site, which also has links to a Twitter and Facebook page created to follow her progress. Demi would love to hear from anyone who would like to send her letters of support as she goes through this process. Details on how to contact her are provided at the Justice for Demi homepage. Demi's personal experiences shall provide a look inside prisons in general, as well as transgender prison policies in particular. The prison policies have promised a lot to protect the dignity of the transgender inmate, and it will be interesting to see if these policies deliver. Let's go on over to justicefordemi.org and shout out to transgender to right now, hell, is activist, trans woman activist Mrs. Doe, for fighting her case because Mrs. Minor, the betterment of her treatment and the things that she now has access to is off of the heels and off of the fight of Latonya Doe, who fought for better policies and treatments and appropriate housing for trans people. I'm sure that Mrs. Doe is probably rolling over somewhere as a result of the controversy that now has come about because of Mrs. Minor's actions in terms of having consensual sex with Mrs. Murderous Bellamy, honey, and getting her pregnant, because now this has turned into a big old ass mess. So this is the justicefordemi.org. I just want to take a look here and see what this gives. Being a transgender woman in a woman's prison, being a woman who is transgender within a women's prison does come with its challenges. I am often targeted by staff who are transphobic, and at times I have suffered sexual abuse at the hands of other inmates. My goodness. I often wonder why I am touched inappropriately, why am I not viewed as a victim? Okay, yeah, let's read this. Oh my God, hold on. Oh, I thought one of my guests was backstage. It's clear that within this system, I will always be viewed as a man, according to Mrs. Demi. Okay, this is y'all are getting her firsthand experience. I often hear staff referring to me as he when they are talking to other staff on the phone. My months at Mahan Correctional Facility have been a journey. I have had to fight very hard for my right to exist and my right to be treated equally. I had to fight long and hard to become a unit representative and to sit on the board with the commissioner. Yet all of this has now ended due to my own actions. Okay, well, at least she's taking responsibility. Society expects women to act a certain way and maintain certain roles in life. Being a woman who is transgender, I am also expected to act a certain way, look a certain way, even talk a certain way. Yet I have been clear that my transition is for me and for no one else. My view of who I am is not defined by what society thinks I should be. I live in a system that believes I should wear my hair a certain way or that I should talk in a feminine manner. I believe that such ideology is based from decades of ignorance towards who transgender women truly are. I refuse to live my life according to someone else's standards. This is a huge reason why I have taken time with choosing gender-affirming surgery. In addition, I truly believe that my sense of gender identity is deeply within me and not something that others may be able to see. I try to live by my own standards and not by others. Even my sexual orientation is expected to be a certain way. I often hear people say real transgenders are not attracted to women, yet the truth remains that sexual attraction and gender identity are two separate things, and they are. My journey and transition within Mahan Correctional Facility has been tough. A lot of things that I go through, I have remained silent about. I have been scared to speak out about some of the abuse and harassment, not because of retaliation, but instead because I have often felt obligated to just deal with it. Wow. For so long, staff have told me that because I am transgender, should keep my mouth shut and appreciate the fact that I am here at Mahan Correctional Facility. Wow. Well, I am not keeping my mouth shut anymore. I have suffered abuse and staff have ignored me and my request to be housed where I feel safe. When I am touched inappropriately, I am never viewed as the victim, but instead as a man having a good time. Wow. There are times when I am so pressured into doing things that I don't want to do, yet time after time, no one listens to me. Within Aetna, there is a sexually charged environment, one where sex and drugs, medication are a common component of one's day. I have often sought to get out of these housing units and to move to locations where I felt safe, yet my requests have always been denied because as a trans woman, I am viewed as having a great time. No matter how much I report, no one listens. Even when it comes to gender-affirming surgery, I do not believe a surgery is what defines someone's gender. In fact, whether someone does or does not choose to remove their penis is truly their option and does not define their gender. I have often felt pressured to listen to others and to satisfy others by having surgery, but a few months ago, I realized that I needed to focus on doing things that make me happy and stop giving a damn about what others wanted to do. Finally, when I did get approved for surgery, I got approved for top surgery, which to me means a lot and will help me affirm my gender. I have given up on listening to society's views of transgenders, and more than anything, I refuse to make long-lasting changes to my body solely because of what society thinks. Finally, it's clear that EMCF may never help me with regards to educating the population and staff with regards to what it means to be transgender, so it will continue to be my duty to not get upset when I find myself having to explain who I am or having to assert myself as a woman when others refuse to see me as such. More than anything, I refuse to live by society's viewpoint of what a transgender woman is. No one knows the pain and hurt that I often feel each day when I get up. No one gets it. They are too busy trying to compare me to Jerry Springer transgender, who are simply acting. I have to accept that some people may never agree with me being in a women's prison, and many of the women will never understand my struggle. I have acknowledged that this journey is long and tiresome. Now, with the fact that I am having a child, I have to acknowledge that there will he that there will be a backlash towards my community. Again, how can I expect judgmental people to understand my struggle? Okay, so that was from Demi's own mouth, you guys. Yes, Demi is the trans woman who killed her foster parents, 69 years of age, stabbed them to death 27 times, apparently. Wow. Okay, so that was a lot. There's a lot going on here. I tried to find information about the circumstances surrounding the murder and what her alleged motive was, but I was not able to discover anything in time of doing this live. So if I discover anything, I will come back to doing so. This is like hella complicated because we're talking about somebody in prison for murdering elderly people who took her in as a teenager and cared for her, and she murdered them. And now she's in a position where she's being mistreated, she's being ostracized, she's being abused sexually, she's being abused emotionally and spiritually by prison staff, by other inmates, and I'm pretty sure that the public is probably not interested in empathizing with her plight, not to mention that most of society is also still fucking transphobic as fuck, and her being a incarcerated felony inmate of the state doesn't make empathy any easier, okay? Because trans women who are not inmates and who are living productive and civil lives are being treated as if they've murdered an entire goddamn community. So when I drop the link, I'm not sure what the hell to actually expect. Now, before I drop the link, I want to get into this discussion on this bathroom situation. Oh, y'all didn't even see the screen the whole time that I was reading. My God. Okay, well, it stayed on this page. Well, that's cool. This is from theconversation.com, girl. So we're going to read a little bit through this to get to the point, and then I'm going to drop the link. Okay. Shout out to the conversation. Okay. It reads that for years, transgender rights activists have argued for their right to use the public restroom that aligns with their gender identity. In recent weeks, this campaign has come to a head. In March, North Carolina enacted a law requiring that people be allowed to use only the public restroom that corresponds to the sex on their birth certificates. Meanwhile, the White House has taken an opposing position, directing that transgender students be allowed to use the restroom that matches their gender identity. In response, on May 25th, 11 states sued the Obama administration to block the federal government from enforcing the directive. Some argue that one solution to the impasse is to convert all public restrooms to unisex use, thereby eliminating the need to even consider a patron sex. This might strike some as bizarre or drastic. Many assume that separating restrooms based on a person's biological sex is the natural way to determine who should and should not be permitted to shit in a marble hole. In fact, laws in the U.S. did not even address the issue of separating public restrooms by sex until the end of the 19th century, when Massachusetts became the first state to enact such a statute. By 1920, over 40 states had adopted similar legislation requiring the public restrooms to be separated by sex. So why did states in the U.S. began passing such laws? Were legislators merely recognizing natural anatomical differences between men and women? I've studied the history of the legal and cultural norms that require the separation of public bathrooms by sex, and it's clear that there was nothing so benign about the enactment of these laws. Whether these laws were rooted in the so-called separate spheres ideology of the early 19th century, the idea that in order to protect the virtue of women, they needed to stay in the home to take care of the children and household chores. In modern times, such a view of women's proper place would be readily dismissed as sexist by highlighting the sexist origin of laws mandating sex separation of public restrooms. I hope to provide the grounds for at least reconsidering their continued existence. Okay. Let me read a little bit here. Soon, an ideological divide between public and private space arose. The workplace and the public realm came to be considered the proper domain of men. Okay? Wow. The private realm of the home belonged to women. Okay? So this was the classic gender role United States. Okay? Women bear the kids, cook dinner, keep the house clean, and the men go out and work and occupy the business of America. Okay? And because these realms came to be considered the proper domain of men, the private realm of the home belonged to women. This divide lies at the heart of the separate spheres ideology. The sentimental vision of the virtuous woman remaining in her homestead was a cultural myth that bore little resemblance to the evolving realities of the 19th century. From its outset, the century witnessed the emergence of women from the privacy of the home into the workplace and American civic life. For example, as early as 1822, when textile mills were founded in Lowell, Massachusetts, young women began flocking to mill towns. Soon, single women constituted the overwhelming majority of the textile workforce. Women would also become involved in social reform and suffrage movements that required them to work outside the home. Nonetheless, American culture didn't abandon the separate spheres ideology, and most moves by women outside the domestic sphere were viewed with suspicion and concern. By the middle of the century, scientists set their sights on reaffirming the ideology by undertaking research to prove that the female body was inherently weaker than the male body. My God, patriarchy is so goddamn toxic. Armed with such scientific facts, now understood as merely bolstering political views against the emergent women's rights movement, y'all see what minority people have to always go through. Whether it's women, whether it's queer people, whether it's black and brown people, girl, patriarchy tries to have its motherfucking foot on everybody's goddamn neck. Legislators and other policymakers began enacting laws aimed at protecting weaker women in the workplace. Examples included laws that limited women's work hours, laws that required a rest period for women during the workday or seats at their workstations, and laws that prohibited women from taking certain jobs and assignments considered dangerous. Wow. They really thought that women were disposable and ultimately unnecessary in the building and construction of America. Really only good for whatever the hell men needed them for. Mid-century regulators also adopted architectural solutions to protect women who ventured outside the home. Architects and other planners began to cordon off various public spaces for the exclusive use of women. For example, a separate ladies' reading room with furnishings that resembled those of a private home became an accepted part of American public library design. And in the 1840s, American railroads began designating a ladies' car for the exclusive use of women and their male escorts. By the end of the 19th century, women-only parlor spaces had been created in other establishments, including photography studios, hotels, banks, and department stores. Here it goes, girls. Sex-separated restrooms, putting women in their place, okay? Because, once again, this is a conversation that always comes up as it relates to trans women, trans men, and them having access to the bathrooms that correspond with the identity, with the gender they identify as. It was in this spirit that legislators enacted the first laws requiring that factory restrooms be separated by sex. Well into the 1870s, toilet facilities in factories and other workplaces were overwhelmingly designed for one occupant and were often located outside of buildings. These emptied into unsanitary cesspools and privy vaults, generally located beneath or adjacent to the factory. The possibility of indoor multi-occupant restrooms didn't even arise until sanitation technology had developed to a stage where waste could be flushed into public sewer systems. But by the late 19th century, the factory water closet, as restrooms were then called, became a flashpoint for a range of cultural anxieties. First, deadly cholera epidemics throughout the century had heightened concerns over public health. Soon, reformers known as sanitarians focused their attention on replacing the haphazard and unsanitary plumbing arrangements in homes and workplaces with technologically advanced public sewer systems. Second, the rapid development of increasingly dangerous machinery in factories was viewed as a special threat to weaker female workers. Finally, Victorian values that stressed the importance of privacy and modesty were subjected to special challenge in factories where women work side by side with men, often sharing the same single user restrooms. It was the confluence of these anxieties that led legislators in Massachusetts and other states to enact the first laws requiring that factory restrooms be sex separated. Despite the unambiguous, I don't even know what that is, girl, presence of women in the public realm, the spirit of the early century separate spheres ideology was clearly reflected in these legislations. Understanding that inherently weaker women could not be forced back into the home, legislators opted instead to create a protective home-like haven in the workplace for women by requiring separate restrooms along with separate dressing rooms and resting rooms for women. Thus, the historical justifications for the first laws in the United States requiring that public restrooms be sex separated were not based on some notion that men's and women's were separate but equal, a gender-neutral policy that simply reflected anatomical differences. Rather, these laws were adopted as a way to further early 19th century moral ideology that dictated the appropriate role and place for women in society. The future of public restrooms. It is therefore surprising that this now discredited notion has been resurrected in the current debate over who can use which shit stool. Opponents of transgender rights have employed the slogan, "No men in women's bathrooms," which invokes visions of weak women being subject to attack by men if transgender women are allowed to invade the public bathroom. In fact, the only solid evidence of any such attacks in public restrooms are those directed at transgendered individuals, a significant percentage of whom report verbal and physical assault in such places. In the midst of the current maelstrom over public restrooms, it is important to keep in mind that our current laws mandating that public restrooms be separated by sex evolved from the now discredited separate spheres ideology. Whether or not multi-occupancy unisex restrooms are the best solution, our lawmakers and the public need to begin envisioning new configurations of public restroom spaces, ones far more friendly to all people who move through public spaces. Well. Welcome, Knockout Media.
Woo! Oh man, hot topic.
Hot fucking topic. Let me see if I can turn up my volume on my iMac. Welcome to the stream, brother. Can you tell the people who you are and where they can find you out here on these streets? Because I'm definitely curious about your viewpoints on this. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and drop the link for anybody who wants to come up and join us tonight. Give the people where they can find you at.
Okay, so Knockout Media, knockoutmedia.com, KOM is my main channel. I'm all over the place. I don't even know where my channel
also,
is.
have you been so you've been listening this whole time?
Oh yes.
Oh God, Jesus, it was a lot to unpack.
Definitely a lot to unpack.
Well, you can jump in wherever you feel it the hardest.
Okay, so okay. For one, using the transgender identity as a means to I guess, mosey around. um, that to me is like a major issue. And I mean, how do you think people abusing the identity is something that should be of concern to the trans community? Because it's not even only in like sexual situations. It's like sports. Like you said, we see it in different aspects of life. So it's like I really am starting to feel like this identity is starting to be more like a means to justify whatever perversions this person may be wanting to experience, or whatever fantasies or whatever.
Also, you saying that you actually believe that this is kind of leading to people superficially identifying as certain ways in order to act out certain criminality?
Yes.
Upon the public?
Yes.
You know, that's definitely going to happen. It happens with, you know, there's an old saying that laws are made to be broken. And lawbreakers are going to break them. And so, of course, with everything in life, you're going to get like a fringe group of people who are going to attempt to find loopholes and weaponize and co-opt certain movements for their own nefarious purposes. So that's definitely going to happen. Now, my question to you is, do you believe that that's what happened in Demi's case? Do you believe that Demi is superficially occupying the identity of trans woman in order to get access to women while incarcerated, or to avoid certain treatments within an all males prisoner? Because I would assume that by Demi being a trans woman, it means that she probably has rather effeminate traits, things that will make her a target in a all males prison, things that will make her subjected to sexual assault, as she spoke about. Like, do you think that she's one of those people who's weaponizing the identity?
I honestly do. And I mean, I know it sounds harsh, but look, I mean, it just, to me, everything kind of like leads to that. And I mean,
what leads?
So before, okay, look.
Can I ask you a question? Is there another way to turn up volume on an iMac? I'm very new to the iMac world.
Do you see next to the date up there the speaker? Like,
yes, I see the date.
You've clicked on that?
Click on the date.
Click on the speaker next to it. Do you see? It should be like a.
I don't have a speaker next to my date.
No. Okay, well then go to your settings.
Okay, because I went to volume and
or it's gonna say system preferences actually.
Yes.
Okay,
I've
so
already done that.
Oh, and then you went to sound, and then
yes, it zooted it all up. I didn't know if there was like a button as well somewhere.
And then the only other one I can think of is you go to your launch pad, go to like the rocket.
Okay, the
it's
launch
like
pad?
Yeah, the it's like your main. So you'll see it probably at the bottom.
I see it. A launch pad. Okay, got it.
Hit launch pad and then go up to search.
Okay, search.
And then type in MIDI.
MIDI?
Yeah, MIDI.
MIDI.
And
Okay,
then,
audio MIDI setup.
Yeah, and then go to you're trying to turn up your I guess your
speaker
internal speakers. You like the computer speakers.
Yeah.
All right, so go to built-in output.
Got it.
And then see if you can adjust it from there.
Okay, it's a few options. Do I go to, because it has master and then it has 1 and 2. Do I move the 1 and 2 up?
Yes. See if
Oh,
moving.
okay. Oh yeah, that did it. Okay. Oh
Okay.
yeah. Oh
Yeah.
God, I'm getting fucked by sound. This is my God. All right. Okay, we're in there. Okay. Before you complete what you were saying, I want to welcome One Love to the platform. Hey, One Love.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, boo. I'm going to let Knockout complete his statements and then obviously get your thoughts as well and dig into this. But go ahead, Knockout. So you were saying that you feel like all signs are leading to imposture.
Yes, and now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that everybody who is saying that they're transgender is doing this, but I feel that specifically, can we say the whole name, Demetrius Minor?
No, you can't.
Oh no, Demi. Sorry, Demi.
Okay, so hold on. So like, you want to call Demetrius?
I mean, that's what's here in the article.
Well, she is going by
Demi. Okay, well, Demi.
She's identified
so
as female.
Okay, so One Love. You're saying that Demi.
I didn't say anything. Are you asking me a question?
Okay, yeah, sure. Let me pose this question to you. Are you saying a trans woman can impregnate other women? So
okay,
women.
First of all, thank you for inviting me up on your panel.
Absolutely, One Love.
And I'm a Black transgender woman, so I'm not sure if your viewers know the difference between sexuality and gender identity. And first of all, cis women been attracted to trans women from beginning of time. Having sex with a biological female is natural to most transgender women.
Really? So you're telling me that if a transgendered woman has a
hold on, I'm answering a question. We're not going to do too much questions. Let's just do one at a time, so we can be respectful.
Hold on, y'all.
I'm not going being defensive. You came on here being defensive.
Y'all, please, because this is a privilege to actually have a Black trans woman on the panel. I want you, One Love, to know that Knockout definitely comes in peace. I hope that we can literally have a really great conversation, and I promise you, like, Knockout.
Yeah, but I totally understand. But let me just say this: cis women been having sex with trans women from the beginning of time till now. It's never gonna end, and we need to understand that there's some women out there that has penis, and then there's some women out there that has a vagina. So if we're going to segregate prisons by genitals, then that's a different debate versus gender.
They are, though.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, when you have a conversation about trans people in prison, I find it very offensive that you're using her male identity / her woman identity. That is directly hold on. That is very directly transphobia. We live in a society where trans women have been questioning about our looks, our genitals, and who we are in our past existence and in our forced existence. So when you mention her past life, that's her forced life. I don't care if this person is imitating trans people. I don't care if this person is doing all this nonsense of having sex with random other cisgender women. There is lesbian trans women. There's heterosexual trans women. There's pansexual trans women. Just like in the cis community, you have bisexual, you have homosexuals, you have heterosexual. We have to respect trans women as women. If we're talking about genitals, that's a different conversation. And in this conversation that we're having right now in New Jersey, it's about gender identity.
No, it's not.
The article says that you're fighting for gender identity.
Okay, but somebody is pregnant.
That's fine.
So it's about sexuality. Every bit of it is about sexuality as well.
That's what happened when you bring two different sex together. That's what happened.
Yeah, prison's not about bringing two different sexes together, is it?
That's you have to. The conversation is, if we're talking about sexuality, that's different. If we're talking about
We
gender
are talking about
identity,
sexuality.
no, we're not talking about sexuality. We're not talking about homosexuality and
I
straight.
think you're
No.
talking about gender identity. I'm talking about sexuality.
Okay,
You
but
didn't even let me finish my statement. So
they're not performing sexuality. We're having a conversation about trans women in prison, are we not?
no.
Okay,
Well, if you
I'm
let me finish
sorry.
my statement before you came on being
Okay,
defensive,
what's the conversation about
I
on the
said,
panel?
I
No, I'm
was
not talking
going to
about you.
say,
I'm not
I
talking about
was
you
going to
because
say,
you sound hella transphobic. So I'm not gonna talk to. I'm asking the host.
okay.
I'm
Well,
asking the host because before you wanted to call this trans woman by her dead name and you were corrected. That's a form of
the article, I'm
transphobia.
reading from the article.
Yes, but you know that's a trans woman, and you know that the article did say her or prefer name.
No, it
But you
doesn't. It says, do you want me to share the article? Conscious, can you please share the article because I can prove this point? No, it does not say. What do you know what article I'm reading from? No. So how are you going to tell me what the article says? You please tell me what the name says. I'll zoom in, please. You tell me what it says on there.
do you believe trans women are women?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's transphobia. That's the whole point of people. That's the whole
Is it?
point of trans women fighting for a liberation of being a woman.
Why was it?
That's
How's
the
that
whole,
transphobic if I don't believe that?
because you're going to tell trans women that they can't be in certain spaces because they're not women. So what are trans women? What are trans women?
I think anybody with a penis is a man. I'm sorry.
That is transphobia, and conscious you as a LGBT person should call this out. Like this is
I
ridiculous.
mean, conscious, you can call me if I'm wrong. I mean,
This is straight up transphobia and violent to the transgender community. When
violent.
you're sitting on a gay man's platform discussing trans woman identity that we're fighting for hundreds of years. How dare you? Who are you?
Okay, so it says transgender prisoner Demetrius Minor. Where do you see Demi?
I'm not having a conversation with a transphobe. Have a good night. I'll call back when you're off the stage.
Okay.
One love, don't leave. See, this is why we're not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to be a community and to talk through these things if we all are not at the table. And as a gay man, I do understand so much of the triggers to One Love's point because it's a lot that comes up, and there's just a lot of room that queer people just don't make for compassion as it relates to misinformation or ignorance on matters around orientation and gender identity. But it took me a long time to realize that this is just a privilege that cisgender heterosexual people have. And so of course, like there are going to be initial thoughts and thinking and information there that's going to be polarizing to us as queer people. Like I expect that at this point. I never go into any conversation with a cisgender heterosexual person expecting them to know. I know all of their conditioning is going to, all of the language, all of the rhetoric is going to be associated with, the way the world was. But we have to work through the stuff, you guys. Like we have to. We have to be able to have the hard conversation. We do have, and maybe this is where I differ from maybe other queer people in the community. I know that there are Black and brown people who are like, look, white people need to educate themselves. I don't believe that. There are queer people who believe that straight people need to educate themselves. I don't believe that. The best education can come from us being in relationship like we are right now, asking each other direct questions, unpacking the stuff, and doing what needs to be done. Because this whole conversation around sexuality and gender identity is new to the world in this way. It's new to the world in this way. And
But
and
conscious.
I don't think that, and I just want to say this disclaimer. I don't think that every heterosexual person or every cisgendered heterosexual person is necessarily an enemy just because they don't have the language, just because they might not have like all of the intellectual understanding. But my whole thing is like, if people are willing to learn and everybody's willing to put their egos down, everybody's willing to step out of their feelings in order to come together and have some allyship, because that's what it would take, is all of us to put down our egos, to be interested in talking through these things. Then we can
see
somewhere.
Conscious. I mean, I'm not trying to like look at the chat, but you see Brittany, I don't even know how to pronounce the last name, but
Brittany, too sensitive. This is disrespectful to natural born women. We are not the same, period. It is what it is. But see, a lot of that too is a part of the ignorance though, because trans women are not claiming to be a female. They're claiming to be woman. Like that's why they identify as trans women. They're not identifying as biological females.
But conscious,
and there is a difference between female and woman.
But women can't naturally get another woman pregnant.
Well, that's one hell of a debate, because we have the existence of intersex people who have the capacity to be pregnant and to also
impregnate.
So this is why the conversation is really deep, and this is why there were lots of indigenous communities that took a more grace-based attitude toward gender and sexuality, because we're talking about like a spectrum. This thing is very complicated, not because of surgeries that could be had, but because of the literal existence and the literal phenomenon of intersex people in the world and two-spirited people in the world. So America is like very rigid because we have these very like polarizing views of sex and gender. There's like, there was straight and could be nothing else for a long time, and then only straight and gay for a long time. There was only biological female, biological male at one point in time, and so now we're getting into everything in between all of that, and it's a lot.
I can begin to understand homosexuality and things of that nature, but that's sexuality, and I guess what I'm not understanding, what I'm ignorant to, is the gender and the intersex thing, because that's something new to me. I don't know anything about that. Now,
but that's what I want you to allow One Love to give us a layout.
Well, let me try to finish my sentiments about the whole situation. Demi, when we look at the picture before here, did Demi identify as Demi then? Or
so according to the articles, Demi decided to transition while in prison. Now, we don't know if that means that was, that she started identifying then. She could have identified as trans long before, her prison sentence, etc. Like, we don't really know a lot about how long she's been dealing with what she's been dealing with. But all of this is happening amidst her incarceration.
Right.
In terms of her transition, her actual transition.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Before I'm glad you are so back, One Love. I can feel that you have a wealth of knowledge, and the beauty of it is that you're speaking from firsthand experience as well, which I think is really valuable. So I'm really glad that you came back up, and I want you to be able to talk to us. I also want to welcome Mo Smith and Holistic Attorney. Before I let One Love have the floor, Do any of you women have anything that you want to say as of right now, or would you rather hold your peace until one love is
I'll
complete?
hold my peace right now.
Huh?
I'll hold my peace.
Okay. And Mo Smith, anything that you want to say before I let one love? Okay, I don't think that Mo Smith can hear us. Okay, one love. Break down to us gender identity versus sexual orientation, please.
Okay, so the reason why, okay, let me just break it down. So basically, gender identity, it starts from basically identifying your gender that you feel most affirmed. Meaning, if you were assigned male, because a lot of people attach male to men, right? And we're trying to break that construct down to the ground because of white supremacists. A lot of Black people are white supremacists, so they live by that concept because they were trained by that concept. So gender identity is basically you're just confirming your identity to anyone around you, right? Mm-hmm. Sexuality is who you sleep with, right? So I'm a Black transgender woman, right? And if I go to the club and I see someone that's attractive, right? And that person could be male or female, it doesn't matter. If I'm physically attracted to that person, that doesn't determine my gender identity. It determines my sexuality, what turns me on, what arouses me. That sexuality is what turns you on and arouses you. No one cannot control their arouse. Like when you have a young boy in school who gets a boner, he can't control his boner. Or even when a teenage girl gets wet, she can't control that because that is just sexuality. That is a natural being, right? So when we're going to have a conversation about transgender in prison, if we're having a conversation with transphobes, we're never going to get anywhere. Just like if we're having a conversation about racism with George Floyd, a racist will never understand George Floyd being killed by white cops. They will never understand that concept. So when I see in the comments, right, and the comments saying she's a man, she looks like a man, she will always be a man, and those are transphobia. Those are white supremacist voices that's screaming out, right? Because we have to understand, Black women were never seen as a woman. White woman was offended that these Black women are calling themselves women. In the 1800s, in the 1700s, Black women said, I want to fight to vote. And white woman says, no, you are not a woman. How dare you? How dare you come and march with us? We're offended. So what you see right now, Black women are doing the same thing to trans women, right? And we see it. We hear the voice. Those are the same voices. So now Black women are being the new white man in the community. They're trying to, oh, I'm offended. What are you offended about, girl? Because a couple hundred years ago, you weren't a woman. You had to fight for your womanhood. Only person didn't fight for their womanhood is white women. The only thing white women fight for is to vote. Black women has to fight for everything else. So now you get the title to be.
I think you're breaking up, One Love. You're breaking up, boo. Your phone is breaking up. And you're now on mute if you, I don't know if you did that intentionally or not. Can you hear me, One Love? Okay, something might be happening. We'll let One Love work out her audio situation. And Knockout Media.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay, I'm going to be brief because I'm actually jumping in my Uber and I don't want people to hear my conversation.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is,
but get your ass home so you can get back up here real quick.
Yes, when you're having a conversation about transphobia and you're having conversation with people who are not open-minded to trans women and our experience, you're going to have pushback. You're going to have all this debate because they don't see us as a woman. They don't see us as human. Like, I'm a transgender woman and I have to fight just so I can drink water. These people will not even offer me water if they knowingly know you're trans. Just like with Black people, when you were segregated in the 60s. So what I'm trying to say to you is that I don't debate and have conversation with transphobes because they're stick in their head that they're not going to see me as a woman. So I'm not going to fight because I'm fighting every single day, walking out of my house, going into this Uber. I'm fighting every single day. So I'm not going to fight with someone who believe that I'm a man, and that's just transphobia, and they have to deal with that. I can't deal with that for them. They have to deal with that for themselves. They have to do the work. I'm not going to help them do that work. And especially if you're a Black man, that come up on here and speak about trans women and our existence, no, you have no place because the world hates you. And the Black community is trying to fight for your ass so you can exist, so you can be seen. But what you do, you turn around and you shit on the people who are lower on the totem pole just so you can feel like a king, just so you can feel like a man. Yes, this person transitioned in prison. Yes, we don't care what's the outcome, if she's faking it or not. What we're going to do is respect her. What we're going to do is respect her womanhood. I don't care what nobody says in the comment section. She's a woman to me until she do something different and says she's not, then I'm not going to believe her. Just like we're going to believe victims, we're going to believe trans women are women, no matter how they look or show up in the world. So that's me. I'm going to come back real soon.
Yeah.
And
okay,
yeah.
Well, I'll bring your ass back.
All right.
Okay. Holistic attorney thoughts on the situation. So, well, first and foremost, her dissertation on gender identity and sexual orientation, I agree with. I think that in order for us to really understand these things, we have to separate both of these things. They're not synonymous to one another. You can be trans and be heterosexual. Perfect example is Bruce Jenner. When Bruce Jenner transitioned to Caitlyn Jenner, there was a lot of because she had a reality show on E, and she was, she was around a lot of trans activists and a lot of trans women who had been living, their existence for decades at that point. They were kind of welcoming in Caitlyn to the fold and kind of teaching her the ropes and trying to make sure that she had a sound understanding of not only her identity, but also like her power and her privilege as a wealthy white trans woman. And something that was interesting that came up on the show was that Caitlyn still had a affinity toward women. And Caitlyn straight up explicitly stated, I'm not interested in dating men. She was still interested in being with women, and that had confused a lot of the general public because the general public expects that because you transition to woman, then you also are expected to be heterosexual. So I guess really, in a sense, by Caitlyn transitioning physically and aesthetically to woman, really what it would look like to us if she remained true to her heterosexual orientation is it would look like a same gender loving relationship to us. It'll look like, a female to female relationship. But Caitlyn Jenner, along with, hundreds and thousands of other trans women and men, have been able to transition in terms of their gender identity without their sexual orientation necessarily being altered or shifting. But as a community, as a country, like, these are the things that make most people confused about it. But these are two separate things. Like, orientation and gender identity are two separate things. But go ahead, holistic attorney.
Absolutely. I think gender and sexual identity are definitely two different things. And the analogy you gave, being analogous to a same-sex relationship is how I see it as well. I think, if it's one thing to feel like you were born in a different body and to identify as a different gender, it's another thing to be sexually attracted, who you're sexually attracted to. So I see them, I see a transgendered woman, similar to a lesbian. Similarly, that's how I see it. So I agree with One Love there. I think it's a very sensitive topic, and I think I empathize with One Love. I think it's a bit much to call refer to Knockout Media as a transphobe, and I think the word transphobe gets thrown out pretty easily these days to kind of quell any kind of nuanced thought or thinking on the topic. Granted, I also question as a cis-gendered heterosexual woman, I question, my, I guess, standing to talk on this topic. Well, I also feel as a woman, just because I don't think, biological women should be, lumped in together as with trans women. I don't think that makes me a transphobe. I tend to subscribe to the school of thought that I think bio women are different from trans women. It's just biology. With the race example, I don't think the race example should be compared using white, black, the systemic oppression, annihilation of black people. That was based on literally nothing other than just white patriarchal society, and it's the same. Like, there wasn't any biological basis for that. There wasn't black people aren't biologically different from white people.
Can I say something, because I disagree with what you're saying?
Sorry?
Can you hear us? Oh, you had went out, holistic attorney.
Sorry?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, your audio had went out for a little bit. But
okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think, I don't think it's I'm not trying to. I have a boss who's a trans woman who's married to a biological woman. I would never wish trans women anything bad. I want them to live their best life, be whoever they want to be, but at the same time it's a bit different comparing a biological woman to someone who was born with male genitalia. It's a bit different than comparing making a black versus white, just because it was a fictitious categorization that was cooked up by like you would say the mayonnaise people, doesn't mean that's what it is. But when it comes to someone changing their biological gender because they emotionally feel like they were born a different gender, I'm sorry, but people are going to want to have a discussion and want to understand that. And I can respect your right to want to, identify, or want to, identify how you want to, as with regards to your gender. But I also have the right to feel like, I don't feel like, you go through the same struggles as biological women. And I think, it's disingenuous to say that, just because Black women have, been oppressed and they have been dogged. That's very true. But at the same time, we've gone through, we go through and we keep going through our own unique sets of challenges. And to now compare us to being like, the present day white man. No, I don't think so. I think, I think there are real, there are real conversations that has to be had in before I am made to understand why, someone who, of course there are exceptions, but someone who, would never get to experience what it's like to have a period, would never get to experience what it's like to be pregnant, would never get to experience what it's like to be, naturally, of course, to lactate. I'm sorry, it's a different experience, and you can't, it will be hard. Of course, I granted open to getting, I'm open to having my opinion changed, of course, because I don't know everything, but it will be very difficult for someone to convince me that just because someone now feels like, and I think it's valid, their feelings are of course valid, but just because someone now feels like they want to become a different gender means that we should automatically just, say, okay, fine, you're one of us now. And then any kind of pushback automatically gets translated as being transphobic. I think that's reductionist, and I think that's I think that's disingenuous. Sorry, that's my thoughts.
Reckless says, and you can hit the link, Reckless. Now I know you are not putting your womanhood on your private parts, holistic attorney. That's what logic.
Of course not. My womanhood is not limited to my vagina. I know that. My private parts, though, it's way more than that. Being able to carry a baby for 9 months, the natural hormonal process that goes through, is a bit different than just being reduced to private parts.
May I say something?
It's something I want to respond to that you said, and then we have a whole panel today. I want everybody to definitely be able to chime in and jump in here. Before we go any further, though, let me read off transphobia, since that's something that has come up. What is transphobia? The care value underlining all transphobia is a rejection of trans identity and a refusal to acknowledge that it could possibly be real or valid. Transphobia has no single simple manifestation. It is complex and can include a range of behaviors and arguments. The consequence of transphobia is that trans people struggle to live openly and comfortably in society. An ultimate outcome may be the erasure of trans people as a viable class of people. Transphobia includes, but it's not limited to, attempting to remove trans people's rights, misrepresenting trans people, abuse, systematically excluding trans people from discussions about issues that directly affect them, other forms of discrimination. And then it, of course, goes through that. So this is interesting here. Ignoring the fact that transphobia is amplified when it is intersectional. Someone had just literally said in the comment section that intersectionality is bullshit, when it's clear it definitely is not. Black trans people, disabled trans people, and Muslim trans people, for example, often run greater risk from being targeted by transphobia than white middle-class people. The denial of culturally specific trans identities, in addition to the denial of all trans identities, is both transphobic and racist. Structural oppression in the form of racism, for example, makes it more likely that Black and minority ethnic trans women are targeted for violence and murder. In 2019, in the U.S., at least 26 trans or gender nonconforming people were killed by violent means. 91% of them were Black women. So before we go any further and I go to the rest of the panelists, I just want to say, like I'm a simplifier. And maybe that's the educator and teacher in me. I like to kind of try to make very complex things very comprehensible because I understand that, that's just the best way to absorb knowledge is making it very practical to the mind. And sometimes you can do that with super complex things. What I want the biological women on the panel to consider is, so think of trans women, and of course trans men exist as well, but since this article and what we're here talking about revolves more so around trans women, but this also applies to trans men as well. Think of trans women and men as individuals who have the software but none of the hardware. So yes, as a biological or cisgendered woman, you can rely on your menstrual and your cramps and your thyroids and your hormones and your breast and your vagina and your anatomical biological structure as a easy way to affirm that you are what you feel like, which is woman. But for trans men and women, they don't have the convenience of having any of the hardware, but they definitely are experiencing themselves as the software. Like I feel like this, and whether people can spiritualize it, they have a influx of divine feminine consciousness moving through them in a biological male body, or a influx of divine feminine energy moving through them in a biological female body. That this consciousness is in me, though I don't have any of the external parts to represent it. And that's the dilemma that trans people are in as it relates to cisgendered people looking from the outside in, trying to make it make sense to themselves. Is cisgender people have the hardware that aligns with the software, and trans people have the software but have none of the hardware unless they're intersex. So before we go further, how does everybody feel about that?
Sounds good.
I think yes, I agree again, 99%. Then what about the secretary? The hardware, software. Yes, I get it. But what about for example, even with sports, right? Trans women, studies show, are going to be stronger even as teenagers than their biological sisters or counterparts. So is that then just hardware as well? Is there something else? Like it's like this isn't just like it's not just my vagina or my breasts that gives me strength. It's also there's just so much biological things happening that makes me naturally weaker than my biologically male counterpart.
Exactly,
So
100%. Like the trans.
Hold on, Robert, because I definitely have to go in chronological order. It's two people before you, boo. But we're gonna get to your trust me. I mean, I'm a component of, I think in certain instances, clearly there is case for like separate activities, like for the same reasons that we don't have biological men wrestling biological women in sport, or we don't have male cisgendered football players on the field contending with their female cisgender counterparts, so and then it gets really muddy when it comes to the trans thing, because all trans people also are not like a monolith. So you have those trans people who have undergone the gender reassignment surgery, who are on hormone treatment. There's a trans woman that I used to follow before, when I still had a Facebook, she had transitioned, and she spoke about like her hormonal treatment. It changed her, it changed her chemical makeup, because she went from being like this really strong, rough and tough, you know, guy when she was only identifying as a gay male, to now she's, you know, transitioned and she's on hormones. She was like, I'm so weak, I can't even open up a fucking pickle jar. Like, I have to have my man open
Exactly.
up. Like I've lost all of my strength as a, like, you know, by being on hormone treatment. And she also spoke about like she was bombarded with this influx of emotion. Like, she was like, it was this floodgate open up, like of emotion, and taking on this emotional toll. And she was just like having crying spells and just hormonal and moody. And she was just like, oh my God. And so, so then as it relates back to this whole sports conversation, like, should those, the question is there exception for trans women competing against their cisgender peers when they are undergoing that hormonal treatment that is leveling them out on what could be said in equal field now, because the hormonal treatment is now replacing the testosterone with estrogen, that now the chemical makeup as well is having its physiological impact on that trans woman. Should that trans woman or man be able to compete? The same thing for trans men who are undergoing hormonal treatment, who are now getting a boost in testosterone and a boost in their muscle mass, and they're having these physiological experiences of their hormone treatment. Should they also now, you know, is that fair to now put them up against their cisgendered male peers? Like, because not all trans women and men are on hormonal treatment. Not all trans people even show up in their gender expression as the gender they actually align with, meaning that you can have a trans woman who looks just like Demi previously, can look to you aesthetically like a male, but identifies as trans, but does not conform to any other gender expression assigned with woman. So they may dress in a unisex kind of a way, or they may dress in what is called male aesthetic, etc. So it's very complex, and that's why the conversations can't be like super black and super white, because there's so much in the middle space. And I believe that what we're really dealing with when it comes to trans people is an entirely metaphysical and spiritual phenomenon. And because we're so not a spiritual community, we're a very scientific, left-brain, masculine thinking society who doesn't really exist and kind of have those metaphysics shape our worldview, that we're kind of missing the bullseye, and we kind of really don't know what to do with trans people, etc. But I think that this is more of a spiritual matter than it is anything else. I believe that male and female is spiritual, that we're talking about a consciousness. And just like the universe can produce all types of people, people who can't see, people who can't hear, people who can't, who are we to say that the universe is not putting female souls in male bodies? Who are we to say that the universe is not putting male souls in female bodies, like, or vice versa?
Amen.
You know, the universe does all of these variations. We see people come out all type of ways, in their mental health, in their physiological makeup. And so I humble myself as it relates to the universe, and realize that I have to ask myself some other questions when I don't understand things, because the universe is constantly doing something that makes me consider, well, what is this really about? Like, why would I not be able to believe that souls can be put in bodies that they don't identify with, when there are all these other anomalies that come out of the womb? There's people who come out all type of ways. People who come out with 11 toes, one leg, who come out once again as intersex. They may have varying parts from both sexes. I mean, we're talking about a very deep cosmic higher consciousness thing, in my opinion. But I definitely want to let Who's next? Let me shut up and make sure everybody damn go. Mo Smith, are you
Right
there?
here.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, love. What are your thoughts? And welcome to the.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm a long time watcher of your videos. So no, pleasure's all mine. This is coming from somebody that is identifies as trans masculine. So I'm under the transgender umbrella. It kind of boggles my mind because, you know, as being black, we have this certain level of understanding of oppression. But there are some instances when other people are being oppressed. It's like we don't understand, especially when we're not in that predicament. Like there is a level of privilege being cisgender, even though I've seen people in the comments saying, "Well, I was born biologically woman. I'm cisgender." Well, by definition, cisgender female is a biological woman. I think people are also getting confused about what gender and sex is. Sex is what you were born. Gender is what you see in the mirror, what you see within yourself. And sexuality is who I want to fuck. And I think when people start to understand that and allow the colonization that we've had around this world to lift up from themselves, because you're right, indigenous cultures really didn't have an issue with that. If anything, people like me and you were kind of like deified a little bit. We were, because we understand both the masculine and feminine, the yin and the yang, because there's two sides. There's light and darkness in this universe that we're in. So, but going to the point in hand of this particular person, it's a touchy subject because since she identifies as trans woman, if she was in the male jail, there was a great chance she would have got raped, maimed, or killed. Statistically speaking, that happens 99% of the time. By her being in the female prison, it does present a new problem of, you can't be fucking your other fellow inmates, especially having them impregnated. So I really don't know what the exact solution is because you can put her in solitary confinement, but could that be considered cruel and unusual punishment by the Eighth Amendment? I'm not a lawyer, I just know a little bit. And what happens to the other trans women that are in similar situations? May not be a double homicide charge. It could be something as simple as fraud or something as simple or nonviolent drug crime. What happens to those other women? Because statistically, what usually happens is in the federal system, it goes by the whim of what the president thinks. When Obama was in office, they had their own units and it was relaxed as far as keeping trans women safe in the federal system. Donald Trump, he really didn't give a fuck, even though he said he loves the gays and the blacks. So I get that. I was born a black woman, so I definitely understand the issues about being a black woman and the lack of care and the disrespect from it. Absolutely. So the little piece of the pie that we've attained as black women, because I do have that. I was born woman, so I do have that side of me. Of course, we're going to be in attack mode, and somebody else feels him.
So you just say that you were born woman.
I was born a woman. I identify as trans masculine. So that means I have masculine features. Like I have a beard and well, not a beard, but a mustache and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I haven't done anything like on a genetic level, like any top surgery, anything like that.
Okay. Can you explain to us the difference between trans male and trans masculine? Is there a difference?
Okay. It is because the thing about even with my non-binary people, most people think that gender is only two things, male or female, when in actuality it's a spectrum, just like with sexuality.
Yeah.
So I'm on this spectrum of I have a masculine thought process. I don't wear dresses. I don't identify with the things that are feminine. However, I want to completely transition into a man? No.
You have to throw out the key, girl. I cannot come back down.
I had to mute Miss Barbara. She talked to somebody in the background. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. That's fine. I understand. But yeah, but like I said, it's the spectrum.
So what are your pronouns then? So you
I go by they. I go by they them. But I'm a older. So I don't really make it a fight if you call me a she, unless you're doing it in a condescending way, then we're gonna have a problem. Because I'm very articulate. Yes. My mama raised me right. As a matter of fact, my dad is a preacher, so I'm an illegitimate PK. So you're not, so.
Okay, so you are trans masculine. You prefer the pronouns them, they, not necessarily he or she, but them, they. Okay, and
and I know this is a new concept, so
I love it. See, I love putting on the PhD hat. Like I know, a lot of people hate, how in depth and nuanced shit get, but I live for the nuance of it all. So this is very fascinating to me. So if you don't mind me asking, like, what is your sexual orientation?
I identify as a lesbian.
Okay, awesome.
I love women, particularly Black women.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I have to shout out your email because there's a lot of single women who follow my platform.
Hey,
looking and things. Yeah.
I'm out there. So it is what it is.
Okay, I have one more question before I move on to Mrs. E. What do you think about the conversation? So, like, what about the sports thing? Do you think that trans or non-binary people should have their own individual class because of the issue of biology and there being, issues of like trans women beating their cis counterparts by hella crazy extreme markers in track, and definitely like there was a trans female kickboxer who was really breaking the skulls of her cisgendered opponents in the ring. There was just an obvious stretch between.
See, it's a tough subject.
Yeah.
Due to the fact that, going back to the thing about gender and I know that with NCAA, they have certain guidelines, particularly for trans women. Trans women have to have a certain amount, have to have a maximum level of testosterone in their system. So they do have to be on a certain level of beta blockers in order to compete. And I think they have to take those beta blockers for at least 2 years prior to competing. So the NCAA has done extensive research on how to keep that all,
regulate,
basic, right. Now, my issue is the bigger picture of the focus has been so hard on trans women due to the fact that they know that if they focus on the other, it distracts from everything else that's going on, what they're doing, basically. Because, for example, there was I think 4 years ago, maybe the Olympics, there was a Black woman from South Africa that was running the long distance track event. I think it was like the 800 or 400, something along those lines. And a white woman who was she didn't even wasn't even in the top 5. She was came in 8th. She wasn't going to win regardless. She basically requested that, I think it was her name, or Samaya, her to be tested because she had masculine features. So they wanted her to be tested for testosterone, which that's been happening for decades. Flojo said herself before she died that she was constantly being tested for testosterone because they thought, she was doing something in order to win, but she was just that good. They come to find out Samaya was actually what they call intersex, which happened 1 in every 2,000 births. Well, they told her if she wanted to continue to compete, then she had to reduce her natural level of testosterone that happens naturally in her body. Why do we handicap people that are naturally, in that case, I know it's a little bit separate from what you asked me, but I feel like it needs to be talked about because people are throwing out this red herring about trans women, when it's an umbrella under a lot of different people, like intersex people that don't really get to be talked about. If you have people like Michael Phelps, who has a long, elongated wingspan naturally, and nobody told him that he would get extra seconds on his time because he had that natural gift, then why are you trying to limit a black woman that naturally has more testosterone in her body? So furthermore, there's the whole concept of, well, trans women are going to take over what women have done. Well, statistically, as we see them coming into these sports, we're finding that they're not at the level of cisgendered women, and that's due to the fact of the hormone treatments that they're taking. As time goes on, we're gonna know more and more with science. And furthermore, people talk about the woman that was a kickboxer that got seriously hurt. Unfortunately, doing kickboxing, even if it was a cisgender woman, you can get your head busted.
Right.
So we're only sensationalizing because the T word is attached to it.
Okay. I think that particular trans kickboxer had like a record of breaking their components up, busting them, and as you said, there is something to be said. I mean, you're in a mutual combat. Because
I believe she was an MMA fighter.
Yeah,
those sports can get really, really bloody.
Yeah.
And there was talks that women shouldn't be involved in it at all. So, I mean, it's not my cup of tea.
So then let me ask you this question, Mo. So then, so with all that you said, should we just remove the divider in contact sport between the sexes altogether?
Well, on the books, Title IX constitutionally made it a right for women to either be on a co-ed team or have their team set up within schools. So that's how you had team sports, sprout up from the 60s on. Well, I'm sorry, the 70s, because it became law in 1972. So women haven't, as a social construct, women haven't been in sports as long as men have. But if you notice, in the short amount of time that women have been in sports, the numbers are actually getting closer and closer to each other, of it being about the same. Now, is our society ready for that? Hell no, because they're barely ready for having the conversation about trans people being in it. And unfortunately, there's not enough trans women or trans men to create their own leagues. So, I mean, it's a tough conversation that, I'm definitely open, even to someone that, might be a little conservative, because I'm a truck driver by trade, so I'm around conservative people all the time.
I am sick of attracting truck driving. Everybody around me is them driving trucks.
Well,
it's amazing.
I think it's because of the freedom that we have. So we have time to, listen while we're driving. So it definitely, or eat in the evening after our shifts.
Yeah, but like everybody around me, like my cousin Brittany just started driving for trucks. My homeboy just started driving he just started driving trucks. My other cousin, he driving trucks. It's just like everybody is fucking driving trucks.
It's good money, and actually a lot of trans women are turning to trucking as well as an alternative, because most times trans women, it's hard for them to find jobs, especially if they're not passing. And with their life expectancy of 35 years old, I'm definitely glad every time I see a trans sister out on the field, and I make sure not to, even though I know I clock them, because you know your own people, I'm making my business not to say anything to them that would signal to anybody else.
Yes.
And I also make sure that I try to protect as well, because it's a great job, a great career, but also it can be dangerous as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, before I move on to the other panelists, I want to ask you one more question. Of course, you I have to let you have talking time because you are of the community, and
Right.
that's being spoken about, and so there's a wealth of information there. How do you feel about some of the women in the chat who feel and it's not anything that's monolithic going on because there are women who are contending against women in the chat, but this whole issue of cis-gendered, like, what do you think about the women who just feel it's so offensive, etc.? The term fish. Now, I don't use fish as I know that that's heavy lingo in the LGBT community. I don't particularly use the term fish, but I definitely use the term cisgender out of respect for trans women, and just also because to me, like, it's an inclusive term. Like, it's
right.
about acknowledging like the type of woman you are, because there are types of women. There are trans women, biological women, masculine women, androgynous women. So it's really harder to, like, for me when I say it, to establish inclusiveness. But what do you think about women like Angel, who says, I don't like being called cis, but you don't care? We are very disrespected as usual. There's another individual in the chat that by the name of, I think it's Cyrese, I believe, who says that they're also offended by the term cis, and men and women should be called men and women.
Here's the thing: cisgendered is a sociological term. So, sociological people that study the social sciences of cultures, they use that term. Also, biologists use that term of cisgender and transgender, because I'm about to blow some people's mind, and they're probably going to think I'm crazy. But if they actually look,
blow it.
Okay. If you ask a biologist how many sexes there are, they're going to say, well, at least 14. Or better yet, are you talking about chromosomes? Are you talking about DNA? These are different things. The issue is, in this country, we have been taught a very simplified education compared to the rest of the world, where we can't even grasp subjects that there's more than just men and women in this world. And I love the Bible thumpers, because I asked the Bible thumpers, well, if God made everything in this world, starfish, everything, how is it that he only limited us to 2 genders? And they only have these gender roles, even though science has found the contrary to that. There's dozens of species that have both genitalia.
Absolutely.
There's plenty of, and we're talking about in nature, we're talking about plants and animals.
Yeah.
So why are we limiting human beings when we were made in his image? That's what the scripture said.
I'll take it a step further. Made in the image of nature, that man is a sum total of all of nature. So we're going to see what's in nature reflected through humanity, to your point.
Right.
Yeah. Because I like to always think that Americans are deaf, dumb, and goddamn stupid as it relates to the issue of sexuality and gender, its cultural implications, its spiritual implications. Like, we have such a short bus, very magic school bus ass like outlook on gender and orientation, and it's almost offensive at how small we've made.
Well, you can blame the Puritans for that, though.
Yeah, you're completely right about that.
Because I mean, they were so terrible. The British was like, "Can you go? How about you go to this whole other country on the other side of the world, so we don't have to deal with you. You can believe in whatever the hell you want. Just leave." And that's
Well, actually, the Puritans really laughed a little bit after, Mary, the Queen of England, killed like 280 Protestants.
Who's speaking? Because whoever's speaking sounds very muddy. Who's speaking?
It's Jessica.
Jessica. Okay. Hey, Conscious. Hey, boo. Welcome to the platform. I definitely want to I can't believe that we've been up here this long, and I've only got to 2 panelists so far. That's how much I really say. That's how much there is to goddamn say about all of this. Let me read this article real quick, and then I want to continue to go down so everybody can get their opportunity. As it relates to the term cisgender, this is from Transhub. Oh, of course, and you can say up, boo. Transhub.org. What does cis mean? You may have heard the term cis being used before, maybe even being used to describe you, and wonder what it meant or why the word would need to exist at all. Cis, short for cisgender, pronounced cis-gender or just cis, is a term that means whatever gender you are now is the same as what you presumed for you at birth, at what was presumed for you at birth. This simply means that when a parent or a doctor called you a boy or a girl when you were born, they got it right. Cis people can be men or women because those are the genders that doctors label people at birth. A person's gender is different from their sexuality. Therefore, you can be cisgendered and be straight, gay, lesbian, bisexual, queer, or another sexuality, just as you can be trans and any sexuality too. Where does cis come from? Cis has traditionally been used as a prefix, the same as trans has, and comes from the Latin meaning of on the same side as, which sits opposite trans from the Latin on the opposite side as. These terms have been used in scientific disciplines for centuries. So that's a really good point here, you guys. When you guys hear cis, you know, these are terms you will find in your scientific journals and find in like medical communities, whether that's mental health, etc., like terms like androphilia, genophilia, cis. So no, you haven't heard this from Pookie down the damn street. No, you didn't grow up hearing these terms, but if you higher your education and level up in the echelon of education, you will find these technical terms for these things. And there are lots of words for things that we refer to every day. There are lots of words to identify things that we have like put our like that we've applied common language to. Okay, so I would make the distinction that there are terms that common people use, and then there are terms that you're going to find in the more expert fields of knowledge. Okay, so just think of cis. It's just a scientific term, boo. It's not a disrespect to you. It's not it doesn't mean you're not a woman. Doesn't mean you're not a natural born woman. It in fact actually means just that. So there's no reason to be offended. It's just a scientific term that affirms that you identify with the sex of your body. Unlike trans people who don't identify with their biological body. All it means as a cis person is that you have the biology of male or female and you agree to the biology in the body that you exist in biologically. That's all the fuck it means. And trans means I don't. Okay? Cis means I do. Trans means I don't. Cis means I do. Trans means I don't. Cis means I do. I hope that makes a lot of sense. I want to now go to E. Hi, boo. Are you there? You are mute.
Good evening, everyone. How are you, Conscious?
Darling.
Yes.
I am wonderful. Thank you for being here. I know it's a lot going on when it comes to this subject, but what are your thoughts?
For sure. There was a little conversation going on in the chat regarding cis, and I know you just touched base on that, but whenever that topic comes up, and I'm someone who hasn't been around a lot of gay people, but in my adult life, for sure, some of the most fun and honest people I have ever met. And when it comes to our music, whether it is R&B, whether it is hip hop, especially in the Black community, we refer to ourselves as B's and H's, some of us, and even on reality TV, it's used as a term of endearment. And they also do it in the music. The men do it. So when we are referred to as hoes and bitches, and I'm talking about Black women, we don't cancel these men or these female rap artists for their language, we participate in it. Some of us, or it doesn't disturb us with the same light. So, of all the things that we would fuss about, being called cisgender, that's so blasphemous to you. I'm calling BS on that. That's nonsense. Same thing with fish, because I first of all, listen, the way that it was explained to me is that that is even a term of endearment from a gay person. If they come up to you and say that to me that means the
It
way that it was
means
explained,
it means
realness.
fucking slayage.
Yes. So I don't understand how you say you want to learn about the community. They tell you what the terms mean, and then you say, "Oh no, that's not my preference." I mean, you're just being nitpicky. You just want to fight at that point. Also, I want to talk about, because I missed where the young lady was talking about comparing the plight of LGBT people being treated by black people as white people have treated black people. I came in on the tail end of that. And I kind of understood where she was coming from with that. And, men, and I'm going to take it to a different place, because on Kevin Samuel's internet, men complain. No, I'm going to keep it brief on that. Men complain. Men complain that they have it so hard, right? And then women say that we are the most disrespected. It's true on both sides, both genders. We feel that, what we are saying is our truth. There's a battle between the genders right now. So when we have a person who comes forward and says, well, I was born in the wrong body, I am trans, these that is essentially a combination of both of those two paths. And as complicated as those two plights are, and then you add color on top of it, of course that would be the most toughest thing out of any. Because I saw some women say, well, women have always had to fight. Everybody has had to fight. Men keep saying they had to fight. And I know for a fact women have had to fight, because I have to fight, especially working in corporate America. So I get it. But we can't take our fights and then minimize the fight of someone else, because that is what that young lady was trying to articulate, where we try to we're trying to have a pissing match over who has to fight the hardest. And we're using that oppression to oppress someone else. is what it sounds like to me. And lastly, regarding the
and I just want to add to that's all, especially that black queer and same gender loving people and trans people are saying when they bring up the race. Like, we know it's not the same, but the plight is so here's a bit of a thing. I was watching my girl Kimberly, I forgot her name on YouTube. I freaking love her to death. But she had she had a show about transgenderism. She had two wonderful trans women up, and one of the trans women said something so powerful and enlightenment, it blew my closure piece clean off of my head. And she said, it's interesting that black and brown people always like to kind of jump on black LGBT people when they, bring up the racism versus homophobia, transphobia thing. Because the truth is, if you want to be technical about it, as it relates to queerness, the black community should realize that your blackness was considered queer amongst pale supremacy. That they thought your bodies were something other. They thought you had an entirely different anatomical makeup, an entirely different biological structure, that they looked at your existence as queer, something other, something unusual, something non-conventional, that we were considered 1/3 humans at times. We were kept in cages. We were, they had whole nigga zoos that existed, where Karen and all her kids and her good conservative Republican husband could come and look at you like a goddamn gazelle or giraffe. And so it is interesting that black people forget that in this same country, under the same like Eurocentric ass conditioning and ideology that they use against queer people, that same Eurocentric ideology also like underlined racism and oppression and enslavement, and that you were considered queer as a Black man and a Black woman in comparison to the genetic makeup and the social value of your white pale counterparts. Like, that's fucking epic. And that's all that Black queer people are trying to say when they bring up the race issue. Is like, look, you know what it's like to be identified as something, to be considered less than, to not be considered human because of your skin tone alone. We're experiencing the same thing as it relates to orientation and or as it relates to gender, that there's this witch hunt to say, no, you are not that, no, you are not this, based upon these very superficial premises at that. But I just thought about that, like when you said that, but you was making another point.
No, absolutely. And I want to touch on that because even during childbirth, they would not give us Black women the same. They thought we had a higher pain tolerance than our white counterparts. So, I mean, I believe that was Holistic Attorney who brought up that point, that that was her rebuttal, that is not the same because Black people were not treated something other than what they were biologically. And that's simply not true because we were not even considered human, as you just said. But my final point was, I think the conversation, and I believe Mo, I hope I'm saying your name right, touched on this briefly. The conversation with trans is so complicated because, you know, people have a hard time understanding what that looks like. And there's not really, there aren't really speakers who are all aligned because, like, on one end, you have the Janet Mox, and then on the other end, you have the Flame Monroes. And some people, you know, I heard Mo speaking, and he will have to correct me because a lot of times when I hear someone
It's
speaking
they,
like,
they.
Yeah. Okay. Because
It's all right.
to me,
You call me him all day.
Okay. You heard it from Mo.
All right. Yes, himself. So for me, because that for me, I'm still learning also, and it almost sounds non-binary, and so so it's almost easier for me when I'm dealing with someone who says, you know, I prefer she, call me she, or I prefer he, call me he. So that day, I'm still learning that also. And when I came into the chat, someone says to the first woman who was speaking, you know, this is all about education. And that's true to a certain degree. However, it's 2022. There are lots of things on YouTube. That is how I have learned about the community and her testimony. People have to get out and want to educate themselves. Do your own homework and don't think that someone has to, you know, it's their responsibility to educate you because some people just don't have the patience. And I just want to say, because I just saw something in the chat, and this is my last point because I know you have a long line. Someone said, well, I just don't want to be called this. They should respect that. That's true. And everyone should respect what you want to be called. But I have heard lots of trans people say, I don't like the word tranny. I have heard lots of gay men say, I don't like that F-bomb. There are certain words that they don't like that this community continuously says. So you don't get to put your foot down firmly and say, don't call me cis, when it's insults flying from both sides is what I'm trying to say. So I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And you know, I'm all for respecting people on an individual level. Like, whatever people want to be called, I'm down for calling them. I may use cis-gendered in general, but in terms of like speaking directly to someone, if they say don't specifically reference them as cisgender, like, I won't. But you know, in terms of like having a conversation and using it kind of flippantly or in this type of a context where we're breaking down these type of things, I definitely use cisgendered. But if I'm like speaking to someone, I won't refer to that. But most people don't say, hey, cisgendered woman anyway. It's like they say, hey, Jessica, or hey, Mina, or hey, Barbara, or hey, A. They don't say, hey, cis. So I don't know why people be going on and on about, I don't want to be called. You're really not being called. When was the last time somebody actually called you cis? When was the last time somebody greeted you as cisgendered?
Only 2 times. Only 2 times.
Yeah, like the rarity of that. Like, nobody is referring to anybody directly as that. But like when we have kind of these cultural conversations and societal conversations, of course, like we use those things. But yeah,
Exactly. And remember, just when I first came on here last week, I think it was, the gentleman who was on here, I don't remember his name. He said, I will respect you, but I'm not going to call you she or he or something. He said, remember that? So I wish
yeah.
that he was here tonight because I think that would be a pivotal component to add to the
I
conversation.
wonder
But
if
I'm
that
going to.
was, I wonder if that was poetic Flacco. That might have been poetic because he comes and stirs it up like Miss Barbara do on that channel. I wonder if that was that poetic. Poetic Flacco, if you're in the chat, hit the link, boo. For sure. Well, thank you for that, E, and you can stick around if you want to as well.
Of course.
I appreciate that. I want to go to Miss Mina. Can you hear me, Miss Mina? I think you're on mute, boo. If you can hear me, if you can't hear me, Miss Mina, or you, okay, I think she just unmuted. Hey, Mina.
Hey.
Hey, boo. Let me raise your volume because you sound really low. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Yes. Okay. Welcome to the platform. What are your thoughts?
So yeah, I agree with pretty much a lot of the stuff that he was saying, and to kind of keep it going with that conversation. I feel like it's a little hypocritical for a lot of people that they want to use scientific terms and tell you that because you have a wee, you're a boy. Like you have to do you understand that you have a penis? Like you're a boy. But those are the same people that say, I don't want to be called cis. So you can tell me biological things about myself and then tell me why those biological quote unquote facts make me who I am. But then you turn around and say that you don't want to be called a scientific term. That's not offensive. But okay, moving forward, most of the guests, not the guests, but a lot of the comments rather, they're just gaslighting, and then they're being hypocrites, like I already stated, and they're just being transphobic, like you already as you've shown. Like the definition is not even acknowledging the fact that it can exist. Like you're saying, no, it's not it, and then those same people are literally they're insane, they're crazy because they say that we live in delusion, but you just saw it in black and white. Put it on the screen, and then they still say, I'm not transphobic. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What are you saying? That doesn't even make sense. 1 + 1 does equal 2. But while we're on that topic, okay, 1 + 1 = 2. That's really simple. A lot of people can understand simple math, but if you can, as you stated, further your education and start to understand different things, then there are a lot of other equations. My favorite equation that I like to use in scenarios like this is 2 squared = 4, right? And then -2 squared = 4. Now let's just say 4 is the umbrella of womanhood. That's trans and cis women. It's the umbrella for a womanhood. So if the -2 is a woman that was born with a penis, and the 2, the +2 is a woman that was born with a vagina, it can be the opposite way around with a man and a man and a trans man. Regardless, it equals 4. It's the same difference. But I probably lost a lot of people. So again, I'm gonna move forward. I feel like the guy that if he would have used that, whoever it was that was talking to Ben Shapiro, and he had that whole debate, and he said a lot of the different things that kind of got off topic. I feel like if he wouldn't have gone that direction, a lot of what he was saying and how he was advocating for trans women would have gotten it would have just been a better recognition or a better it would have looked better on our community. But I still, we still all appreciate any advocate.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so reality. I just saw you had put that up there. So reality is men can have vaginas and get pregnant, and women can have penises, and that's okay. I don't know why it's so hard to live in reality. They say that we're delusional or we're in denial, but I feel like most of the time they're the ones that are in denial, and then they're trying to make you fit into their reality because that will help them cope with life so much better. Like, no, that's not how it works. This is real life. And I just feel like every trans doesn't feel like they're born in the wrong body. That's another thing. It's a lot of trans that are comfortable having a penis, and there are a lot of trans that are comfortable having a vagina. I feel like a lot of the gender dysphophia is rooted in the social anxiety and the stigma of you saying, okay, I'm a woman and I have I'm a woman and I have a penis, or I'm a man and I have a vagina. Like, I feel like there's so much stigma that comes along with that, so it makes people like maybe mutilate themselves and self-harm in a way that now they feel like, oh, I'm better accepted in society. And I don't feel like it should be that way. I feel like if there were more people that actually lived in reality and didn't want to change other people to make them fit into the boxes that would make them more comfortable and able to cope with whatever is going on, we could just all, accept who we are. If you can accept who you are, it'll help you accept other people.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know.
Yeah, so I agree. At the end of the day, like, that's the easiest solution to everything. It's just love, like the simple commandment of just like treat people how you want to be treated, and that means like irregardless of what they look like, regardless of what their religious preferences, regardless of their social status, regardless of their aesthetic. Just literally show people whatever respect it is that you want to be respected with. And that is a very simple principle, but for some reason we've made it very complicated. That shit is like calculus in this country. And maybe because we have such a right to disagree, we have such a right to individuality, we have a right to it's such a right to the ego in America that it makes a principle like just simply respecting others the way you want to be respected something that's not that obtainable for whatever reason.
It's kindergarten. I thought like we learned the golden rule in kindergarten.
Yeah.
We learned how to share and we learned our colors. So maybe some people, that's why I stopped the numbers, because while maybe I figured you understood it, and there are probably a lot of people in the comments that understood it, but for the people that just want to argue, you also have to look at the fact that there are some people that don't want to understand. Yep. So it's not necessarily.
Do you believe that those people should be blown to smithereens?
No, because then that's the same difference of them saying.
I just had to ask.
I'm
gonna be honest. I believe in dropping bombs. I believe in dropping bombs, Mina. I'm being sarcastic, but yes, you always gonna have assholes for damn sure. Hold that thought, Mina. Those were really great points. They're definitely gonna be hard-hit people who want to be resistant. And you know what? I think I'll say this to what Mina said. I wonder if the issue that, and I'm gonna speak to Black women, like mayonnaise women, here nor there for me, but maybe. Because sometimes I feel like when I hear Black women complaining about the space that they feel Black trans women are taking up or trying to take up, because this trans thing is really only specific to Black women's community. Black men don't give a fuck. Like, and maybe because in a way, like, because of patriarchy, men are going to kind of reward those who assimilate to masculinity, which is why even like the Black lesbian experience has been very different, it feels, than the Black gay experience. Like, we've seen gay Black women get a bigger pass for their queerness, whether they were studs, whether they were same-gender loving, whether they were androgynous, etc., that they just had it easier. I can think about some easy examples. Debrat, Aaliyah with her androgynous style, Eve when she was in her Rough Rider days. There was a lot of Cleos in the Black community from Set It Off as well, and these masculine women could occupy men's spaces and barbershops and clubs and strip joints without a lot. They could also have a reasonable, more kind of like a normal peer experience in school than maybe gay men could have, just because of how toxic patriarchy is. And so I think sometimes when I hear Black women like just complaining about, oh my God, the bathroom, oh my God, da 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 da, really what I feel like I hear from Black women is we're not necessarily transphobic, but we're just being so fucking snuffed out of a society that already has lessened the fuck out of our resources and social equity, that we're just not in a position to feel that we can really fucking share or consider anybody else, because we're still waiting on reparations our fucking self. We're still like fighting for autonomy our damn selves. And so sometimes I feel like there's misguided and misdirected anger directed toward Black trans women from cisgendered women. And maybe the panelists coming up can also speak to that point if they so desire to. Matter of fact, Miss Barbara, are you there? Apartments available in New York, Boo. Are you there? Let me unmute because let me see something.
I love apartments.
Yes. Miss Barbara, are you there, love? I don't know where Miss Barbara went. Miss Barbara, can you hear me? Miss Barbara. Okay, I'm gonna have to move along. I don't know what's going on. Hit the link again, Miss Barbara. Respect me. Are you there, love? Can you hear me? Respect me.
Hey, Conscious, can you hear me?
Hey, Respect me. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. How you doing? Welcome to the panel.
Perfect.
What are your thoughts?
Thank you. Okay, so back to the so my thoughts is that I don't think that it's right that transgenders get to occupy the spaces that women have worked so hard for. You know, just because you feel a particular type of way.
Respect me. We just lost you, Boo. Hit the link again. I'm so sorry. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Let me see if we can get her back up quick before I let somebody else jump in her spot. Miss Respect me, Boo. I don't know what happened, but hit the link if you can. I'm gonna go ahead and go to Jessica. If Respect Me comes back, I'll let her go after Jessica, and then Heart of Inspiration, and then One Love. Oh, here she is. Hold on for 1 second. Oh no, I don't think. Hey, Miss how you pronounce your last your first name?
It's Maya Asia.
Maya Asia?
No, it's My Asia. Like
My Asia.
In the
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for unfucking that up for me. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
I definitely am looking forward to hearing your thoughts. I want to get Miss Jessica in here. Miss Jessica, are you there, Boo? Can you hear me, love?
Yeah, I can hear you, Conscious.
Okay, Boo. Welcome to the panel, and what are your thoughts?
Now, when it comes to the transgenders in the prison system, we have to think about it safety-wise. If they identify as a woman going in, respectively, we should just have a different side built. And yeah, that's easier said than done, because there's a lot of state prisons, like a handful, that have opportunities for pregnant women to keep their children in there at a certain age if they're going to be released. But our state already, different states have conformed to the last caller when they were speaking about the Puritans. The Puritans left from England because they wanted to purify the church, because they were unhappy with King Henry VIII and his decision to divorce a woman. So with that fact, they started the penitentiary system. So there's no way that the American government, which we are calling white supremacists, is going to build a side for transgender people. They want them to be hurt. They want them to be abused in the prison system. So it's kind of like we're fighting a double-edged sword. And on top of it, when I just don't know. Like it's something that's gonna keep evolving. It's something that we're gonna keep having to work on. But if everybody is just honest and open about their opinions, then we can work better.
Yeah. And I think if we prioritize our like respect more than our opinion, we can get the hell out of other people's way. Because I think one of the issues in America is we prioritize our opinion as if our opinion should take up the literal rights and protection and dignity of other people. Like I would never want my fucking opinion to fucking like supersede the safety and the you know, like, in the freedom that someone else should have. And I think like as Americans, we are so spoiled rotten in being able to have the luxury of making our opinion more of a priority than the literal treatment of other people. That is completely gross and disturbing.
And I can say from experience, because I'm 30 and I've been on here before, and I told you I'm married and I have a kid. And when we were trying, long story short, story time, I kind of had some issues with egg quality and whatever. And I was seeing different specialists in my OB and having to take like Clomid and Letrozole. And I was like really depressed because I was like, okay, well, maybe I'm not going to be able to give my husband a child. And the only people that like really gave me comfort were gay men and women. Because a lot of the men would say, if I could, honey, I would for you. And I got a lot of backlash from Black women saying, well, girl, you might as well let him go if you can't give him no babies. And that's coming from somebody born with a vagina. Like, really? Are you kidding me? So what do you mean? Like, it's just, and I saw in the comment, I think somebody said gender Nazis. Yeah, at the end of the day, if we all believe in a higher power, we don't get to predict where they go. So why does it matter? Everybody wants equal this and everybody wants equal that, and to be peaceful and calm, but nobody's just, trying to take the time to listen.
Amen. I agree with that. Okay, hold that thought, boo. I want to let Heart of Inspiration jump in here. Are you there, love?
I'm here, dear. How are you? Thank you for allowing me here again tonight.
Of course. The line is wrapped around the building, so happy that you stuck with us.
And down the street, honey, around the corner.
Honey. Now, I know that this is a huge topic. We have, the trans identity issues intersecting with prison policy, culture, and what's interesting to me, Heart of Inspiration, is that in the outside world, there's all this threat of and villainizing of trans people when it comes to bathrooms, etc. Oh, cisgender people don't feel safe, and yet this trans woman is in an all-females prison, and she's the one who's fucking unsafe. She's the one who is, because I read her letter on her website, and she's the one who's being sexually assaulted by other women. She's the one who's being, to her words, even being forced to perform certain sexual acts on women that she's experiencing all of this in woman space. Now I know that prison is an exceptional woman space because it's a bunch of rule breakers who are in this space, so this is not a reflection of the general population of women, but it is interesting. But what are your thoughts around all of this?
I almost got off the panel. I was like, ooh, I don't know if I want to talk. I love the fact that you put up the definition of transphobia. Because if we take the literal definition of transphobia, it is whether, someone is fearful of or denying the existence of, right? Transgender women or transgender men. We're not denying that. Okay. You've mentioned something earlier, and I want to come back to that about whether or not we as cis-gendered biological women are misappropriating anger. I think sometimes our either disagreement with a statement or a position, or just generally saying, hey, trying to understand, and I understand everyone should, it's 2022, do our own research and whatnot. I get that, but let's be real. When we're sitting here watching 7-second TikToks, we're not exactly a group of people that's doing research. Let's just be honest about that. Okay. Just because one may disagree or want to have an intelligent dialogue and has a difference of opinion does not make us phobic. And from a perspective, and I am not invalidating the transgender woman's journey, experience, what they go through, because I have no frame of reference, because that's not my experience and not my journey. I can empathize, I can sympathize, but I'll never truly understand. So from my perspective, though, we indeed have had to fight for our own femininity from top to bottom. And when it feels like we're being then told again, well, you need to be okay with being called cis. I studied biochemistry in college. I get it. Okay, I understand it's a biological term. But to be honest with you, so is heterosexuality, and heterosexuality is a biological term, and it is a scientific term, and it is the definition of opposite gendered people being romantically or sexually attracted to and or involved with one another. There's different definitions for everything, right? But we want to be respected still, and I want to respect others. Just because I may have a difference of opinion doesn't mean that I'm phobic. It means that I have a difference of opinion. Okay? I didn't call a trans woman. I hope that's somebody that's talking about, because I definitely do not disrespect anybody's gender.
Oh no, yeah, no.
Okay, I'm like, okay, that wasn't me. I think, first of all, I'm glad that in the article that it did say that this was, it's consensual on the woman's part. I'm wondering if it was on the cisgendered women's part. I'm hoping it was, these impregnations were consensual on the transgendered woman's part.
They fell in love up in there.
Okay.
That's old, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, right? It is difficult because you have the different things that have happened, in the sports realm, where there's been high school girls playing lacrosse that have been severely injured, right? You have people being, losing, biological women losing to transgendered women that have less than a year ago transitioned, right? And they were competing in that sport as a male, and now they're transgendered female, and now they're at the top of the game. So these are the different things that can happen that can make us say, hey, look, we're not trying to say you don't have a right to exist, because you definitely do. But if we still bring everything down to, no offense, a struggle Olympics, none of us are ever going to get anywhere. None of us are ever going to get anywhere if we're so concerned about that, right? I did take offense to being called a white supremacist because I don't understand what you're going through. That's not fair. That's completely not fair. So we have to be able to speak to one another on both sides with respect, right? I want to assist and be here for my transgendered sisters, right? I really, that is my honest to goodness, heartfelt, because that is a spiritual situation and whatnot. But we also have to deal with the physical aspect because we do live in the third dimensional world. We are spiritual beings having a human experience.
But what do you make to Mo's point about the physical, where these type of like discriminatory lines are not necessarily reinforced when it relates to like cisgendered individuals whose level of talent, skill set, testosterone level, etc., may be more amplified than their peers, but it only becomes distinctive when it comes to trans men and women and the cisgendered dynamic. Like, there are athletes who have longer limbs, who have more of this in their chemical makeup than that, etc. Blah blah blah. Like when Mo was talking about the female athlete in Africa who had to be constantly tested, or I'm probably fucking up the story or whatever. Like, but so and so it led me to ask Mo, you know, should we get rid of the lines altogether then between the sexes and allow them to compete amongst them? Like, is there something to be said about that?
But the whole reason for Title IX's existence in the first place was so that biological women would have a space where there could be some level of an equal playing field. At some level, I mean, people are just going to be more naturally talented athletically than another consistently. That's just going to happen, right? I ran distance. You'd think I was, you know, whatever. I could run very, very far for a long time, very fast. So that's just naturally going to happen. I remember when FloJo was consistently tested, like she was like the only one that was tested all the time, and they just knew she was either on steroids or was getting testosterone shots. Like she just knew that. They just knew that, and they never could get it. Know that level of is it discrimination? I'm not sure about that, but what I do know is that what studies have shown is, yes, there is a diminished capacity, muscular structure and strength and such, but it does take a significant amount of time before that really shows up. And does it ever truly get to a relatively similar level? I'm not sure. I'm also a woman. In my younger woman days, I was in the weight room lifting free weights with the football players and was able to bench press 200 pounds as a woman, as a young woman. So, you know, some people could have looked at me and thought, you know, oh my God, you know, what's going on with her? What's happening? Because I was all muscle, I had no chest, no nothing, definitely no booty, no nothing, right? I was all muscle. And in my own family, my grandmother, I can remember telling my mom, oh, I'm glad she didn't turn out to be a lesbian after I pledged sorority. Like, that was the concern, that because I was so muscular and could lift weights, it could do this, it could do that better than a lot of my female counterparts, you know? So that is very nuanced. But I don't think that we should have co-ed, though, especially not in contact sports, because of the level of just harm that can come to the female body. I don't think that that's a good idea. I think we have to continue to work through this to figure out the best way to bring equity to the situation. And that doesn't make me phobic. That just makes me want everyone to be able to have a fair shake and be able to be able to compete like in that sports arena and in every other arena. I'm not competing with the transgendered woman. I'm not at all. For that matter, then I'd be competing against every gay man and every, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't walk around my world worried about that. I'm not. If you're going to be with me, you're going to be with me. If you're not, you're not.
Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Hi, Heart of Inspiration. I've seen you on another panel. I always love it when you speak.
Thank you.
You brought up a lot of good, valid points, and it reminded me of there's a trans man on YouTube. His name is Sean. He started his channel when he was in high school, and he began transitioning. And he had top surgery, and I believe he's getting ready to undergo bottom surgery. And I just thought that journey was so fascinating. But I just wanted to add to what you were just saying. He transitioned, and the following year he started playing football with the men's team. And the school, they allowed it, and he gets it, and it's contact. And I know that's different. I know trans men are different from trans women. I get that. But I just thought that was something that maybe either Mo or someone else in the chat maybe want to join in and contribute, because I know the conversation is turning into what we're speaking about sports. I just know, because I Googled it while you were speaking, there's not that many trans women trying to transition into sports, but I guess it could become something, it could grow in the future. But I agree with you. I mean, it's something that we need to talk about because there are differences. I agree with you. But I just wanted to throw that out there about the trans man playing football.
Yeah.
I would love
Can
to
I say
speak
something?
too. Okay, I'll wait for that person.
Oh, I just wanted to chime in there about when she spoke about the sports and the contact and the pain and suffering and, you know, like it's hard on your body. Take, what was his name? Aaron Hernandez. They said that he had CTE from a lot of the concussions that he had during playing football. And I think it was Florida or the New England Patriots, one of the teams that he was on. But then after he died and they did the autopsies and studies and found the CTE, then all of these rumors came out that, okay, well, he got CTE, but that led to him being gay and stuff like that. So if we have people go into the community and they feel like they can play those hard sports and then things may happen, then all of a sudden they may start saying that trans people, okay, well, they got hit so hard, now they have CTE. And we're already struggling a lot in our Black community just being Black. It's like they're making more pointers just to take everything away from the people that just want to be themselves.
That's an interesting point. And One Love is back. She is a Black trans woman, and I'm sure she has some thoughts about sports issue, etc. I also want to ask you all, including One Love, about how Inspiration have brought up transphobia. Who gets to decide what's homophobic and what's transphobic? Because I know, because what's interesting about that is, you know, mayonnaise folk constantly like to tell us what's racism and not racism, and when they're being racist and not being racist. And I know a lot of times, not particularly in this space, but like I've been in debates with hoteps and so-called Black supremacists and have had conversations in very privileged spaces. And there was definitely like explicit homophobia that was being branded as just an opinion or just free thought or whatever it is, and they just did not want to bend and accept the term homophobic. To Heart of Inspiration's point, there's definitely been, and this is the same thing for Black and brown people as well as queer people. There are definitely people who maybe through trauma or whatever variables are at work that makes us respond in this way. people who have weaponized the term homophobia, transphobia, and racist, definitely. And unfortunately, like a lot of that is due to just how much trauma has been inflicted upon Black and brown people, that anything that sounds racist is going to be largely concluded as racist. Anything that sounds homophobic or sounds transphobic, even if it's coming from a place of curiosity, coming from a place of just allowing me to be honest and speak, and while keeping in mind that I am here to learn. So don't jab me up as I'm just having an honest conversation with you with the intent to unpack it. But a lot of that, sometimes that doesn't happen because there's just been so much there is so much PTSD from survivors of homophobia and transphobia and racism, that anything that just sounds like it, looks like it, smells like it, just triggers up so much emotions. And so it can be very difficult. I feel like people who are healed are probably better suited to do the teaching, because if you don't develop the emotional intelligence, then you'll end up like bleeding out on people who are actually trying to be the allies to the community. They're actually trying to learn this stuff and understand this stuff and understand this stuff, and they don't mean any harm. And only emotional intelligence will bring you to properly discerning like who you're sitting in front of from who you're not. And Fran, I don't know what the hell going on with your Boost Mobile, boo, but you keep slipping and sliding out this damn panel like this, honey. Get it together. Call Boost customer service. Let them know Boost is trying to survive StreamYard right now. One Love, are you there, darling? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hi,
okay,
guys.
well, I'm so glad that you are back.
Hi.
I hope that you've been listening this whole time.
I have, and I took some notes.
Okay, good. Okay, have at it.
Yes. Okay, so I took some notes for the last caller. I was overhearing what she was saying. And most people in the Black community do not know a lived experience of a trans woman. They don't exist in spaces where trans Black women, Black trans women tend to leave the Black community and target white communities because our community, the Black community, abandoned us, right? So most Black women, they only see us in spaces like when it comes to the salon. Yes, trans women go to the salons. I would like to know what spaces that Black women feel uncomfortable, because statistically shown that Black women, when they go to the gym, they're covered up. When I go to the gym, most Black women are covered up in the gym when they go into the change room, right? White women walk freely with their vagina and their breasts out. And every Black woman on this panel who go to the gym regularly, who is changing in the change rooms, white woman does that frequently. That's one. Salon spaces. Most trans women work in salons. So I don't know if you're talking about, which spaces are you guys talking about? Are you guys just talking about the bathroom? What spaces? Because the only space that I can think of is the bathroom and the locker rooms, right? Those are the two spaces that I feel like Black women complains about, but realistically, they don't utilize it that much. A lot of cis Black women do not utilize locker rooms that much. So that's one. The next note that I took, it was about the transphobia. There is a spectrum.
Hold on for 1 minute. Can I get I want to let the women just respond only to
right.
that
Okay.
Real quick, and then One Love.
What spaces are you guys talking about?
What spaces are you all referring to for the women who are referring to unsafe?
I didn't say anything about not being comfortable with transgender women in spaces or feeling threatened at all.
I've heard it on the panel.
Yeah, so for, like,
hold on. And when you speak, can you identify yourself by name and then give your perspective?
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, this is the holistic attorney here. I do go to the gym and do occupy gym spaces. And also do frequently go to the, like, when I go to the salon, I actually I'm on the keto diet, so I literally go to the bathroom a lot as well. So I go, so I do agree with you. Whenever I'm in a women's gym locker space, I'm so used to being naked, walking around, just with your slippers to your locker, changing, putting on lotion, as you're like literally you have one leg up on the stool as you're like applying your cocoa butter or whatever. White women, black women. Let me finish. Like, so I'm just saying, all I'm saying is, like, they if the rationale is that I'm not occupying those spaces anyway, then it does start to feel a bit
No, that's not what I'm
dismissive.
asking. That's not what I'm asking.
Can I
asked,
say-
what spaces do you not want trans women in? Can you guys
Yeah,
vocalize that?
yeah.
Okay,
So
so
exactly.
Thanks.
So
The locker room. What's
a locker
next?
room, a bathroom. In work, I have a I guess I live in a quote unquote wider part, whatever. So I actually work with 2 trans women.
What spaces are we talking about? We're not talking about where you work, honey. We're asking you the spaces that trans
Exactly.
women
So
use.
I get to use, I guess, exactly. It's the same thing. The bathroom and the gym locker space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
So
what other space? What other space? You just said
Go
the
ahead.
bathroom and the locker
Oh,
room.
go ahead.
So this is E. I don't have a problem with those spaces. I mean, I cover up in the gym. You're right, One Love. But I believe the topic was, because I want to answer that part of your question, because you said what space did what was the topic of us feeling uncomfortable, and it wasn't. I didn't have a problem with this. I'm not a sports person, but I believe the topic of from the chat and what I've heard on the panel, people felt the space when it comes to trans women and sports. They were feeling very antsy about that from what and you probably saw that as well.
Yes. Okay, so basically all I've heard 3 spaces was the bathroom, the locker room, and in sports. Do you guys have any other spaces that you don't want trans people in? Trans women? Exactly. Everybody's quiet now because a black trans woman is actually on the panel. Can we have some?
Yeah.
Well,
With the sport,
there's another black
sports
trans
maybe.
person.
Oh,
because
sorry,
it's
my
like-
bad.
No, I was just gonna say with the sports maybe because it's like very dangerous. Everything else you can go because if we're talking the subject about black trans, go wherever you want to go because for a long time we couldn't go anywhere.
Okay.
So
I agree.
go sport wise, that's just harming your body. And we only have one body, but everything else, go where you want to go because we're still fighting as women to even get on. Obviously, we see Supreme Court, higher justices, but sports, that's dangerous. Everything else, you run for it with your highest heel.
Okay, so let me just break down the spaces, right? That I feel like a lot of black biological, because I'm not going to use the word cis because I feel like you guys are not educated when it comes to cis. So let me use the term biologically female. And just to be honest, calling someone a biological female is an insult because they're referring to your genital between your legs. And I feel that should be more insult. You should be more offended that someone is referring to your vagina at all conversation. But if you want me to refer to your vagina at all conversation, I can do so. Is that okay with you guys?
Yes, very okay.
Perfect. So she's speaking to everybody.
I'm perfectly okay with that.
Okay. I'm just asking.
So what's the word for
I'm sorry, y'all.
homophobia?
Who is that laughing? He has a cute laugh.
Everybody's laughing.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, everybody's
That's Will
laughing?
Smith.
Okay. So, let me go back to topic. What was that? What was I saying? Oh my God. The spaces.
You were talking about,
Okay, so the spaces. So when it comes to salons, black women, black biological women enjoy the fact that there's a gay man and there's a trans woman in there because you want that experience when it comes to beating your face and when it comes to slaying your hair. So hold on.
But I mean, speak for biological black women the correct way, though. Speak on how we really feel. Just represent us right. But that's
Okay,
true. Go
you're
ahead.
just one person. Every celebrity, Nicki Minaj, a black gay man is doing her hair. Who else that I can choose? What's the next hot big? Cardi B as two transgender women basically
that has
dressing
nothing to
her.
do with their
But what I'm
sexuality
trying
or
to
who they,
say
how
to
they
you,
identify.
it's not about sexuality. They're trans women.
That's because of their talent.
Okay, hold on. If you're gonna do that, we're gonna go back and forth, and I want to be very respectful to everyone on this panel because I don't want to come off as this black trans woman who is just rude and disrespectful to biological females. So please, if you have anything to say to me, can you just basically wait until I finish the sentence and then you can jump in and then we can be respectful to each other? Is that cool with you?
If y'all have to pull out the notepad and
right, because
sounds good to me. One love. Sorry, yes, that sounds good to me.
Because I took notes, right? So what I'm trying to
Yeah.
say to you is that majority of black biological women, majority, not all, majority of black biological women, rather, when they go to the salon, they're being served, and they're being served by the stylist who is a gay man or a trans woman. And this is my experience. Right? So we kiki, we laugh. It's a fun day. It's a beautiful day at the spa. Everything is cool. Everything is dandy. The trans girl can do your lashes. Everything is cool. That space is fine. When it comes to the locker rooms, I agree with black biological females. If you do not have a vagina, you should not, as a trans woman, be walking around in spaces that genitals does not match your genitals. That's where I say I agree when it comes to black biological women. I agree with that fully. There's no disagreement on that part for me. So in locker rooms, mostly you have like a private change rooms. Most locker rooms as a private locker change room or handicap change room. Trans women with male genitalia can use that locker room. And I don't see a problem fixing that right then and there. Right? Because all you're doing is just changing your clothes or using the sauna and whatever, right? The next thing is sports. So I took notes on the sports. So a lot of people, when they talk about sports, because they don't know trans women and the anatomy of a trans woman when they transition, I'm not talking about the trans person who say, I'm a trans on Monday, and then Tuesday they want to use all women's spaces. No, I'm talking about trans women who actually live this life, who actually live, breathe, eat femininity, and this is how we live our lives. We did not choose to be trans. This is what our creator put on us, and this is how we show up in the world, right? So when it comes to sports, when you're on hormones, a lot of people do not know that your strength is not the same as when you were before you transitioned, before you start taking hormones. And when people say, oh, when trans women go to the doctor, they're still identified as a male. No, because in my body, when you go and check my body, it's not showing up as a male or a female. It's showing up that I'm a transgendered woman, that I'm taking hormones in my body, right? That my nipples are growing, that my hips are growing, my facial features are growing. I'm aging into a woman, right? This is why people don't know medical history. They don't have trans women in their space to understand what trans women go through. So when you talk about sports, women's sports, trans women lose competition, but it does not get the same media attention as when they win sports, right? The MFA fighter, she lost a couple of fights, and guess what? No one picked it up because guess what? It's basically they're going to go back to their misogyny view of saying, oh, a biological woman beat a man, right? They don't want to hear that because if they hear that, the narrative is going to be different. They cannot argue, oh my God, that's not a real woman. You know what I mean? So it's kind of hard for them to debate when a trans woman loses, right? So you have to do your homework when it comes to transgender women in sports. And you have to understand, I'm a Black trans woman. When I'm in space, I'm the only trans woman in the space. Trans women is so small. The community is so freaking small. There are more gay men and lesbians than actual trans people walking on this earth.
0.6%.
Right. So when you focus on trans women, you're losing the big competition. They're trying to distract you. That's saying trans women are taking up all this space. What space? I agree. There are going to be some crazy ass motherfuckers who go around and pretend to be trans and use space. But you have to understand, if you check statistic, heterosexual men rape more people. Sorry, I shouldn't say use the word are. Heterosexual men sexual assaults more women in records numbers than trans women. But because heterosexual people like to be transphobic, and let me go back into the transphobic issue. When people say that they don't call me transphobic, because they're scared, because they don't want to be the white man, because they know how it feels.
Thank you. I was trying to get that point out.
Right. They know how it feels to be suppressed, and they don't want to be the suppressor, because in 2022, if you're the suppressor, you're canceled. And when people hear that, listen, for me, I have to unlearn misogyny. I have to unlearn a lot of things. I have to unlearn colorism. I have to unlearn all these things. I have to learn sexism. I have to unlearn these things. Just like homophobia, you have to unlearn it. You may not be, oh, I don't want trans women in certain spaces, and you're not being transphobic, but you may have some sort of transphobia in your body, and that's fine. All you need to do is say, okay, you know what? I made a mistake. Let me understand it this way. Why these people feel this way? It's not that we feel this way and we just want to be a woman and just walk and twirl. No, this is how we were naturally created. Like, I would have loved to be a heterosexual man. My life would have been easy. I would have 6 girlfriends, 6 baby mother. I would have disrespect women, and the Black community would have still loved me.
It's true.
Like, what are you saying? So you're telling me if I had a choice, I would have choose to be a Black straight man. Because the Black community would always protect me. The Black community would tell me, you don't have to worry about your kids. You can have 20 kids and we don't care.
Yeah.
You can beat on women. We don't care. We still love you. We're going to show up for you.
Yeah.
So why would I choose to be a trans Black woman? No. Like, this is why trans Black women come out of the communities, because one minute you guys say you don't want us in the space, and the next minute you guys say, oh, we love you. But it's like, I'm confused, because in reality, in the real world, cis women adore trans women. So I'm confused.
Well,
I'm totally confused.
Can I ask something? Holistic said that she did not want trans women in the restroom. Can she tell why? Since she brought up that point.
Because how would you even know? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I can say why, because I'm somebody who
there has to be nuances. Common sense dictates there has to be nuances to this conversation. If I see, wait, let me finish. If I see a woman, trans woman who presents feminine, of course I'm not going to be scared. I have a history. I have a childhood history when it comes to the SA word. I don't want some, I'm sorry, I don't have, and I see them. So I'm not just pulling this out of my butt, but I've seen masculine presenting trans women. I do not want them in my space. I get a physiological reaction. I'm entitled to that.
So do you not want studs in the space? Do you not want studs? Because there's lots of studs who look like a man and they're in the.
If I see, well, exactly. If I see,
Does that trigger you?
If I see someone who looks, if I see someone that looks like a man, yes, it does. Yes,
okay,
it does.
cool. Well, we can acknowledge that.
But
I have a question. I want to break that down a little bit more from One Love. So when you say if you see someone who looks like a male, but what does that look like to you?
Exactly.
To One Love's point, like if it's a stud, like if it's you can see the stud is woman, but she may be dressed in bad.
Exactly.
No, that's incorrect. That's
exactly.
That's incorrect.
Or manly presenting. Conscious, we are in the community. We see some studs with friggin' beard, and they have masculine. They have masculine features, and they get carded in a lot of bathrooms, but they don't talk about it because they don't want to be ostracized and just be gawked and all that crap, right? So when you hear cis women say, "Oh, you have to have a level of femininity to enter the space," right? Remember, femininity is a practice behavior. You don't born with femininity because you're a vagina. So, wait, let me finish. When femininity is a practice behavior, it's something that you put on. You as a cis woman can born with a vagina. Sorry, you as a biological woman can born with a vagina and don't have one feminine bone in your body.
Of course.
Right.
But what
So
about you can also be a gay, you can also be a gay man and be feminine.
We're not talking about gay man, we're talking about trans.
No, but you're saying it's practice. So if you're saying
confusion.
But
okay. The captain is steering the ship. So
may I speak?
But hold on.
Okay.
Because I do know that we still got some of the panelists that we got to get.
Right. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to definitely understand.
I just wanted to get to the white supremacists, but let me go.
So, but in the segue right here, so because I want you to clear up holistic alternative, like the masculine thing, because we also know that beards are also not synonymous to males, that women also grow beards as well. So
that is true.
When you say like you have kind of a PTSD response to the male likeness in the female space, it's like what is the maleness?
Thank you.
Right. I think it is. There is. I don't know how to describe it, but there is a masculinity attached to it. Like if I saw someone like Saucy Santana, like I don't even think I would care. But also it's different if it's, if I see a stud, I don't see a stud and automatically say, "Oh, that's a man." I see a stud and I'm like, "Oh, that's okay. That's a woman with the boobs who present who's masculine." I don't think femininity is necessarily practiced, although I agree with One Love that just because I'm a woman doesn't mean I have to act feminine. Just the way, my nephew is already acting feminine, and we kind of already know, but he didn't practice it from anyone. So I think there's certain things again that are biological, and when it comes to a stud just because she dresses like a boy and acts like, quote unquote, how a boy would act as society dictates, that doesn't necessarily mean I would have that same trigger response.
Okay, so I have a question. But how would you said that you were triggered? You said you were triggered because if a trans woman present masculine, you'd be triggered because you got an R. Is that's what you said?
No, I said I'm uncomfortable with seeing naked men. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're uncomfortable seeing naked men. When is someone naked in a bathroom? When?
At a gym.
Oh, you mean the okay, you said a bathroom. I thought you meant the locker room.
I thought we were talking about work.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, you guys. I want to respond to something in the comment section real quick. The context, the context isn't necessary, because when everyday Americans see certain aesthetics, they're not responding to context. They're responding to
Mhm.
what they visually think is going on. That's
Right.
all that
Yeah.
matters to everyday people. So
Right.
in lieu of what holistic attorney was saying about having a physiological response in her body to male nudity or male likeness in predominantly
Right.
female spaces, I brought up the bearded woman because this is a type of woman who could appear like a male in a situation, even if she is full blown cisgender, even if she is a biological female herself, but to someone like holistic attorney, visually she might see male, especially
But I said that.
especially if this woman who also happens to have a beard, even though she's cisgendered, also has a masculine gender expression, but it's still biologically female.
I get it. I said that if you guys were listening to what I said if you're in a locker, if you're in,
I was responding to Cry Reese.
No, I know I'm responding to her as well. Is that yes, I as a Black transgender woman do not agree if you have a male anatomy or male sexual organ used in spaces with people who have a vagina because they walk around. If you go into a male locker room or if you go into a female locker room, some people are going to walk around naked and they assume that they're going to see the same genitals, right? So you don't want to make someone feel uncomfortable because a lot of women get sexually assaulted and they get triggered, and trans women have to take that L and say, you know what, I have to respect other women because of my male anatomy. And I've said that in the beginning of my context. So I don't get why you're bringing that up again. This is what I said that. I just want to get my point out so other people can speak.
I got a question. Who is naked in the gym like that?
There are not in the gym, baby. If you go to the female locker room, there are.
You said no. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Who's naked like that in the female locker rooms?
A lot.
And see, as a person that's non-binary or transmasculine, I would feel uncomfortable with that. Why are you masquerading around in a place when it's just a big focus when you're supposed to be focusing on showering and getting out? Or
yeah, but you have to understand that there are people that going through sexually assault. So we as trans people and I mean trans as non-binary, everybody in that umbrella.
Well,
we have to be respectful of cis women biological women when we go into spaces, because there's a lot of females who have been sexually assaulted by males. So I agree with
so does that mean that trans women now can't be comfortable in their skin because women have been assaulted?
It's not that.
That doesn't make sense.
No, I get what you're saying, honey. I do. I'm a trans woman and do, but guess what? You have to understand
I think the issue is that even within our own community, not everybody agree because we're not a monolith.
That's right. That's right.
And as much as I love you, One Love, it really kind of gives the essence of respectability politics that we also have in the Black community as well.
I don't want a female to be uncomfortable because okay, let's use me as an example. I'm not gonna say my genital on here, but let's just say
it's not any of my business.
Right. For instance, I don't want someone to be triggered. Do you know how it feels to be triggered? I know how it feels to be triggered when someone say, "You're a man, you're a man." That brings me back to friggin' trauma, right? So I don't want to traumatize someone with my male genitalia. So I understand other trans people don't feel that way, and that's fine. I'm not saying it's for everybody. I'm just saying it's for One Love. That's just my point of view. If you are using any sort of facility where you're going to be naked, I just feel like just be mindful, like just walk around with a towel or just don't use certain spaces. I'm not trying to say all trans people need to do this. I'm just saying me particularly. You know what I mean?
I just need that clarification. We're good.
But Mo, the reason that people go, well, wait, give me 10 seconds. No, it's okay, baby. Mo, the reason that people go around naked, and they do this in both the male locker room and the female locker room, the gym is a hookup spot. That's just what it is. So some people So that I just wanted to throw that out there. But I know somebody else was getting ready to speak. I'm sorry.
Yes, this is Miss Myasia. I'm also a trans woman of color. I've been trans for decades, and a lot of this stuff is really new to me because when I started my transition, which was, like I said, a long time ago, I didn't feel comfortable going into female spaces and showing my body, even though I had developed really, really early on. Until I was 100% sure that I was presenting in the way that I felt comfortable and that I felt that I was a woman and that I looked the part. And this may be offensive to some, so please, my apologies. This is just my opinion. I'm not going to go inside no female space with a beard and whip out my schlong and think it's going to be okay. That's not cool.
Thank you.
I think about my mom. I think about the women in my family. Like, I wouldn't want my mother to be subjected to that. And not for nothing, this isn't even Black trans people doing this. This is other people doing this. And I feel like it's a lot of this stuff is being politicized to keep us separated. A lot of this stuff is keeping us from uniting, because when we're one, we're stronger. You don't see Black people. Black women, trans women are just trying to exist. We're just trying to get from A to B and come home safe. We're not your enemies to the biological women. I want to say we're not your enemies. We're not trying to do anything. We're not trying to take away from you. A lot of us, most of us are born trans. If you understand biology, if you understand embryonic development, the first 6 weeks will tell you if you have of a child's life, will tell you if that child is trans. The 6th week, when the SOY gene malfunctions or doesn't activate, that child is still growing as a woman. Your SRY gene is the gene that activates your testosterone, your testes, et cetera, et cetera. So imagine if that malfunctions, you're still growing as a female, because they say we all start out as female and we grow into being males. So trans people were born this way. In 19 other countries, we're the 3rd gender on the birth certificates. We've always been here. It's just now a lot of people, they benefit from politicizing who we are. You notice that everyone controls the narrative of trans people, but trans people. Everyone has all these opinions about trans people, but you don't hear things from actual trans people. We're not your enemies. I'm going to say one other thing. I'm noticing that a lot of men, cis heterosexual men, will throw on wigs to commit these crimes and
I was just going to say that. Yes.
I'm not in this conversation.
And claim that they're trans. There has to be some sort of policing even within the trans community, because for me, like, I refuse to allow this world to demonize us any more than it has. And we're going backwards because people are just literally, men are just literally, think about it, for decades, when a man commits a crime, what do? They throw on a wig to hide their identity. They throw on a wig and they throw on sunglasses. That's what everyone does. And now they can do that and then claim to be trans, and it makes us all look bad. It really does.
However, let me interject real quickly, though. That was a narrative that conservatives put out with the restroom bills and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So it was an agenda that was put in place. So
it's still in place.
Like, it's not no data to back that up. It's not real. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not trying to, but like, that's not based in reality. Like, there's not really men out here committing crimes against women claiming to be trans. Yes, it may happen in the world, but it's not on a scale that's so high or so great to the point where we need to be concerned about it. So
thank you. That was the point I was trying to make, that nobody really came out with these stories until the Conservative Party came out and said the restroom bill, we got to protect our children from trans people. Then all of a sudden you have these cases coming out in the news, which is very rare. And I don't think it has anything to do with sexuality, but they're using those terms now, or excuse me, gender identity, but they're using those terms now because the Conservative Party has put that narrative out. So now they're using it as an excuse. And even that doesn't happen often.
And can I say that even Benzino, even with his trans news in the media, no. He was talking about the movie on Speak On It with Candy, and he said he was playing in that movie where the man was pretending to be gay just to get closer to the woman. And I know what your, I believe your name is Ari. Oh, no, Miss Stafford. Miss Stafford, I know you said that. Oh, I'm sorry. But you said that, Miss Ari, sorry. You said that doesn't happen often, but and that may not be true. I mean, that may be true, but I think that sports thing doesn't happen often either. I don't know a lot of trans women that like to play sports like that. So I think it's on both sides, but very good points. Very good points.
Right. But the thing is that I wanted to go back to is on my note was the white supremacists that one of the caller were talking about, saying that when someone called people white supremacists because of the transphobia, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit more so you guys can understand the reason why most people from the LGBT community use the white supremacists as a conversation when it comes to transphobia and homophobia. You have to understand that before colonization, there were people in the Native community and in the African community and in the Indian community and the Asian community before we were colonized. They were always two-spirited. They were always a third gender. There was always transgender people. There was always gender fluid people. And we have seen that in history. We have seen that the African people who were colonized erased a lot of LGBT people from the community. Sorry, Conscious? Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, so when people say the white supremacists, we're talking about before colonization, and we're talking about before people understood what gender meant, right? When white supremacists came into the world and they tried to colonize the world, they wanted to erase LGBT people from history and from their communities. So when you are indoctrinated and understand, you have to learn these things, right? So white supremacists teach us that girls look this way and boys look this way, that white women should be praised and other minorities should not. Just like when we look at colorism, we make sure anything that's white is better, right? That's white supremacists, because the white people taught us to believe that we should not like ourselves. We should hate ourselves, right? So you have to understand, even in the Caribbean, there's a law where gay people cannot have sex because of the law that was created by the Europeans, which is England, right? It's called buggery. And you have to understand that that's white supremacists. So when I use the word white supremacist, yes, most Black people use white supremacists as their shield to bash and to belittle people. Just like with colorism, that's white supremacists rooted. So when we're talking about white supremacists, that's where it comes from. All these phobia comes from white supremacists, because if we didn't indoctrinated white supremacists, we would have been unified. We would have been in our own tongues. We would have speak our own language. We would have seen indigenous people. We would have seen people who did not recognize male or female. We would have seen these people, but because we were erased, and that's what I'm trying to make you guys understand, where, yeah, you don't want to be called transphobic, but you do have to unlearn most of your transphobia. I, as a Black trans woman, was transphobic. I had to unlearn most of my transphobia because...
Can you speak about that?
Okay. Well, I'm Caribbean. So everything that I was taught to hate gays and trans. I was taught to hate ambiguous people, like boys should do this and girls should do this. So guess what? I had to unlearn this, that no, everyone shows up differently. Before, I had to learn non-binary people exist. Oh my God. There are people who don't want to identify as a male or female. Oh my goodness. I need to embrace those people. I need to show up for those people. So before I was ignorant and I had to check myself. I had to do my own work. So when I say do your work, it doesn't mean take up a book and do your work. It means just listen and stop just try to fight my words.
And
Just
ask
listen.
yourself questions. Ask yourself, why do I feel this way? Why do I hate this energy that's coming from this other human being? I see a lot of internalized transphobia with a lot of trans women. I see a lot of internalized homophobia with a lot of gay men. So I think even with biological men and women, you have to question, why do I hate these people? And it all comes back down to European colonialism. This is something that it has been pumped into our psyche, the way religion has, the way other social constructs have. I feel as though as a people, we have to kind of really go back and trace, like, why do all these ideologies that I have, where did that come from? Usually comes from, we've been conditioned from the time that we were kids. Even now, like, there's, you see how kids can see what is appropriate as it relates to society, especially now with this whole, don't say gay bill and all the stuff that's starting to happen. They're starting to know that, this is the roles that I'm supposed to play in society because of my genitalia, which is, that's not right. We have to really start to challenge our own thought process and beliefs.
And I just want to say this before we continue, that Black biological women are doing the work. And this is my experience, and I can't speak for every Black trans woman, but I've seen Black biological women doing the work when it comes to unlearning transphobia, when it comes to unlearning homophobia. I've seen it. And yes, you have the little community of Black women who doesn't like trans women or homosexuality or whatever you want to call it, same gender loving people. I get it. But majority of Black women that I run into on my daily experience who finds out that I'm trans and who, okay, you're trans, okay, they know the tea, they follow up, they're aware, they did the work. So I don't want it to seem like Black women is not doing the work. They are doing the work. It's just a small community of them who's just trying to be transphobic.
Yeah,
and
true.
I just want to say that.
That's true. I see the same thing as well. I see a lot of, in my day-to-day, the people that the women that I've shared my trans history with, they've always said to me, I didn't even know you were trans, and you seem like, I've never been around a trans person, and you're so cool, and a lot of the biological women that I've come in contact with are beautiful, that are beautiful inside and out. They're just really good people. There is a handful of women that have allowed a lot of other people to kind of, ruin their ideas or their feelings towards trans people. We're always being pitted against each other. It's like, I'm not in competition with anyone but myself. I have love for my biological women. I've always had love for my biological women. We're not trying to do anything but live our lives and be who we are. That's it.
And I want to, before we continue, because we definitely have other people on the panel as well, and I'm loving this discussion, is as it relates to the reality of like transgenderism and non-binary ness, okay, and the Black community, and how far this stuff goes back in our history. I'm talking about like pre-colonialism, pre-European invasion. I want to read a little bit from this article written up by Sanaya Collins called "The Splendor of Gender Nonconformity in Africa." And I can let you know right now, I'm going to butcher the fucks out of some of these African names, and we're going to charge it to Africa, not to CTV. Okay. It reads that in lieu of a dispute about the LGBO assignments of gender, a direct quote by the source of transgender history of geography has been added to clear further confusion as several LGBOs have pointed out the author's information was incorrect. Apologies for the mistake. Africa, a continent comprised of 55 countries and vast in its histories, ethnic groups, languages, and relationships to colonization. While Western societies glean the reputation of being forward thinkers in regards to gender identity and queerness, Africa is renowned as being a site of violence and intolerance for queer Black Africans. As Black folks of diaspora look to learning about Africa's past to combat the stink of white supremacy, there's yet another benefit to delving deep into the continent's history, and particularly its history of gender nonconformity and queerness, erased by the brutality of colonialism, which I believe is what One Love was speaking about. Quote, despite a long history of transgender realities in Africa, many modern transgender people there experience well-warranted fear because of how despite a long history of transgender. There's feedback from somebody's phone. You guys. Matter of fact, hold on real quick. Hold on, hold that thought. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I had to get my damn piece out the oven before I burnt down the goddamn house. Now, what up a tum-tum? Despite a long history of transgender realities in Africa, many modern transgender people there experience well-warranted fear because of hostility in their families, tribes, or nations, writes Gigi Ballich. Much of this modern hostile response has been placed on the influence of European culture, both because of a colonial past and because of contemporary pressure or the influence of foreign religions. Nevertheless, as in the past, so now transgender people are active members of their community seeking to effect positive changes. Africa's rich past of gender nonconformity, coupled with transgender behaviors and transgender realities, is deeply embedded within various ethnic groups across the entire Wakanda continent. Before the implementation of rigid European binaries within the, here we go, Dagaba tribe of Ghana, Burkina Faso, and the Ivory Coast, gender identity was determined differently. Shaman M, some of the Dagaba, says that gender to the tribe is not dependent upon sexual autonomy. It is purely energetic. In that context, one who is physically male can vibe. This shit I was talking about earlier. It is, in that context, one who is physically male can vibrate female energy and vice versa. That is where the real gender is. The Igbo of Nigeria, also in Western Africa, appear to assign gender around age 5. In Central Africa, anybody want to stab at this? What is this? Utai.
Oh, the Mubuti. Mubuti. I'm Nigerian, so I can help with that. I can barely see the screen because I'm on my phone.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm going to butcher the fuck up. Do not designate a specific gender to a child until after puberty, which is very different than what we do in the West, which is like, from the ultrasound, baby, he's boy or she's girl. In Central Africa, they do not even designate a specific gender to a child until after puberty, in direct contrast to Western society. In Mali, the Dogon tribe generally maintain that the perfect human being is androgynous. Oh, shout out to CTV. The tribe worships noble ancestral spirits who are described as androgynous, intersex, and mystical creatures, and whom are referred to as the teachers. In a uncircumcised penis, the foreskin is representative of femininity, while the clitoris is considered to represent masculinity. Wow. The existence of intersex spiritual deities laid the foundation for the acceptance of transgender behaviors for other African tribes in addition to the Dogon. African spiritual beliefs in intersexual deities and sex gender transformation among their followers have been documented among the Akan, the Ambo,
Oyama,
Bobo, what is this? Chokwe?
Chinwe,
Huh?
Chinque.
Chinque?
Yeah.
Okay, Chinque. Somebody want to stab at the homies? The Bambara, the Atik, Handa, Humbe, Hyundai, Abo, Junkun, and all these beautiful African, beautiful, all these beautiful places in Africa, honey. In Yoruba, transgender and religious ceremony is still reported in the 20th century in West Africa, and cross-dressing is a feature of modern Brazilian and Haitian ceremonies derived from West African religions. Okay, the Lugbara people of Democratic Republic of the Congo and Uganda are among those in Central Africa whom still conduct spiritual ceremonies with transgender priests. According to the late Leslie Feinberg, quote, female to male priests, most importantly, coexist with male to female shamans. Among the Lugbara, for example, male to females are called Okulian. Females, yes. Okay, female to male are named Agule.
Yes.
Okay, the Zulu of South Africa also initiate transgender shamans, calling them in Sangoma.
Close enough. Yeah.
Okay, transgender women were diviners in the Ambo tribe of southern Angola, with the Kalunga, the supreme. Oh, titties. Okay, all right. So I didn't want to go deep. I mean, I didn't want to go like through the whole article, but I just wanted to establish that, as I stated about the West and Black America in the West, we are so whitewashed and pale supremacy washed and so separated from our native language, our native beliefs, our particular worldview and interpretation and cosmology of the world, of the metaverse. And we have to get back to this as Black people. And our ancestors did not think of sexuality and gender identity in the bulky, choppy ass, like rigid ways that the West did. I mean, this was a multifaceted, ethereal, mystical, metaphysical area of study. And these things had realities beyond what Western probably called mutations and hormonal imbalance, which leaves out this whole attitude that maybe there's a lot of things in the West that we're calling biological mutations and hormonal imbalances that are just unique creations of the universe, that are unique creations of God, that have their place in reality. But once again, the West is so patriarchal and masculine and mathematical in its attitude that it doesn't even accept any other alternative view of looking at the reality of nature. But it's some deep shit. So I just wanted to insert that. You
and that came from like a shaman, right?
Yes.
The stuff that you, which yeah. So that's even more powerful.
And that's the thing that they don't want. They don't want people to know where Black people are really from. They don't. White supremacists don't want us to know that there were people existing in the LGBT community. Yes, the LGBT community is a white narrative, but if we take out the LGBT community, there's androgynous people. There are people who are same gender loving people. We need to embrace these people. But again, I can preach on and on and on. They're always going to be transphobic people. They're always going to be homophobic people. They're always going to be a colorist community. They're always going to be these people that exist. It's never going to go away.
I said the same thing. One Love, that homophobes and transphobes need to get over it, because even if they gated off and fenced up all the fucking Africa and kept every documented trans and same gender loving person out of that motherfucker, it wouldn't matter so because guess who's giving birth to queer people? Cis-gendered heterosexual people are. So there's no way to stop what the universe in fact is doing through the wombs and the nut sacks of men and women.
But the thing is, we have to understand that cis women follow what heterosexual men preach. If heterosexual men said, "Hey, we love lesbians," cis woman follows. If cis man says, "We love embracing two women together," cis woman follows. Anything that heterosexual man preaches, cis woman is going to follow the steps.
Okay, so as someone who is staunchly feminist in every single regard, I vehemently disagree with that.
Do you identify as a TERF? Since you referenced yourself as a feminist.
Sorry?
I was asking, do you identify yourself as a TERF since you are identifying as a feminist? I'm just asking.
I've been described as a TERF, yes.
Do you identify with that? Because I don't want to disrespect you. Is what my question.
Do I identify with that? No, I don't. No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think she does.
I didn't either, but I get triggered when I hear the word feminist because that's associated with a lot of white women that.
But you have to understand where feminist.
And and like, sorry, one love. Let me interject at this point. I agree with the with the African. I'm so happy we were able to read about the different tribes in Africa. I'm Igbo. I know what I've argued many times with people who I would actually classify as transphobic. I've argued in defense of it being a natural spiritual thing. It's natural. It's as natural as being cis. It's as natural as whatever else. I would fight till the death to defend that. I think I do agree that we have, and I also personally would have inherited some internalized transphobia. I'm willing to concede to that as well.
Yes.
But I think when I'm trying to say, and I don't articulate it well because I'm speaking from an emotional point given my past. But when I'm trying to say, I think there are some certain spaces that we should be reserved for cis women. I'm not saying that to say I want my trans sisters, like I'm want that some kind of harm, or I don't want them to exist, or whatever, level up or whatever. Like I don't have any, like I don't have any hate. I don't. Right? So, but like I get defensive a bit when it's if that's and maybe I shouldn't, right? Because it's kind of like a racist being offended with all the races. So maybe I admit there's work I have to do, and to understand, because I like, the last thing I want is to see my fellow trans sisters, trans brothers feeling like they don't matter. And I know we live in a society that literally like treats them like shit, even now. And it's maddening, it's effed up, I hate it. But like, to classify me with the same category as someone who wants to cause harm to a trans person, like just because I want a certain space I think should be reserved for me as a cis woman, I don't know. I think it's a bit of a stretch.
I totally agree, and a lot of trans women on the panel, who uses the spaces that you're talking about, we totally agree. Like, I believe that biological females who has vagina deserve their own space in certain points. I get that. We all understood that. We're not pushing back on it. I think the media make it seem that we're pushing back on it, but trans women who live this life every single day, trust me, that's the last thing I want, to walk up in some change room in the heater to see some saggy ass vagina, because vagina can be saggy when it's wet.
Oh my God.
And y'all
Speak
biological
for
females, listen,
speak for yourself.
no
Or
shade,
should they use the male one?
no
I'm
shade.
just like, should we use the man one? I'm confused. Like what
No,
you're saying.
I'm just saying, I'm not going to go into a locker room and just sit there and just lurk for your vagina. Like, oh my God, there's a vagina in the room. I need to stare at it. No, I
Well,
just
it
But
doesn't
what
have
I'm
to
saying
be
is like, if,
saggy.
if someone's not passable, does that mean that they can't then use uh, basically women's spaces, like public women's spaces, like locker rooms, like
Are you
bathrooms, things
asking
like
me that
that?
question?
Well, I'm asking anyone who feels like there
I
should be
just don't want
separate
to see
spaces
it
like
there.
that for trans
It's
women.
that
I'm
simple.
just
Well, you have to understand, as what the other caller, I can't remember her name, and she's a black trans woman as well. She was saying basically, it
Miss
took her some
Myasia.
time. It took her some time to actually start using women's spaces. I feel like with not all trans women, but most trans women who transition on Monday and then Tuesday they want to use every female spaces. I think that's wrong,
I don't think that's
personally.
reality. I think most trans people feel uncomfortable in spaces that they don't belong or people feel like they don't belong
No,
in.
I don't think. I think you have to understand, like, when you have to understand with trans women, you have to understand that your experience is different from every other person experiences, right? And these
Right.
are the rules. So, for instance, if you are transitioning and you are uncomfortable with your trans body because of dysphoria, right? Yeah, we understand
Mhm.
that most trans women won't use a space, but they are, you have to understand, there are non-binary folks who don't identify with male or female who chooses to use female spaces, right? So we have to think about those trans people as well, because they're qualified as trans as well. But you keep focusing
Okay,
on
so we
trans
can have
by
that
not binary.
conversation.
Sorry?
Okay. I say no, we can have that conversation as far
Right.
as like
You keep
non-binary
focusing
people.
on you keep focusing on binary women. I'm talking about binary trans women. I'm
But
talking
she
about
said woman only spaces, which
yeah,
means
but
that trans women are not allowed.
you have to understand that maybe a non-binary person can use that female space as well, and she can be
But
triggered.
what about the binary trans women? Because they are not
She
allowed in
said
that
because
space.
no, she said that basically she can be triggered if she see a male person in the locker room, right? That
She said
person
penis.
Exactly. Like if
She
I
said
see
that
someone
penis.
that looks like T.S.
She didn't say
Madison,
male
of
person.
course
She
I'm
said
not.
penis.
If I see someone
yeah,
that
but
looks like T.S. Madison, like you think, I'm not gonna be triggered. I'm not even gonna think twice. Like it's
So
like
you seen her
that's
penis, you
the
wouldn't be
nuance I'm
triggered.
talking about.
no, it's you are
So if
missing
you
the
seen
point.
T.S. Madison's penis, you wouldn't be triggered. I'm trying to find out exactly
Okay.
what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm
One
just
love
trying to.
gets it. I'm not gonna go back and forth. One love gets it.
No,
Okay.
I think what we're missing. Can I say something 1 second? I think what we're missing is the fact that the trans community is an umbrella term, right? There are some trans women who are females, meaning they went through the surgery. Then there are some trans women who enjoy just with their male genitalia. Then there are trans people who don't want to touch their body, don't want to do hormones, right? So what you have this biological female saying that she is triggered by male anatomy. So it could be a facial feature, it could be a genital, it could be a muscle, it could be any. I get what you're saying.
But she said penis
You're just
specifically. She said
yeah,
penis
but
specifically.
It's an
I think she didn't have the I think she didn't have the language to say what she was trying to say. But we keep going back to binary trans woman. She's not talking about binary trans woman. If you're doing the work, she said she doesn't mind if you're doing the work, right? But when we talk about trans people, there's an umbrella term. There's non-binary, there's gender fluid, there's non-conforming, there is transgender women, there is transgender men. Those are all the people that's in the transgender community. So we can't
There's
just
even more than that.
sorry?
I was saying there's actually even more than that because it's
Right.
such an umbrella
So when you
term.
get offended, you have to literally live this life where trans women, we don't face a lot of discrimination if you are a passable trans woman, right? You know
That's true.
who gets discriminated more? The non-binary, gender fluid people who
I
are
agree
walking
with you.
around. So when they're labeled as trans, right? And then because we are trans, we're trans women, we're offended, but we cannot, because we are
Can I say something?
transitioning into a female space. We have to respect female space at the end of the day because we're transitioning into that community.
But I felt like the conversation was about female only spaces, right? So
Right.
she was talking about trans people not being allowed into those spaces. That was
She
the
didn't have the
conversation.
proper
So
language.
okay, let me finish. Let me finish.
Your speaker is not coming off properly, baby.
Police attorney, your Boost Mobile is like acting.
Not the
Boost Mobile. Jeez.
They got you sounding
your
like you're on like
speaker.
10% of your data at this point. Like, did you pay your bill entirely, boo?
I think you have to log off and log back in.
Yeah, you might have to go out and come back in, love.
But
I think
the point I
what
was
happened
trying
was
to make was that because I understand what you're saying. You're saying non-binary people. You're being specific in saying that.
Right.
I understand what you're saying. However,
Right.
that's not what she was saying when she first said what she said.
No, I
What
think
she
she didn't have the
said was that
language,
trans people should not be allowed in women-only spaces. Now, if she's saying that passable trans women are allowed, then okay, we can maybe have that conversation. But then that's still gatekeeping, because then
I
how are we
know, but
gatekeeping and who makes those decisions?
I think that she didn't have the proper language, and she doesn't sound like she was saying trans women cannot be in the spaces. I think what we have to understand that binary trans women is not the forefront of transgender community anymore. So with binary trans women, we try to take up all the problem in the community, but most problem that occur is because of the non-binary folks, which we have to protect them at all costs. But
Well,
Which is what
let
I'm
me
trying to
jump in.
do.
I want to piggyback off of Ari. Hopefully I said your name correct.
You did,
Because
babe.
in
I
the,
wasn't upset with the girl
in,
who misspoke. I would just to
no,
clarify that.
Okay.
no, for sure. Because in the beginning she did say that. She did say, I don't want to see anyone that looks like a man in the restroom. She did say that, and she did
Yeah, but
mention
what
the
I'm
penis.
saying is
And so,
she
no. But I
educated
understand what
herself.
you're
So
saying. I understand because she did come back. But she did come back, and then she said she realized she had some unlearning to do. She
Right.
had an epiphany. So that's the
Exactly.
part that that's the part that was kind of getting lost in the shuffle. But
Exactly.
I understood.
Right. She didn't have the proper language to explain herself. And most cis women, when I run into them, they don't have proper language. And that's where we come in as trans women to kind of educate them if you want to. I'm not saying you should, but if you want to educate someone, then you can. But she didn't mean it that way.
I think I was just triggered by the whole thing of the whole triggering conversation that y'all had when y'all were talking about triggers, talking
Right.
about penises being seen and things like that. That was what I was talking about. So that was
Penis triggers
I
you?
guess the point that I was. No. I guess like if I'm saying like you don't want a woman who's fully realizes a woman with a penis, you don't want to see a penis. You're basically saying that she shouldn't be there.
No, but what I'm saying about the penis situation is that if you are a
That's all I
trans
was saying, but
woman,
I'm not arguing. It's fine.
yeah, but let me go back to about the penis situation. For me personally, and I live my life as a transgender woman, and I have a good 9-inch penis, and I love it, but eventually it's gonna be gone. But I love it for now. If I
Wow.
if I said I wanted to use a female space, right, to go to the gym, right, there is at every gym that is in North America, there's a handicap bathroom or a private bathroom or whatever. For me personally, it's not because of gender phobia. It's just me being respectful, right? I'm just speaking for myself. I would not feel comfortable using a facility where it's only vagina in that space and I have a penis. I'm going to be respectful. So what I was saying is that I would think that most trans women would be respectful. And other callers said the same thing as well, that she would be respectful as well, not to use certain spaces because we
Me
don't have.
personally, I would too, but you can't tell other people that they have
We're
to
not saying
then
no, but
not
me and
be.
the other caller never said that we want we never said trans girls should.
Yeah,
She just said she didn't want to
I
see a
clarified
penis.
that
Like,
with
what are
One
y'all
Love
talking
earlier
about?
that she was talking about her own personal experience.
No, I was talking about my own personal experience. And the caller said that she was triggered with if a trans woman walking around with her penis all around the place, right? And I said that I wouldn't. Girl, I'm too scared. So I
Well, I
wouldn't.
want to give some pushback because I know you mentioned twice in regards to non-binary being the larger portion of the trans community. I'm just now learning about non-binary. I still feel like when people discuss trans, the biggest thing that they discuss are trans women. I mean, I could be wrong,
That's
but
the truth.
any topic, anytime trans comes up, I rarely hear about trans men.
Okay,
Never.
so how do you identify?
I'm a cisgender woman.
Okay, so do you know how a non-binary person shows up?
They can show up as any. There is no look. You can't put them in a box.
Right. So if you have a male who was assigned birth male but walks around with dresses and makeup and hair, right? What would you classify that person as?
Repeat that.
If a person who was assigned male at birth, right, walks around with a dress and makeup and a wig on, what would you classify that person as?
Well, it depends on what they look like. Because are we talking about somebody
let
that
me
looks
break it
like?
down. Let me break it down.
Well, no. Let me give you the picture that comes to my mind. Because are we talking about someone like Saucy Santana?
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying.
I heard what you said.
If a person who was assigned male at birth, right, with no hormones in their body, right, they just go to H&M and they pick up a dress, go to the MAC, do their makeup, and walk around with a wig. Would you classify that person as a trans woman?
Yes.
Right.
I would.
Yeah,
right.
I would not.
Most people.
But you want to know why? Because we all started out there. We all started out there. All trans women start there.
But what I'm trying to say to you is because of the progressive of non-binary community, most people are identifying more as non-binary than binary transgendered women. Can we agree on that?
I think the problem here is that we've all grown up in a society that automatically puts pink on girls, blue on boys, and as we're maturing and people are discovering to transform and to transition into who they want to be, it's hard being in a Western civilization to redo what we've already learned.
Right.
That's the problem that people are having.
But I have to push back. If you ask me if I saw, because we have to be, language matters.
Right.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what people are assigned at birth when I'm in the mall and I'm just walking around. If I see someone that is walking around, well, wait a minute. If I see someone that is walking around and you said that they were assigned male at birth, I am assuming that you're speaking of someone who looks like a man, and you said they have on makeup, but they're wearing a dress. That is not a trans person to me. I don't know what that means.
Here's a different example. The person, can I use the person in the do-rag, the brown do-rag? Can I use this example?
Sure.
Okay. Here you have a male assigned birth male identify, right? You don't have to know, you don't have to take a rocket science. We all know that this person is assigned birth male, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So he decides, it's Friday night and I'm going to buy a dress, do my makeup, and put on a wig. What would you classify him as?
He's still a man. He's a man. He's not trans.
Would you say?
I think the real answer to that question is maybe you should ask that person how does they identify.
That's true.
No, she just asked me. She asked me. No. She just asked me she asked me for my opinion if I was in the mall, and I just told you I would not consider this person to be a trans. Just because someone is wearing a dress, it doesn't make them trans.
Right.
Who are you to say that though, sweetheart? That's the problem. That's the issue.
Right,
you
but this is what I'm saying.
Define other people's trans men.
Well, I tell you,
guys, we have to be logical. We cannot be just like thinking like, oh, the world thinks like the way we think. No, this is why trans people get abused in the street. This is why trans people get bullied. Is because this guy with the do-rag, if he wanted to go to H&M and say, no, I want to purchase a dress, you know what pushback he will get for purchasing a dress? You know what pushback if he goes to the lingerie store in the Victoria's Secret and said, "I want to try on a bra." He will get
Let me stop
pushback.
you though, babe. No, he's not bullied because of him being non-binary. He's bullied because of transphobia, homophobia.
That's
That's
what I'm
why he's
saying.
bullied.
But that's what I'm saying. What
Okay,
I'm
so you
saying
can't blame him for being bullied because of how he is.
I'm
Like,
not
you know what I mean? You
blaming him.
can't. I'm
You're
not
missing this
understanding what you're
point.
saying.
You're missing the point. What I'm trying to say is that there are trans people and there are non-binary people, but people don't know the difference between non-binary and trans. People do not know the difference. People do not know the difference between a trans woman and a non-binary person.
Well, am
If
I the only one that would not consider a man wearing a dress a trans person?
If he claimed to be
I
trans,
wouldn't.
he would be
I
trans,
wouldn't.
or
I would.
she would be trans.
how much people ask
Hello,
Conscious if he's
hello,
trans? How
hello,
much?
hello.
How much?
Hey, to E's point, it would depend because it just depends on how it's being carried. Because depending on how it's being carried, I mean, I might assume maybe cross dresser.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
It might look costumey to me. I may think maybe an actor just coming off. It could be. I mean, who knows? It just depends on how it's being carried because, like a trans woman is not wearing her aesthetic in a performative matter. Like it's you can tell it's authentic to her.
Exactly.
I agree.
You know, and
But
so
okay,
it just depends on how it's being carried, like how the individual is occupying like the clothes.
Yes.
But if I see a man with a beard wearing a dress, I'm not going to think that he's trans. I'm just going to think he felt like wearing a dress that day because the trans women I know do not walk around with beards. So I would not. That's just. I don't know. Maybe I have some unlearning to do. But I'm just
There
saying
are
I would
trans
not
women
consider.
with beards. There are trans women with beard. Where are you?
Well, I'm in Atlanta and I see them
Okay, there's
frequently, and I
tons of
promise
trans
to
women
God,
with beard there.
but I'm telling, I haven't seen them. I
There are
promise to God
trans
because
women
the
who
woman,
don't do laser.
they
What are you talking about?
well,
There's trans women with beard.
well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about trans women who are saying that they are going to. You are transitioning. That's what trans means to me. And I know transitioning means different things to different people. But when you are making the conscious effort to go forward and saying that this is who I am and I want my outside to match my inner, when you come out with the full beard and you're presenting as both, I understand what non-binary means. But to me, from the trans people who I have met, they don't do that. And you said they do it all the time. I haven't met them. And I would not put a trans label on someone just because they put on a dress. Because I am in Atlanta. Some men like even Gutter K on the Bad Boys Los Angeles. He wears dresses. He's not a trans person. He's just gay.
Can you see
I'm
my
not
but that's
screen?
because he
saying that
doesn't
though.
identify as trans.
Can you see my screen, E?
Yes.
Okay. So these are some trans women who
Thank you.
choose to keep their beards.
Are they not
Are they
trans?
trans? Are they trans women or do they identify as non-binary?
No, these
Trans women.
are trans women who identify as trans, and some of them choose to keep their beards because it's revolutionary and it further deconstructs gender.
Thank you.
Okay, so the male guy and the bald-headed male guy, woman, that's a trans woman.
Hold on, let me go to my screen so I can't even. Yes, trans women teach us what a denial beard is. So this is.
Okay, that was before. Okay.
No, I think
No.
he's
saying
before
that.
After.
Hold on, let me just actually go to this particular trans.
There's a trans woman right there. Oh no, she's non-binary. She came on the.
I'm about to pull up this article here about this trans woman. This trans woman kept her beard and couldn't be happier. This is Alex Drummond. She's a 51-year-old psychotherapist and photographer from Cardiff. 6 years ago, Drummond started living as a woman and kept her awesome bushy beard. She also decided not to opt for hormones or surgery. In the short video, she discusses some of her reasons for not conforming to traditional ideas about gender. Quote, "I'm widening the bandwidth of how to be a woman," she says. Drummond told BuzzFeed News about how she came to transition the bullying she suffered as a child, and what happens when she walks down the street. Many trans women seek to feminize their appearance, but you've chosen a beard. Why? Alex Strutman. I was aware that I was unlikely to pass as NATO female, aka biological. So what I wanted to do was see if it was possible to create another space. I did it in a very radical way. I was testing new ground. I knew that simply shaving my beard and putting breasts on wasn't going to make me pass. And I used to work for an architect, and he used to say, quote, when you're designing something, you either make it very deliberately level or very deliberately off. So that was the philosophy. What I want to do is widen the bandwidth of gender to make it more possible for people to come out as transgender to live authentic lives. If all you ever see is trans women who completely pass, aka the T.S. Madisons of the world, the Janice Mocks of the world, the Laverne Cox of the world, the Hope Giselles of the world, and are completely convincing as natal females, then those of us who don't have that kind of luck, won't have the confidence to come out. For the people who don't pass, I can say, don't be afraid, because what I've discovered is you don't need to pass. What you need to act is authentically. And if a child sees me and thinks, bloody hell, so it's not as simple as pink or blue or football or ballot, there must be 101 possibilities in between, then maybe I can serve the greater good.
Thank
This
you.
is
Actually.
it
Thank
is.
you for
This
that
is something.
article. Wow.
This is something new to me. I've never heard of this before.
Because there's
So thank you.
101 possibilities in between.
Right, and that's the
Exactly.
point that I'm
So,
trying to say to you
but
guys.
so thank you,
There's this
Conscious, for sharing that. But I do have to say,
this is
well, wait just a moment. Conscious, thank you for sharing that. But I do have to say to One Love, although yes, you were right in that instance. You know, that was a teachable moment for you and I, because
Thank you.
when you said to me, well, where are you looking? It's not like I have my choice to go around and say, well, hey, are you not? Because I wouldn't know that. So, you know, but language does matter. You know, that was a little bit catty.
And you know what I wanted to say on someone in the comment section was saying, why don't you ask a person their gender? If you go up and ask a trans woman who is passing their gender, they will cuss you the hell out. So you dare yourself to go to a trans woman who lived her life as a woman, did all of her surgery, and you ask her gender and see your reactions. Good luck.
But would it be offensive if I said, because I wouldn't know how to, I would just ask that person their name. But someone who looked like the person that was just on that screen, that Conscious had up, I wouldn't identify them as, because it would be difficult. I would just use their name in that instance. They would have to tell me their pronouns. But I
Right,
wouldn't
and I
ask
agree
them.
with you.
I would just use their name.
I agree with you on that. But what I'm trying to say to you is that the pushback when people say, why don't you just simply ask them their pronouns? A trans woman will be very offended that you ask if she's a man or a woman, or she's non-binary. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this.
What would be about a case by case thing? Like it's a nuanced thing.
Okay,
You would
well,
obviously you could tell certain people who look a certain type of way, if they're binary, you know. But if they're not binary, then you just ask the question if you're unsure.
Cis people
You
don't know
what I
what
mean?
binary means.
What?
Most cis biological people do not know what binary means. They don't even follow up.
Younger people do though.
Okay, well,
times are changing.
Times are
Thank you,
changing.
Well,
One
baby, I'm
Love.
not a teacher. I can't educate everything.
Thank
You know what I
you,
mean?
Thank you, One Love. And
You're
I think
welcome,
going
baby.
forward now, I know I know what to use, like what language to use, because I guess it's so complicated now in like thinking further about it. But yeah, if I see it, you know, like the T.S. Madisons and the Janet Marks, like obviously, like I'm not looking at so closely at anyone's like genitalia in the washroom anyway. But if I see some trans person that looks like this person, woman, walking in, I'm gonna freak out.
Right.
So you saying you would freak out if you see me in the bathroom?
It could be wrong, it could be bad, it could be wrong, it could be whatever, but that's just going to be my reaction.
Well, wait, Mo just said that. Well, Mo, do you use the? Can I? If that's not too personal, do you use the ladies' room or the men's room?
Uh, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna use whatever's open.
Period.
So wait, what?
That's not.
Because there's something always open
Wait,
in
who
the
said that? Can we see
Cut.
the person that said that?
restroom. That's Mo.
No, that was me, Mo. Hey, how you
I
doing?
can't see.
Transmasculine.
I can't see you.
This is Mo.
Okay.
Yes. I have a question for everyone on the panel. As it relates to like this whole restroom situation, has it not dawned on anyone that a RAPIST is someone who doesn't need permission to violate you, so they don't need the government to legalize them going into the restroom or into an alleyway or hauling off into your home to
For
assault.
sure.
So
This is true.
I'm not really. I don't understand this whole like
This is
we are
true.
acting like laws actually keep lawbreakers from breaking laws. Like
Thank
if somebody wants to attack you, that's what they're going to do. They don't.
Good point. Good point.
It's not like anybody. It's not like the bathrooms have some type of secure code on them to begin with, only for the gender assigned. Anybody can walk into either space. So it
Right.
seems like there's something like at the root of the bathroom issue that's not really about the bathroom, and I think maybe it really is about like patriarchy and women just feeling uncomfortable in a overwhelmingly male-dominated space, and the issue of then unpacking the trans phenomenon in between all of that, and male to female is that all of that is kind of really coming up, but that really this is just about patriarchy, because the reality is women have every reason to be traumatized by patriarchy, because patriarchy has been nothing but trauma inducing.
Exactly.
Well, Conscious, I have to be honest with you. I asked Mo that, and I can be honest with you all. I asked Mo that because I heard holistic attorney say, I would freak out. And then Mo said, well, something, I can't remember Mo's response, but that's what made me ask. But I have to be honest, if I saw this person on the screen, I would do a double take. I would be like, wait a minute. And but I wouldn't necessarily feel like I am in danger, but it would just be it's not something that I see every day. So I would give a second glance, because I'm like, that's something that would catch me off guard. I just
And
have to
as
be
a
honest
trans
about that.
woman who is binary, I would be like, sir, this is the wrong bathroom, girl.
Exactly.
And that's when I turn around and you see my chest and then be like, oh, I'm sorry. I get it all the time. I get it often. I laugh it off because I'm comfortable in my skin. But not everybody is comfortable in their skin, so to speak. So, but if people decided to, put laws on the book saying that you have to go to the restroom that's your assigned birth,
you coming with us,
sex marker, you're gonna see me, baby. And you're gonna see a lot of my trans masculine brothers and trans gender brothers in the bathroom with you. So I don't think that's the game that you want to really play. Is what
and
I'm
also,
saying.
but also,
About as it relates to a bathroom is if they have a solid roll of tissue in the stall.
Amen.
But that also goes for the men. But that also goes for the men as well, because on Facebook, a lot of men have brought up that topic in the restroom and talk about their daughters and their wives and yada yada yada. I don't think that they understand that then the girls will be in their rooms as well.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody thinks about the safety of the trans people either.
I was gonna say that, and by the way, I don't mean to cut nobody off. I'm
I'm
listening.
fine too.
Because the whole thing I like about this conversations too is that I understand I may be a gay male, but at the same time, I know I'm not a trans woman, trans man, nothing like that. So a lot of times I like to come back and just listen. That's the proper thing to do. But what I will say is this: that's what I found very interesting, is that a lot of times too, when these conversations get had, everybody talks about they don't want the trans women or trans individuals in particular restrooms. But however, when trans women in particular actually go by those standards, rules, regulations, and actually enter the restrooms of men, since everybody's the trans identity is men, they also don't decide to discuss the violence that also gets put on trans women. So
True.
Trent, that's the reality I know that I had to deal with, being in school when I first transitioned before I started hormones or anything. I was passable before hormones, kind of. Well, no, I was. People thought I was male, female all the time. And so, like, going into the bathrooms, I tried to do that because my grandmother, would be like, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. Like, you have people in your head, so you have this internalized phobia. So I used the male bathroom, and men would come in the bathroom, they'd be like, what the fuck, like screaming stuff and, looking crazy at me and watching me and shit like that. Like, it was uncomfortable. It was scary. And people don't think of that. Like, I've had men walk behind me after I've left the bathroom and like followed me. And that was the last thing I ever walked in a male bathroom. So it's like you don't, like, people don't know, like, trans women face a lot of the same things that women face. I've been almost snatched into bushes, and this is, I was in high school, no hormones or nothing. I still technically was a boy, right? So it's like people don't know that, like, this stuff happens to trans women too. So people just, and I'm sorry to cut anybody off, but I
No, I'm
just have to say
sorry.
that.
I'm so sad.
I think
That's a valid point. That's a valid point.
I think the problem that too we have to realize is that if we're discussing the gay community and the trans community of Black people, we have come so far just to have decent and clean restrooms. We have to remember that white people thought that we couldn't even use their restrooms because we carry different diseases. And then when people come out and say that they were gay or trans or lesbian, okay, now a disease is associated with being Black and gay, trans, or lesbian. So it's like we keep taking 2 steps forward and we keep moving backward. And like was One Love said, it's the education part.
Yes,
Thank
it is.
you.
A large, I want to say that I feel like in large, just to piggyback off of the whole knowledge thing, is that beyond knowledge, what's really lacking that leads to a lot of like mythology and a lot of urban legend around trans people is the fact that a lot of this can be cleared up by just actually being in relationship to minority people, being in relationship to gay people, being in relationship to trans men and to trans women. There's just something that even like unpacking something intellectually cannot substitute that is very unique to just being in a relationship to the very people who are coming up in the news or the very people who are entering into your spaces. And largely, there's still an issue of cis-gendered people. Like, they see trans people, they are aware of the trans community of America, but are not necessarily being intentional about developing and cultivating communal relationships to those trans people. So by standing still at afar still leads to a lot of ignorance and a lot of hesitation and a lot of paranoia and there's still a lot of open space because like that conditioning is you're going to revert back to your conditioning without relationship because you live in a society that reinforces more homophobia and transphobia than not. So, and you've been cultivated and you've heard that shit your whole fucking life. You literally throughout the whole church, throughout the whole Bible, throughout every religious system in the United States, most communities in this country have participated day in, day out in othering these people, othering these people, othering these people, othering these people. So there's more of that social programming vibrating in your consciousness. The only thing that can really obliterate that and that could arrest that at its seams is the development of relationship. We have to develop relationship to people who are different from us so that we can because like that's the only way that we're going to feel really safe and well informed is by going into the phenomenon and not just observing it like it's some circus freak at a zoo or like it's some sideshow situation happening within an aquarium, but actually getting into the water and interacting with the dolphin, interacting with the fish, so that you understand that there's nothing to be afraid of. Like, and this goes back to very old philosophy about, you know, the only way to overcome fear of the dark is by turning the lights off and realizing that the dark is rather friendly. So I just feel like we have to push more for a relationship. Like, you need to know queer people, you need to know trans women and men, you need to, you know, we need to develop relationship to people who we've been taught not to understand. And the burden is on privileged people to be intentional about that. It's not on queer people to fight for space. It's up to us to pull out a seat at the table we defaulted to because we've been inherently considered more normal, more socially acceptable, and that's only the kind of virtuous thing to do. Like, it can't be on, the burden can't be on minority people. The burden has to be on the dominant class.
Fair enough.
That is so true.
Now, what's also true is that we've been here for 4.5 motherfucking hours.
I wasn't.
To get to the stick, it's all this beautiful thing. This has been a really powerful, well done.
But before the caller had on.
Oh, one love. Your Boost Mobile is now breaking up as well, boo.
Oh. No, my headset is not on.
Huh?
Hold on, let me put my headset on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can
so
hear
the
you.
male caller, the male caller that we had on your panel in the beginning, right? Was he your guest to speaking about the trans women in prison?
So yes, he is one of my good friends, and he's a part of the sector of YouTube. And yeah, he was coming up here to speak about the situation, ask questions. He's very affirming, but like all heterosexual people, of course, there's things he don't understand and things that he's willing to
But he said that he doesn't recognize trans women as women, and where did he affirm trans people?
He affirms trans people by affirming respect on all people. So whatever.
But he said trans women are not women.
Yeah, that would be his personal belief, but his conduct is not violent because he respects all people regardless of personal.
Okay, so are we saying that a racist can be a racist, but they just, as long as you can't eat in front of their table, but you can eat outside? But are we gonna accept that?
But that's not what I said. See, this particular person would allow you to eat at their table. What I'm saying, because for me and mine, I actually don't care to live in a managed society. I really don't give a fuck what people believe about queer people, gay men, androgynous men, trans women. I don't really give a fuck. I actually prefer a society that's just willing to get the fuck out of my way. You can believe what the fuck you want to believe. So I don't particularly push for people to change. You know, that would be if at the end of the day, people can just learn to have whatever thoughts they have, but ultimately have their politics correct, which is that, like, just make space whether you believe or not, which is possible. It's possible to say, I personally don't agree with this, or I personally don't believe in Muhammad. I personally don't believe in Buddhism, but I'm also not going to stop other people from having a religious right to practice whatever.
Yeah, but he was stopping trans women from being a woman because he said trans women are not women, right?
No, he doesn't have any authority.
He said it. No, he said it on your platform. That's why I came off your platform. Initially, I came off your platform because you were saying you believe in LGBT people, kind of educating people who don't understand, right? And there are sisters on this panel who didn't understand in the beginning, who are very open to understanding, okay, you know what? Trans women affect biological women than it affects biological male, right? So when you hear men speak about trans women, they speak about that because one, they want to obtain their misogyny and they want to obtain their manhood. So when they downplay trans women, they're performing for cis biological women. And he knows that this platform is run by cis black women. So by downplaying black transgendered women or black trans people, he gets credits from biological transphobes, right? So
No,
hold on.
Hold on. Because I'm the person up here who actually knows knockout. We have trans women in our actual friendship circles and spaces. So nobody can tell me what his actual politics are because nobody
Right, but you're not trans though, so you can't tell the trans
I don't have
community
to be
how to
trans.
feel.
I know the person that that's taking a stand right now to put on the stand. So that's who I'm speaking to. And what I'm telling you is that he didn't even have an opportunity to even further his journey in this discussion because he had to leave. And then y'all got off on a very harsh start because he had questions like all of these wonderful people up here had, who initially had all type of thoughts and had all type of perceptions until they could participate further and hear from all sides, etc. So that opportunity wasn't afforded to Mr. Knockout. What I will say to about Mr. Knockout is that what I know for a fact is that irregardless of what he believes in his mind, Knockout is someone who is friendly and loving and communal with all people, regardless of his personal beliefs and attitude toward said person. That's what I know, because that's what actually happens in our actual friendship circle. That's what actually is happening. That's not a myth. That's not something that's far off. It's evidence to support all of that. Just like I have a grandmother all right, because see, as a gay man, I've had to go through my own bullshit. I have a grandmother. I come from a very Southern, traditional, religious, bullshit Christian family. And, you know, church, Bible, gays, going to hell, whatever. When I came out of the closet, officially, 13, 14 years ago, one of the very first people I came out to was my grandmother. And I sat in her bedroom and said, Grandma, I'm sure y'all probably have assumed, but I've just never actually said it. And I just want to say to you that I am same gender loving. And she said, well, Lovey, you know, I know what the Bible says. And I know the way that I've been taught. But you're my grandson. And I love you. And I'm going to support whatever makes you happy. And for me, I don't represent all of the queer community. There are some people who won't push the envelope and they want you to change your motherfucking mind. It ain't enough for there to be an in-between. That's not the case for me. So when my grandmother offered her hand in love while still retaining her own independent right to believe whatever the hell she wants to believe and hold true to whatever she wants to hold true to, while also not allowing it to keep me out of spaces, I received that. And my grandmother, as a result of us having that exchange, she has gone from someone who we just didn't talk about my personal life to now even ask me about my mate, ask me how my mate is doing, and even wanted to meet my partner. You know, like, it's welcoming of me bringing my partner, you know, into, you know, Thanksgiving and Christmas, etc. Boom, boom, boom. So I am somebody who has had the experience of watching cis-gendered heterosexual people be able to have both things. Another prime example is I consider myself a Christian mystic. I don't, you know, Satanist and Luciferianism is interesting, but it's not my swag. And there was a situation that happened in this country a few years back where Satanists were actually rallying behind having their temples resurrected on government grounds. They wanted to see their temples, their statues, the Baphomet, etc. They wanted to have their satanic temples resurrected in communities, just like there are churches on every other block in America. And of course, conservative evangelical Christians went up in arms to contend that. Wow. And I thought it was interesting that what was good for the goose wasn't good for the gander. And I thought it was interesting at the blinding privilege of it all, that you only get to be an open practicing Christian because of your religious freedom. And to not afford that to other people, regardless of how the fuck you feel about it, is irresponsible and it's ignorant. And you don't have to give up one in order to give people the other. Whatever the hell you feel in your heart, whatever the idea you hold personally, is your fucking business. And there's somebody who's going to attempt to do some mass surgery on your brain to get you to change it. That just ain't going to be CTV. If at the end of the day, you can learn to hold your personal belief and still fight for other people's liberty and rights, which is something that can be done and has been done in this country and all over this world, then I think that's solid for me. That's solid. So I'm not here to argue knockout media needing to change his politic. What I do know about a knockout media is that everybody around him is received and treated with the utmost of respect.
I am.
Okay, I just have one. I just want to add one thing to that, just because I think it's a little bit of a difference when being a trans woman, because it's like you can let people have their opinion and you can let people feel how they feel, but when a person is literally like denying, your existence and saying like you're not a woman, you're a man, like, you know what I mean? It for a trans person, it bothers you. It messes with your psyche. Like it for a person who's in communion with you, who's in your community, who's in your circle, who you're talking to. Now, for the rest of the world, I don't think I don't know how it affects others, but I'm going to speak for myself. It doesn't bother me. I think less of a fuck about what the other world categorizes me as. But those who are in my circle, my family, my friends, I'm going to expect them to see me as who I am, or at least say that to my face. You know what I mean?
So that's
all I'm going to say.
And that's what a knockout media does. The context here is he was asked a specific question. He didn't go out of his way to berate anybody with his opinion per se. He was asked a direct question about one love, which is, do you believe that trans women are women? He says, no, I don't believe that.
So would he call her she, like, her, like,
yeah, because even when, yes,
who he didn't,
hold on,
he didn't,
because even when we corrected him about Demi, because he was reading from the article,
right? He wasn't talking about me,
and we had to let him know that no, the trans woman is a trans woman. She identifies as she, etc. Then that's how he proceeded. He's not somebody who's going to He's not going to overwrite the way you want to identify just because he can.
We don't, but the thing is, I'm trying to understand, like, I'm not trying to tell this black man that he needs to see trans women as women. I just asked him a simple question. And once I get that answer, I'm not going to sit with you. You're dead to me. You don't exist. And that's how I operate. If you're racist, hold on.
But nobody is contesting that.
Hold on.
Don't have to
right. And that's why I say I'm not going to. That's why I get it. But I respect what you're saying, Conscious. And I'm not going to sit with someone who is physically transphobic for no reason. I'm not going to sit with a racist. I'm not going to sit with a person who is sexist and homophobic. You gay man can do that. I know if I physically,
you probably work for a sexist. You occupy spaces every day.
Yeah, but we
of
understand that concept. But what I'm saying is, if you're verbally telling me that you don't see trans women as women and I'm a trans woman, I'm not going to break bread with you. I'm not going to sit at your dinner table. I am not going to do it. And that's why I got off your panel. I didn't want to be disrespectful to you. I'm just saying, as a black trans woman, I know my worth. And a black man can never validate me in this country because they're fighting for their liberation in this country. So what I'm trying to say is that when he said he doesn't see trans women as women, that's his opinion. And my opinion is I'm leaving the stage. He can have it.
So can I say...
Wait, hold on, because I'm going to let E and then Erect this go. let me be even more clear. I don't even think, because you have to realize he was a guest who came up here to ask questions because of things he don't understand, which is why he had questions. So there should have been a natural expect. So I don't even think he even knew what the question was, because I think what he thought you were asking him is, do he believe that trans women are biological women? And his answer is no.
Stop making excuses for this man.
No, well, I can make
He understands English. He understands English very clearly.
I can make an excuse for women, for men that I know. If I don't know him, then I can't speak to anything. But because
he understands English.
No, but
no, it's not about understanding English, because there was a lot of people up on this panel who also felt the same way. There are people in this chat who were saying the whole time that trans women are not biological. It's like nobody is saying that trans women are biological, but that is literally the way that some people. That's what some people think is actually going on. That's actually what some people think trans women are fighting for, is to be seen as biological women. You even had women in the same chat who was like, they ain't got no menstrual, because that's literally the way that cisgender. That's what some cisgender people really think is going on. So this is not making an excuse, because it is what it is.
That's true.
It's funny about biological women that don't have a cycle. So that's kind of
But that's the point of the education. But he just want to say something, and Reckless had wanted to jump in as well. Go ahead, E.
So I was going to respond to One Love, because I came in on the tail end of that conversation. That's when I joined the live, and so I missed that part. So I'm gonna have to watch it back on the replay. But from what I'm gathering from that, because Conscious, when you told the story of your grandmother, I feel like that was a very deep and touching story, and the patience and strength that one must have to go on a journey with someone while they continue to learn, it further put into perspective why you say you have to be in relationship with people in order to unlearn and see things from a different perspective. And what I was hearing from One Love, and I'm sure she'll correct me if I'm wrong, she totally disconnected once she heard something that she didn't like, because she didn't have the patience to go on that journey with him, because she didn't feel that there was any room. The cup was already full, basically, so that nothing else could get in. And so it's just sad that it has to be that way. But in order to see progress, you have to stay at the table. You have to stay in conversation, and you just have to see where it goes. And you might be surprised, because I think Holistic Attorney and myself, I think we've been open to a few things. So I mean, give people a chance if you're able to.
But I think in different.
I was saying this like several thousand hours ago about, I think that this was when a One Love had jumped down, and I was like, One Love, come back up, because this is what we need to do. Like, we have to learn to be able to do this here. Like, look at how many people, look at how many times you said, wow, like that, because, and none of that would have happened if we were all jumping out of the conversation. None of that would have happened if we all were so triggered up by each other that we just, at every little flaw, at every little instance of it feeling like this, seeming like that, feeling like that we just would have elbowed the fuck out of each other out of the room. It literally takes everybody coming to the table, and because I am in a relationship to him, like that's just a whole nother level of information that's not afforded to One Love or to anybody else on the panel. But yes, like, we have to learn to. Because I was saying that it takes emotional intelligence to do this. Like, you can't, like, I said earlier on in the conversation, I'm not a component of like, oh, people need to go educate themselves. No, what you need to do is ask questions. What you need to do is come to the table. What you need to do, first of all, the burden is on me. If I'm someone who, like, I want you to understand me. So of course you're not going to go out of your way to go learn about a people. You already have the privilege of feeling like you don't have to even accept or even have to make space for it to begin with. So the burden is on me if you're giving me an opportunity at the table to then have the patience to go on that journey.
Right.
And for us to build upon thought and build upon perspective. And like I said earlier in the conversation, I understand why some people can't do that. Like, I understand why Black people are just over this whole white people shit. Like, I'm not educating them. I totally get it. Some of our people are so burnt out that they just fucking can't. Like, white people just need to get over it. And I understand that from my queer compadres as well. Like, you know, they are over the bullshit from the heterosexual cisgender community. They don't have the fucking patience, but I do. So that patience is going to be there. But I completely empathize and understand why it's triggering up, because as I said, I participated in these conversations for fucking years. I have had decades of fucking debates with the most ignorant, stupid ass, dusty, simp ass motherfuckers. And so I have had to build upon my own patience and really understand that, my God, like, there really is almost like a narcissism here, like a cultural narcissism here, because God, privilege is a lot to unpack, and none of us are above unlearning it. We all have biases and have bullshit that we have to unpack. Queer people, trans people, black people, white people, male, female alike. Like, in so many various areas of life, we all have blind spots. And so, you know, I get why One Love would be over it, you know, but I'm not as bothered by straight people these days. All of that shit don't really scare me and make me defensive, because once again, I don't even give a fuck. I'm living my life regardless of what the fuck you think about me to begin with. So I'm not having these conversations is about like the luxury of being able to live peacefully, but I'm living regardless of what the fuck you feel you can give me permission to or not to do. Like, my liberation and freedom is not rooted in what society is going to accommodate, even though it would be so fucking nice for them to do so. But I'm running off this plantation regardless, and they can kill me trying to. Like, the guns wouldn't stop me. The fences wouldn't stop me from hopping them. The dogs wouldn't stop me from running for my freedom. Like, I'm running regardless. So either society can get with it or not. But what I know is that, bitch, I'm coming. I'm coming for my liberation. So I'm beyond, like, I don't care. I don't need people to believe that I should be here. I'm fucking here. I'm fucking queer, and the world is going to have to deal with it. And if I have to die on this hill, I've come into this particular dimension to die for my personal truth. So if it's the truth that leads to my transition, it is what the fuck it is. Because I'm not going nowhere. Oh, Reckless?
Well, I do want to say hello, everyone. You know, I haven't really been talking because my mouth hurt, but I will say this. I'm just gonna just repeat a couple of things. However, I have come across and I have talked to Knockout myself. I really do like Knockout. Now I do understand that he probably have questions or things that probably don't align. But one thing I can say is that from what I've seen from Knockout is that as long as you even talk to him, give him the time of day, have a conversation, he's willing to grow and learn. Like, I've literally seen the same thing that happened with Holistic Attorney, where she was like, you know what? Maybe I do have internalized stuff I need to, like, they're willing to learn. So I do understand why you probably got frustrated and you just be like, oh, I don't feel like doing this, and you just don't align yourself. Because trust me, I was there not too long ago. I was there not too long ago. But however, in order for us to be able to, I guess, because one thing I will say about you, One Love, is that I have been watching the show throughout the night, and out of all the people that have come on this particular platform in a long time, when it comes down to articulating yourself and really putting your points together and really, I guess, taking your points home, you are very articulated, very smart, very educated. So the way I look at it as, yes, sometimes we may get frustrated. Yes, sometimes we may feel a certain way, may get tired, may get weak. We may have to meditate, smoke a couple of blunts, go get drunk here and there. But the thing is that the way I look at it as is that since we already have the ability to be able to articulate, meditate, and be able to take the points home, it's better in our hands than a Flame Monroe's hands. That's the way I look at it as. And also too, it's the people that, because for me, I kind of changed my mindset. the people I typically want to be around to give information are the people who don't agree or the people that don't see me as such. Because if you see me as such, then what am I doing? Like, then there's no work to be done. It's really like, it's yeah. I'm pretty sure being around me, you're gonna learn stuff. But however, the people I need to be around are the people that have no access to queer people or the proper queer people. Because yes, you may have queer people around you, but however, if they have self-hate, then that's a disservice. So, that's all I want to say. Oh, and one last thing. When it comes down to people also changing, my mother was also one of them as well, where she was very hell-bent on the Bible and God said this, but however, now we actually talk about me, my love life, and we actually get into deep conversations, and she's actually interested. So, even when you're giving out the information or really having conversations and stuff, it may not always be right then and there, but you never know. One day, they just might wake up and a light switch just turn on. So that's it.
I think that in the age of cancel culture and this very like social media hyper reactive, hyper responsive, I don't like what I'm hearing, I'm done type culture, it's not going to do us any justice whatsoever. Like, this is a society, it's a nation. It's going to require us getting in the thick of it. It's going to require communication. It's going to require privilege. Like, if I know that a group of people have been socialized and conditioned a certain way, then there's no reason why I shouldn't expect them to act like privileged people. If they have the willingness to have a conversation about their privilege and to have another look at a privilege that maybe they don't want to recognize initially, then that's definitely a door for us to work toward some deconstructing and decolonizing and restructuring. But my expectation every time I go out into the world is that I'm dealing with privileged people. I never let my guard down. I know that people are going to come with what they've been taught their whole life. They're going to come with what they've been taught about the Bible. They're going to come with their worldview. That's the expectation. So I don't set my sales low. The only thing I'm looking for is, are you open to seeing it a different way? I don't care how long you've been the way that you've been. Of course, you're going to say all the wrong shit initially. Of course, you're going to answer the questions all the wrong. You're privileged and you're stupid. So that's a given. Are you willing to have the conversation? Are you willing? Is some part of you open and interested in reconsidering? And if that's the case, then I'm willing to do my part, because it's definitely going to take two of us. But like I said, minority people, black and brown, and queer people alike have been through so fucking much. I understand why some of our people are just over it. I get it. There was points in time where I was fucking over it. Just wasn't going to be bothered. Just didn't really give a damn. Just anything that was not progressive. If you didn't come in with it, then you were the shit out of luck. Like, but then I realized how counterintuitive and how counterproductive that really was, because where's the progress? Because privileged people have never checked themselves. They've always had to be checked in order for shit to shift. Like, people don't wake up and decide, how am I going to undo my privilege today? Like, they only usually become aware of it because it's being pointed out. And that's how they're given the opportunity to then do the work. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say to that. So this person who just joined, can you hear me? Because you don't even have a name.
Yes, Wody. I mean, I have it on the background of my I figured you would be able to, everybody would see it. That's why I didn't bother repeating it in my tagline.
Okay,
yes,
Wody.
Yes, Wody. Yes, sir.
Welcome to the panel.
CTV. I know. I see you've been up here for about 4 hours already. 5 hours. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
I caught you probably about like 30 minutes ago.
Okay.
But I've been subscribed to you for a while, and I check in every now and then. You talking on different things.
Okay, well, hold up. I need my ego stroked a little bit. So how did you find me initially?
It's weird with the YouTube algorithm. Like, when you're watching one person and you're recommended another, and something you were talking about, a lot of your topics when you get into to the political conversations, I'll tune in and hear what you got to say and check out what you're speaking on. You know what I mean? Because I'm more so, if anything, with most of the content that I consume is like, I'm very politically initiated. I like listening to sports, gaming, and politic talk. You know what I mean? And occasionally you'll catch me on the YouTube beef sector. There's a lot of those smaller channels that focus on that, but that's not necessarily what I talk about when it comes to my channel. I'm mainly just gaming and sports and things of that nature. But I do like chiming in on stuff like this. And
well, I'm curious to know what the hell you think about all that has transpired
tonight. That's because this was a conversation I was having with another woman now. I think it also may have to do with generational differences too. But I was speaking about this same exact thing with somebody about 2 days ago on another channel. The lady, she's a Gen X lady. She's from Chicago. She's from, different generation. I'm falling the millennial category. And I don't know as far as everybody up here, but I don't know what everybody, where they'd fall. Anybody born between 81 to 95, your millennial, and before that, Gen X. So I was wondering if y'all fall under the Gen X or millennial, or some of the Gen Z up here.
I'm literally on the cusp. I was born in December 80.
Yeah, I was 85 too.
I'm a millennial.
Me and you the same year then. TTV.
Yeah. I'm 98.
Yeah, so you're Gen Z.
I'm 93.
Gen Z. So I think more so for people from our generation, CTV, that we're again being in between the change when we had internet, grew up with the internet age and being in high school. We're more likely to be understanding, forgiving, and most of our politicians, most of the people who are in positions of power are starting to become people who are born in that era, Gen Z, millennial and Gen X, so on and so forth. But as far as I didn't catch everything y'all was speaking on. What I was speaking on with this woman about this topic is, I think it may not be that the person was
hold on for 1 minute. I'm sorry. Political attorney, you got some feedback in your phone, boo.
Okay.
Go ahead, Will.
Right. So the person here, that because I was speaking on it, we did pull up some of the information on the person. I don't know how in depth y'all went into it. If y'all just went service
all
level.
up into the murder that was committed by Miss Demi, and also the convictions around one of her baby mothers, Miss Bellamy.
Latonya Bellamy, yes.
Yeah, and
50 years.
We got into all that.
Yeah, okay, all right, cool. So now again, like, I don't know what y'all what it broke down and what everybody's thoughts on it, but what I was coming with this is the man, Demi, at the age of 16, 2011, he was convicted for what he's in jail for what she's in jail.
She.
I
know it's gonna be hard, probably.
Hey. And absolutely no disrespect, Demi.
No, you're not gonna come on the panel and be disrespectful. It's she.
Demi.
Hey, as I say with that, no offense meant in any type of way. That's just like how things are a force of habit. When you try to change habits, it's a force of habit, not necessarily meant to be.
Now let me tell you, I want, like, if you gotta read slow to let your knowledge get ahead of you, please. Because let me tell you, baby, this panel they ready to mud stump. So just don't get yourself in no trouble. So you gotta read it slow.
Not mud stump.
Oh Lord, bro. So now this again, though, my outlook on it, because I'm somebody also who spent 8 years in prison as well, a long time ago. And I live in the New Jersey area now, but I'm born in New York. I spent time in New York City prisons, upstate New York. And New Jersey is one of those states where they allow that, but New York not so much, even though New York is much more liberal with the way that we do things in New York. They recognize 36 genders and so on and so forth. But in the prison system, there is no intermingling with male and female inmates. There's no transgenders in women's prisons. If you are classified as transgender in New York City prison, you are basically put, unfortunately, in PC or isolation, or they have a special wing for you. You do not get to intermingle. Now, in this case here, this just came up about 2019 that the law changed, and this gave Demi the opportunity to go to a women's facility. And mind you, the gentleman at 16, because of the crime, what I was noticing, he had to go to Demi had to go to jail with men, grown men, initially from the start of the bid. And being a 16-year-old around other murderers and killers, a 16-year-old can get taken advantage of.
Yes.
So I've seen this actually in my time through the system. A young man coming in, 17, 18 years old, you know what I mean? Somebody's gonna probably, if they got a long time to do and they don't care, they don't mind. If you've seen the Boondocks, Fleece Johnson, if they don't mind doing the Fleece Johnson to somebody, turning one of those young boys out, it's jail. This is the savage. These are savages behind the walls. You understand what I'm saying? So what my outlook on it was, it's a possibility. Not saying that this is all, but just my opinion on it. It's a possibility that Demi went in at 16 years old, threw him behind the wall because of the charge, a murder charge, with other grown men, and was being abused and forced to do things that Demi didn't want to do. You know what I mean? Made him grow his hair out, put Kool-Aid on his lips type of thing. You know, if you've seen the movies type of stuff. And when the law went into effect at 19, he's already at this point, you know, because, you know, dude come in, he got a season, he think he tough, because he got guns in the street. He go behind the wall, he got to deal with Damon or Debo, and they say, now you're gonna grow your hair out, you're gonna take a more feminine persona, and you got a way out now. The law has changed. You're sitting there with the ponytail, you know what I mean? You're tired of being abused. You might have a way out now because they allow transgender inmates to house with women. So then in the same token, when we see that Latonya Bellamy said that was a consensual relationship, even though Demi may have to have been somebody's prison wife behind the walls here in Jersey, when you get the opportunity to escape from the abuse that you're experiencing, he's still that person, Demi, probably more than likely still is a straight individual, but they got an out from 30 years of constant abuse. That's another way also that you could look at it too.
Is that a bad thing though?
That's not a bad thing.
If Demi made a choice to prioritize her safety and took advantage of a loophole,
not at all. But that's what the point that I'm highlighting right there. It may just be because of all the set of circumstances, you know, that as is made Demi grow their hair out, made Demi, you know what I mean, take on a more feminine persona behind the wall in jail. You sitting there, like I said, you got Damon is making you be his prison wife. The law goes into effect 2019. You telling your jail psychologist, well, I am a transgender woman, I shouldn't be here behind the wind. They've been abusing me. And you're telling the truth. You got it on document. You've been abused, raped. You had to been put in PC. Probably had to fight a couple of times. Be like, yeah, well, it does look like Demi's telling the truth. There's only 27 transgender inmates housed in Ed Morehan. Yo.
But you know what's funny about that? I don't know if you had let me see, because I still got Demi's stuff here. Did you read there's like a site that it's called A Justice for Demi, and she actually speaks about her experience on this site, and she talks. Let me see if I can just find like the cliff notes here. Okay, let me see here. She actually writes, my journey has been scared. Okay, she says, my journey in transition within Edna Mahan Correctional Facility has been tough. A lot of things that I go through, I have remained silent about. I have been scared to speak about some of the abuse and harassment, not because of retaliation, but instead because I often feel obligated to just deal with it. For so long, staff have told me that because I am transgender, that I should keep my mouth shut and appreciate the fact that I am here at Edna Mahan Correctional Facility, where I am not keeping my mouth shut anymore. I have suffered abuse, and staff has often ignored me and my request to be housed where I feel safe. When I am touched inappropriately, I am never viewed as the victim, but instead as a man having a good time. There are times when I am also pressured into doing things that I don't want to do, yet time after time, no one listens to me. Within Edna, there is a sexually charged environment, one where sex and drugs are a common component of one's day. I have often sought to get out of these housing units and to move to locations where I felt safe, yet my requests have always been denied because as a transgender woman, I am viewed as having a great time no matter how much I report, no one listens. So what's interesting about this, that even though Demi is at a all-women's facility, she is still uncomfortable being abused, being put in sexually compromising positions. So I don't think this was I don't think the trans, like her claiming trans, was necessarily like a opt-out.
A hoax.
Because she's still identifying as trans while still being very vocal about the abuse that she's experiencing, even in an all-female prison.
But unfortunately, though, and I don't want to break your bill if you was going further, even going to a women's facility where, and I do take that knock as being a man. A lot of people say men generally are just more violent, and it's true. But I also have one or two associates of mine who've done time in women's prisons, right? And yes, the environment may be a little bit less threatening. There still is other issues that women go through, and it's still jail. And then we're not talking about, say, like the camp setting or medium security facility. That Edmund Moynihan is a maximum security facility, and a lot of times those women are either getting abused by other inmates. Still, may not be necessarily always with the physical, like where there's, for the men's jails, there's a lot more gang activity. There's a lot more oppressing other inmates for, so to speak, power control, and a lot of, still the drugs moving in and out the jail. Still happens in the women's facilities. The gang activity may not be as high. I can't say, I don't know the gang banging, red and blue, but the men that they still deal with the abuse from staff.
So are you saying? So are you saying that you don't believe that Demi is truly trans?
Yeah,
you think this was all?
That, in my opinion, that might have been like I was saying, if you were saying what I was saying from the beginning.
I heard you. It's a hoax to get out of jail.
I found the picture of him in his court case at 16. Right, he had full beard going on, and
can I say something before you guys? I want to say
he was out there banging. It looked like he was out there banging in the streets.
You guys, because like this person is just getting here, and everybody else has been here forever. So let's let
not me, just say that.
Wandy complete some thoughts here first.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, should I continue? Yeah. Just to expound, because a lot of times you'll hear people say two things can be true.
Are
and
you
this
talking
is
about
absolutely
this picture here, Wody, on the screen? Are you talking about like this?
They also have another picture. That's probably around the time that Demi was going through the court case, right? Okay. That's because at 16, he had an afro when he had when he was going through his court case. I found the picture of him with his lawyer. He had a full afro, same beard like that.
Sir, can you please stop misgendering the person? I understand that your belief is saying is a male. That's disrespectful. There's other trans women on this panel, and I'm not gonna sit here make you disrespect this person. One, because I've been sitting patiently while you misgender the person and call them fake and they transition because they want a vagina. Like, you need to stop. Gender and sex is two different things. So you have to when you come on a panel, you have to educate yourself. You're speaking like you're in ignorance. It doesn't make sense what you're saying.
We all are theorizing on what we think is going on. And my theory and my opinion on the situation at hand, by just gathering the information that is given to me, because again, we don't know Demi. We don't
But
know.
again, I'm
Minor.
always going to believe a
Miss
trans
Minor.
woman. You are a black cis
Right,
man, and you are
right.
the
I
one that's
get you.
armed. You're
I
the one.
get you.
Your
But
community attack black trans women every single day of her lives. So I'm not going to take your word and not believe a trans woman over your words. I'm going to believe a trans
my
woman.
word is not law here. Again, my word is not law here. Again, what I said again is, in my opinion, in my theory, and in my hypothesis of the circumstances that is afforded to me, that somebody getting 30 years going to the male's facility for murder at 16. Look, highlight the word that I
It
said.
does not matter if they're male or female.
But it doesn't matter to you that it say male
It does
or
not
female.
matter if they're
You're
male or
just
female.
ignoring
You're
the
just
fact
coming
I'm
from
saying
a
that
place of not validating
16
trans women
putting me in the jail
womanhood.
at 30 years.
That's the problem here.
I'm not highlighting anything else other than what I see in
You've been
front of me.
misgendering this woman from the past since you got on this panel, and we have been correcting you. You are a cisgendered heterosexual male. So your opinion on a trans woman is always going to be negative. And I'm not going to sit here while you misgender my sister. I don't care if you don't think she's trans. As long as she tells trans women she's trans, I'm going to believe her. You are the one that's your community is the one that's killing black trans women in America. So you can't tell me to not believe my sister if she identifies as a woman.
I'm not telling you not to believe.
Sex and gender are two different things. It doesn't matter where you put her.
But look, all right, I'm gonna wait till you finish, and then I'm gonna go ahead and continue what I'm saying. I'm not sidestepping at all what that person is saying, what Demi is saying, what you're saying. I'm only highlighting the case, the age. All the rest of that is irrelevant to the point that I made. You're going onto a different tangent. You're changing the goalposts of what my point is.
Well, I think.
Well, let me just say this.
You want to add to it? Go ahead.
Let me just say this.
Hold on, everyone.
Okay.
I think what we definitely want collectively, Wody, is for you to at least get the pronouns down. Whatever
Thank you
think is going on is fair game for sure.
Thank you very much.
It's a complicated matter. We aren't talking about Mother Teresa here. We are talking about someone who murdered two people who took her in, when no one else had to, murdered two elderly people.
Stepfather, yeah.
At that. So, whatever you are theorizing about the circumstances is fair game. It's a story. It is what it is. But what can we do to accommodate the pronoun situation? Because I'm gonna need you to.
It's a fight. It's a fight because it's just you're naturally just speaking as somebody that I listen to frequently. They said as we're talking, we trying to build through thoughts. So we talk through our thoughts, you understand what I'm saying? So sometimes you just let it flow from the hip. You know what I mean? And like I said again, no slight being meant at all, no slight being meant at all. But I'm just going and speaking off of as the thoughts come to me and I'm speaking. You know what I mean?
Look, I can accept that. I can accept that, but there are.
I'm not accepting
a lot of
that.
LGBT people. There are a lot of LGBT people here, and there are trans women and trans men and queer men, and so we just got to have you get the pronoun situation.
Do you have a problem with us correcting you? Because I don't mind it either, but I'm just saying if she decides to correct
I don't take near slight bit of offense.
Okay.
And the only time that the irritation may even come in, and I'm doing my best to watch how I speak. The only slight bit of irritation may come is when it seems like it's like the level of aggression goes beyond what is necessary for a civilized conversation. You know what I mean?
Because I do want to.
So basically, you don't like a woman being passionate to you. Is that what you're saying?
No, even me trying to be even keel with the way that I speak, because me yelling and raising my voice, that is not getting anywhere. Especially, I understand however somebody may feel, it's how they feel. I'm not necessarily here trying to change everybody's mind. I just was bringing a point of view.
And I understand that, but I'm just asking questions to clarify, because if you make a statement to a biological woman, then that can be seeming misogynistic. So wouldn't you think that would be the same way when you said that to a transgender woman? because it's kind of giving tone police. She has
All
a right
right
to
now.
be offended if you're disrespecting one of her sisters.
Come
Just
on
like
now.
if a white person comes at you saying that, oh, well, I mean, I guess they feel like they were discriminated against. No, you're going to check them and say, no, they were, and that's their perspective. And you need to respect that.
Or maybe in a closer to home situation, Wody. The better way you can probably like empathize is like, I'm a gay man. If I were to start referring to you as cis and girl and all of that, you probably would be like, bro.
Yeah, and I don't know where I would feel like you be trying, like, especially when you're doing that, like you're trying to be, like you're trying to be underhanded and disrespectful underhandedly.
You know what's so ironic? These straight men, when they tell trans women and gay men, when they come into straight spaces, we need to assimilate to their way, right, of talking and thinking and showing up. But when they come into our space, we have to accept their transphobia, their homophobia, their misogyny. This space is not for your misogyny. You can have your opinion on the persons, right? But you're not going to come for their identity. They are trans women. They are women. The society in New Jersey see them as a woman. That's why they're placed there. So genital does not make you a man. Genital does not make you a woman. Sex make you who you. Sex is what you are, and gender is your identity. So her identity is who she is. And when we're correcting you, we're not going to take your, oh, just see with me. No. If we're not going to see with George Floyd murderers, we're not going to see with y'all black men who kill trans women every day. We're not going to take it we're not going to take it there. So if you're going to come on this panel, you're going to come with respect. Keep that shit on your straight side, because that's what you straight men do. You guys call us a man. You guys bully us. We can't come to the straight club because we're tricking man. We can't do certain things because we're trans women and we're misleading these people. Who dress up to be
we
a
haven't
woman?
been formally introduced though, so because I want to speak when I address y'all.
I don't want to know you. I don't want to know you.
All right. Should I address you as one love?
I'm a little jealous, one love. Hold on. I'm a little jealous. Hold on. I'm a little jealous, one love, because you got more patience for Wody than you even have for Knockout.
All I'm gonna say though, in regards to that, all those things that you're affirming or attributing, because I've heard it again, like your community.
All we're saying
is none of the things that I have said since I've been up here. So
No, I'm gonna let that lay.
You have constantly misgendered trans women.
Y'all.
And everything else you have attributed to me is you're attributing things that you have seen through.
Y'all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, speak.
Hold on.
My brother.
If I gotta take everybody down just to get through this, I shall. But I don't want to have to do that. Wody, all we're saying is that when in Rome, just do what Romans do. Okay, this is
I'm having no issue with that. No issue with that.
Ran by queer folk. I need you to at least get the pronoun. Even if you just want to refer to Demi as Demi, that's fine. Like
I'm doing my best to keep saying Demi. I mean, if it hasn't been apparent, when I keep trying to say Demi all day.
So, okay, so
when I started referring to Demi when I was talking about the case from the initial case at the age of 16, from what I was seeing, yeah, the pronouns may have been a little bit more fluidly there, because again, we were referring to Demi at the initial case, and also the pictures that we had there in front of us. So it did go a little bit more fluid, just talking from the hip, trying to get through my point.
Also, like, what's hindering you is you probably are looking at the past images of Demi, which is prohibiting you from being able to be as fluid in the proper pronouns. So you might want to pull up the current image of Demi too. That might help. It might help. Now let me just go ahead and ask you the meat and the potatoes, and then we can get back to the specifics around this case. So I guess amongst the panel, people are already assuming that obviously you are not someone who particularly believes in that trans men are men and trans women are women. Would you agree to that? That you don't believe in transgenderism?
I don't believe in trans. Repeat that last part.
Do you believe that trans women? Do you agree that people are of trans nature?
Yeah.
Okay, you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me more about your thoughts.
No, you're not asking them the right question. Do you believe trans women are women?
CTV is trying to tread lightly for strictly for your benefit. He's trying to treat lightly.
You get one of those.
Praise the Lord.
CTV is treading lightly for your benefit. I like the
Why
question.
are we scared of this black man? Why?
Well,
So this is what we gonna do.
girl.
Okay, this is what we gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all how it actually goes down over here. Hi, Wody.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Okay. So,
oh my gosh.
What are your politics around trans persons? Because you say that you do believe in the genuine phenomenon of transgenderism, right? You believe that people are experiencing something for real in their consciousness as it relates to their bodies.
Yeah.
You do believe that.
Right. I would tie that in also to my upbringing and spiritual beliefs too as well, because again, people believe what they believe when it comes to religion, but I'm also of the other belief that because there is good and evil and there is gray area in between black and white, people also experience things that are not how do I say, just like how there's a left and a right on our political sphere, even though there's many different spectrums to it, the libertarian front, the socialist front, so on and so forth. Everything is not just black and white. There's also gray area in between. You understand where I'm coming from?
Okay. So do you know of are you have any trans women or men that you have as friends or relatives or
Yeah.
circle?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, that sounded like
there's more so than anything. I'd say more so than anything, gay family members and friends. And unfortunately, because as I put it, I am somebody that I would just like a traditional family with, and have children of my own. I already have one. Okay. So a trans woman would not be an option for me. So that's why I would go with the traditional sense of a male and female relationship. But I do have an associate. I would call it more so an associate that I did some work for photography, who's trans, and one of the person that I do know closely.
Okay.
But
so
just like gay men shoot they shot, trans people shoot they shot. That's why I gotta kind of stay to myself. I gotta kind of stay to myself.
We don't know.
I gotta stay to myself.
Yeah. So we gotta shoot. We shoot our shot like anybody else. Man. It ain't like
I gotta kind of stay to myself.
It ain't like nobody got a name tag on their head. It like
you dig?
Straight or whatever. So what do you have a problem with? Because it sounds like you're trying to be cute on the issue, but I can feel that there is like some other ideas going on in your head. So what troubles you about society or the LGBT community at this point? Like, what's bothering you about the dynamics?
Well, I don't have any troubling, but the only qualm that I do have is to leave is children are very impressionable, right? At the young ages, children have the
up, right?
Yeah, children are very impressionable at those young ages. Now, believe it, but more so speak for people.
Wody, do you understand that you got to get chewed up, right? You know that,
and it's possibility. There's a possibility I do, but I'm also somebody that has kids.
Do you know that when I bring everybody up here like that, it's gonna be tigers and bears? Oh my!
Mm.
Okay, but go ahead.
I would say for that.
About the children.
I would say for that for children of up to a certain age, leave all topics of a sexual nature off the table for children because they are very impressionable and they're like sponges. You know what I mean? And my mother being somebody who is a early childhood educator, that is her field. She made me do a lot of the typing of her papers because my mother is a baby boomer. She didn't do the typing of her papers, so she made me do them for her. So I had to kind of learn early childhood education as a secondary, right? And they were talking in the books, in her college course books, the developmental stages of children's brains, right? And I even, as some of the things that I can remember coming up as a kid, well, I thought I could fly. I tried to jump off my bunk bed with a sheet tied to my neck, thought I could fly. This is the type of mindset that we have as kids around the ages of, like, you know what I mean, 3 to maybe 6 or 7. So I would say the only thing with that, leave the subject of a sexual nature out of conversation with children of that age, because that is also the age they say that is the best to try to teach children a language, because again, they don't question anything. They just soak it up like a sponge.
Who's having those conversations with children per se?
And
because I don't see
people
having those conversations.
You don't see people having those type of conversations?
Not with children. I see the world that children also have to live in, which is an adult world. I mean, if they're watching TV and cable, I mean, they're being exposed to what can be considered adult themed subjects and adult themed content, because the world is not completely made for children; it's also made for adults. So, but I don't see anybody intentionally having those conversations with children. No, but are children exposed to the world? Yes. Do they have
absolutely
access to the world, TV,
absolutely
Google? Yes,
and even more so now with the internet, even more so, and much more exposure with the internet.
But whose responsibility is that? I mean,
that is what should children do though once they leave out of the house. Though that's when it becomes an issue, and it's much more easier for children to access things that you would not want them to be exposed to because of the advent of so much different technology at our disposal.
Well, let me ask you this question. Why is it that when it comes to the LGBT thing, that the infamous "what about the children" conversation comes up? It's been a lot of things on TV and radio that are completely injurious and disastrous and completely inappropriate prior to Lil Nas X showing up on the BET Awards or whatever people go to when they think about queer representation. So why is it that we never have seen like cisgender protesting all of the overwhelming hypersexuality that plagues America?
They have. Remember around the time I try to use referenceable instances through history. You remember the time that there was the big outcry from Nelly's Tip Drill video and they didn't want him to perform in certain places? That was strictly an adult themed video, and they banned him from performing at Spelman because of the content nature of it. There are times, I mean, and it's usually when people hear these outcries, it's from the far conservative right with the over sexualization of things. You know what I mean? It's like everybody has their battle axe that they bring up, and I don't have no qualm with people being against that, the over sexualization of our nation too, where to a certain extent, like, you're grown, you're 18, you're grown, like, all right, but still, even for a 12-year-old or 13-year-old, I wouldn't want my 15, 16-year-old daughter, you know what I mean, seeing, you know what I mean, two people having, adult relations either, as much as I, you know what I mean. It's as my mother did say a lot too, is coming up, there's a place and time for everything. And I think the time and place is when you're hell, if I could say 18, do what you do. You're free, you're grown, run the world. But yeah, as an adult, the BET Awards, that's not made for children. You know what I mean? And if you're a parent that you don't want your kids even like listening to hip hop because of the content and the vulgarity, you can set that precedent in the house. But once they leave your home, because again, the technology is kind of like up to the world. But generally, though, you see those kids that they might wild out when they get out of their parents' house, but generally when they go out to the school, go out into the world, they kind of like, reserved. They're reserved children. They're
So let me ask you this
teenagers.
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you this question. I'm your son. You come to me at 9 years old. You ask me, you say, like you got a little girlfriend now. And instead, I tell you I got a boyfriend. What happens at 19 years old now that I've told you that I have a boyfriend or that I'm interested in a boy and not a girl?
I would start asking some questions, because then I would wonder, like, all right, so is it something that you're seeing outside of the home, maybe with your peer group or whatnot? How do we get to this point? All right, and if that's what you want to do, if that's how you feel, I'm gonna accept that. Even my child's mother, she's doing July. It's weird enough though, but even her.
Woney, why don't I feel sad? I don't feel I just don't feel a sincerity energy from your answers, Woney. Why is it that I'm not discerning that these answers?
Because again, like I said, with people, like even when we had this conversation earlier, when I was like, yo, I just give my point of view, but I can't. Once you have it, people have something set in their mind. I mean, it takes, for the most part, it takes a monumental occurrence to change people's viewpoints on things, right? So for the most part, what I do, and especially in debate with people, is I just give facts or referenceable points in time or something that I can point you to, point to this. Let's discuss it. Let's talk about it. And your mind may change just on the more exposure to information. But I'm not.
What is the facts? Being gay is not a choice. Being trans is not a choice. We are naturally who we are. You sound like a white man.
We're not talking about that, fam. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that, fam.
Wody.
That's not what we talking about, fam. You changing the goalpost again. That's not what we talking about.
No, I think okay. What? Dang, I can't get it out. My mouth hurt. What One Love is referring to is that queer people naturally show up in the world. Nothing has to be influenced. Nothing has to be shown in order for queer people to be able to exist. Nothing has to happen like molestation, the R word, or anything severe or trauma always has to happen for queer people to be able to exist and be in this world. When you speak, which is another reason why I think conscious had me going up and down, I was like this, because I think that's the thought process, either conscious or subconsciously, that you have, which is why that when you asked about a girlfriend, and based on the example you asked about a girlfriend, questions usually don't follow. It usually follows a sense of, I'm proud, oh my God, that's my son, that boy. But yet when you find out that your son may possibly have a boyfriend, then a line of questioning may occur. So I think that's the thing.
Absolutely, yeah. Because again, like for the most part, people think that their child is almost like little versions of them, even though they're not. Everybody is their own individual, right? And if you're dealing with a couple that's a heterosexual couple and you have a child that is gay later, then you might start questioning. This is what I'm giving you from my viewpoint, and probably also, and my own child's mother said the same thing to me too, but she was the one that broached the subject. I can see how somebody who is, in a heterosexual relationship, and their child says that they're gay, they have a boyfriend or girlfriend of the same sex. I mean, how you can wonder, like, well, damn, what did I do something wrong, or where did this come from? Now me as just being the person I am gonna ask some questions, but I'm gonna still have to let you be you. Those, as far as that goes, with like personal life choices up to a certain point, is only but so much interference you could do with a person, because they still are their own individual.
Yes, sir. Okay, I have a question. What makes you think that something went wrong?
Why do you think something went wrong? Because well, I'm gonna try to eliminate myself from this example, but because my upbringing was a Methodist Baptist church upbringing, right? For the most part. But why I would say, if some people may think, where does something go wrong? Again, highlighting the fact that if you have a heavy hand in your child's upbringing, if you're an involved parent, right? And like, you know, like think of those parents that are trying to avoid their children from trying to keep their children from seeing violent video games, listening to inappropriate music and over sexualized stuff at a young age. And then they come to you later feeling like that. It's like, okay, that's something that had to come from outside of my home.
Wow. Okay. So so I do want to make this clear for parents. A lot of times too, I want parents to understand, because I hear this a lot when it comes out to the children. You are a parent, which means that in this world, it exists. This world doesn't only revolve around children, which means that your child it's a possibility your child is gonna come across things that are also meant for adults, which is why strip clubs exist. Which is the reason why porn exists. Yes, we understand these things are meant for adults or only exclusive for 18 plus.
That is
But however, we also understand that when children grow up in the puberty age, sometimes they come across it. But here's the thing, as for you as a parent, that's your responsibility, because everything up under the sun is your responsibility to explain to your child. Now, I will say this as well, is that I think another thing too is that
y'all need to mute. There's lots of noise in the background.
My fault. And another thing as well, when it comes down to your child, I think you come back to me on that one, because I'm trying to see the best way I can word it.
Can I say something? I'm gonna be calm and respectful. Can I just say something? And I'm gonna be calm and respectful.
It's all one love, for sure. It's all one love.
So this person came on the panel saying, "Hey, I'm respectful. I'm very Gen Z," or I think he said he's is it called Gen Z? I'm not sure. Whatever.
Yeah. Now I was asking everybody what generation they come from.
I'm very progressive. I'm into, you know, I have trans family members. I have blah blah blah. But yet, you believe in the concept that someone choose to be gay or transgender. But you know what's funny with niggas that comes on these panels? Y'all make so much spaces for lesbians, for young and May. Y'all make so much noise. Y'all love homosexuality when it comes to your wife going down on the next cisgendered woman. Y'all love it. Y'all encourage your husband. Oh, the best thing for a person who's married for 20 years to have a threesome. Y'all encourage homosexuality. But when y'all come and face real trans people and gay people, oh, did you choose to be gay? Oh my God, that's so wrong. Wasn't it wrong for your wife to have a threesome with you? Y'all niggas are just fake. Like, you sound like a white man that's preaching, oh, this is right, this is wrong. You're not even married to your baby mama because you called her a baby mother, my child's mother.
I never said the word baby mother. I say my child's mother.
Same thing. Are you married? Why are you not following the standard of heterosexuality? That's not the
because
standard.
She said to me,
that's not the standard. So how dare you gonna come here and say, oh, no, I would not accept, or I don't understand homosexuality or same gender loving people because something may be wrong. Like, you may see it on TV or you may learn some behavior somewhere, but you were the same one that won the threesome at the club, at the strip club. Y'all are the same one that's singing y'all music. I love threesomes. So what is it? Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have homosexuality when it comes to females and males. It's double standard. It needs to stop. It needs to stop. You know that people are born this way. You know that. It's not a rocket science. You choose to not understand LGBT people. You choose to discriminate us because you have privilege, because the Black community gives you a platform to speak like this. The Black community makes spaces for men like you to show up and speak like this. This is not new to anybody in this panel, how your views are. You know what would be shocking for us is when you actually come and say, you know what, I respect trans women. I respect their struggles. I see them as a woman. That would be a shocker to us. You saying trans women are not man. We didn't ask you if you like trans women. We asked you about trans women in prison. We don't care about your dating pools and what you choose and what you don't choose, because we all know you black men don't choose right anyways.
That was, I hear you. There was a lot of generalization again. And I respect, because generally when we speaking on the whole, you use a lot of generalization. You say you niggas, but that was a lot to absorb right there. You niggas, one, I don't know if you was referring that, also lumping me in with all of that. If you was, cool. Because that is no in no form or fashion my sentiment when it comes to seeing two women get together or having a threesome. And you did make mention, because you brought it up, you said my child's mother, why I didn't marry her, because she said she don't want to get married again. Not for the first time, again. She don't want to do the wife thing. We was messing around, we was reckless, and she
Keep
said
the same
she
energy when
don't
it
want to
comes
get
to
married
lesbians.
again.
Keep the same energy, y'all.
But are you using the generalized? You're using the generalized.
It ain't
Y'all
no
niggas now
generalized.
again.
If you're amongst other heterosexual men, you would not say, "Oh, I'm against lesbians and going to the strip club." When you go to the strip club, you see two women grinding on each other. Why aren't you not saying?
I don't go to the strip club. I'm kind of cheap. I don't go to the strip club. I'm very.
You listen to hip hop, right? You listen to hip hop. You don't listen to hip hop.
Bam.
You don't listen
and
to
I
hip
do
hop.
listen to hip hop. A lot of old school. I like 90s hip hop.
Old school.
I'm very old
Definitely
school.
love lesbianism. What are you talking about? Keep the same energy. Keep the same energy. We have to watch same-sex women on hip hop videos, and we don't bash them. We don't do nothing. But as you see two men or you see a trans woman living her truth, it's a problem. We never asked if you wanted to date you. We don't even know how you look. We don't want to date you. Calm down. You're not that special.
I'm gonna say something else too
special,
on top of that one there. We only transition to certain topics when you ask me a question on it, because I'm not just volunteering my dating preferences. There was a question before that came up, because now you're directing that one.
Conscious asked you if you
and
what's your opinion on trans people. He did not ask you who you choose to date. Not one person on here, not one trans person on here said, "Hey, do you date trans women?" No. We don't care.
And my response to that, I do recall the question. He said talking about impression. He asked me, "Do I see trans women as women?"
Keep jumping at the man. You're not letting the man talk. You're jumping and you're attacking the man.
I understand that you black women like to cradle. You like to cradle straight man. That's fine. You can cradle him all night.
You can cradle him.
You attacking
the man. You don't call him nigga. Now if he call you bitch,
he's not attacking trans women by misgendering trans women.
Feel like as if he's disrespecting you and he don't have no respect for you.
When he misgender trans women, when he misgender trans women,
he call you out of your name. You're gonna be mine. It's not right for you to get up here and disrespect the man.
Keep the same energy when it comes to disrespecting trans women. How about that?
It's not right for you to get up here and constantly disrespect
the man. It's not right for him to misgender trans people.
You're belittling the man. You badgering the man. You're not allowing him to have his opinion. You're so disrespectful. You're very disrespectful.
For one love, please, by all means, one love. I don't want you to feel.
You cannot force what you believe on the man. That's not how you have proper conversation.
That's your excuse.
That's not how you have proper conversation.
Nobody asked him to be here. Nobody asked him to be here.
That's not how you have proper conversation and then calling him a nigga. Because he may not believe that a trans
He's a Negro. He's a Negro. What's the problem? What's the problem? When other straight black men call him a Negro, why don't you have a problem with that? Why don't you have a problem with other straight men calling him nigga? Why don't you have a problem? Why don't you have a problem? Why don't you have a problem?
You like
I
to
use
spray
the
the
word
black
when
man.
I'm speaking to my brethren. When I'm speaking to my brethren and them, I say, "Yo, what's up, good, my brother? What's good, big bro?"
I
So,
don't
when
care.
generally when
Nobody
people
asked you
speaking
for
to
your
me,
dating preference.
because you
Trans
said
women don't
again,
need
you did
you.
say
Trans
you
women
did
do not
say
need you, honey. We don't
why
need
I
you.
don't feel offended when
Go
other
be
people
with the
call me the
biological
N word,
female that
right,
you're
or
not
call me
marrying.
nigga.
You are not marrying a biological black woman. So what's the problem here?
People don't generally call me
You're
nigga
not
that
marrying
I
a black
interact
woman.
with
So what's the problem
because
here? Tell her you will not
people
marry
don't
her
interact with that
either
I
way she
interact
defends you
with
or
don't
not.
call me a nigga
Tell her that you're
because
not going to
I
show up
don't
for
use the
her.
word nigga
Even
when
when
I
she
speak to
gets
my brethren.
assaulted, you're not going to
I
show up
say
for her
big
because
bro,
that's your
I say
job.
brethren.
Hey, y'all, hold up. I think the thing is, let me just try to bring a little icy hot in this bitch because it's a lot going on. All right, so I think the thing is, yes, I completely understand that One Love, it may seem like she's just going off, but I think the thing is as well, I'm pretty sure you're probably, if you are or aren't aware, a lot of things that you're saying has a lot of dog whistles to it and is very much layered. Now, the thing is to it.
And microaggressions, yeah.
The question was, the consciousness asked something, do you see trans women as women? Or something along them preferences. Within your answer, you said just about I don't want to date women or trans women. I don't want to sleep. It's something along them lines. Now, the reason why that's very controversial, only because heterosexual people, already have this notion that queer people, and yes, that does include trans people as well, automatically want to have sex or always want to just sleep with them just because they're either transgender or gay, bisexual, etc. So it's a lot of layers to this, but I
Y'all
get
need
it.
to mute your mics. Mute your mics.
Hold on, you all. I also think what was interesting to One Love, Odie, is like how you jump to kind of like defend your heterosexuality when I was asking you just what you believed about transgenderism, and you went into the spill out on what you are attracted to and you being interested in being with a biological woman and producing children of your own, etc. And that is like what the subtlety in that for me. Like, do you agree that Black males' masculinity is fragile?
That's a very layered question. But I can agree with you a lot on that. But that's a very layered question.
Can I say something too? Can I say something too?
Yes. Ari, you can go, and then E.
Okay, yeah. So hi, my name is Ari. And I pretty much just wanted to say, like, as far as like when you were talking about your son and saying how you would ask the questions, I think what Reckless was saying is that like it's ornate to us. Being LGBT is like it's innate. Sorry, not ornate. Innate to us. Like it's something that comes from within. So we don't need outside influences to instill LGBT things into us. Like your attraction to who you like, the markers that you're attracted to, whether it be femininity or masculinity, that comes from within you. That's not something that you learn from your parents or your siblings or whoever else. So I think like that's where the problem comes in, because parents try to force their children or at least try to push them into being more like them. And I think like that's just the issue. That's when it comes to question yourself, like, did I do this? Did I do? You don't have to do anything, for a person to realize their identity. Their identity is personal to them. So all you should do is support your child, be there for your child and provide for them and let them figure themselves out. Of course, tell them right from wrong, but you let them figure themselves out. You don't have to tell them who they should be. Is basically, I guess, the point that I'm making. And then as far as when you were talking about like, I think fragile masculinity, I really want to talk about that because I feel like Black men, straight Black men, are afraid to just say that trans women are women, because then if they say that trans women are women, then that now means that, okay, if I like women, trans women are women, does that mean now that I like trans women? You know what I mean? So I think that Black men by almost just automatically, if you ask that question, they feel like you're asking them, "What do you like trans women?" Because they're women, like, you know what I mean. And I just feel like that's like, it's just a defense type of thing. Am I saying that it's right? No, but like, I guess that comes into that fragile masculinity, and I think that is what it is, and which is something I went through with my brother as well. You know, he told me that he wouldn't, he wouldn't call me a woman until I got bottom surgery. How the fuck would he know I got bottom surgery? So we had to have that conversation, to be like, well, what the fuck does that mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to acknowledge me as a woman because I have a penis? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense. So it was just like we had to have those conversations, and
So that was
yeah, that's all I'm saying.
that was a really good point, Ari, about what what actually, like, if Black men were to acknowledge trans women as women, then they feel that would imply something about them.
About them, yes.
Because
Yes.
they are attracted to women. And
Yes.
so that's interesting. I also wanted to piggyback off the question off of something that Ari said, Wody. Speaking to this whole idea that people can be influenced environmentally or through trauma, through assault, to identify as queer. What to that same math? Don't you think it's interesting, Wody, that like you would go to ask your son about what random fringe experiences or observations he's made, or what situations he's been exposed to identify maybe this way. But why would heterosexuality be that fragile? Because all of us live in a predominantly heterosexual world. Every movie, every sitcom, every rapper, every pop star, damn near. I mean, our mothers and fathers are in our homes, uncles and aunties. We are queer people only make up 1% of the United States population. So we are literally overwhelmingly saturated and marinating in heteronormativity, heterosexuality. So why would heterosexuality fall apart at the seams of a young person seeing Will and Grace on TV for a few episodes, or seeing a gay cartoon character, or like, why, like what is to be said then about heterosexuality if it can just slip from under you this way? If all it takes is one wrong movie scene, one wrong observation made by a young impressionable mind, and then all of it becomes undone.
If that's the case, we'll all be straight.
I do understand totally where you're coming from with that point. You know what I mean?
That's terrifying. If heterosexuality is that frigid, that's
yes, it is.
I do totally understand where you. And it is a very strong argument that you make there with that, trying to come at that point. And one other to add on to it, I have a cousin of mine. He's probably in his 20s right now. When we were coming up, he was raised with his mother. I don't know what happened to his father in the picture, but my younger cousin, he was about 5 years old in the house with us. I was about that time, I was like 9 or 10. And just like, like even with family members, especially for some Black families, when you have a family member who is gay or showing, what people would say like tendencies, people like to say, oh, he just eccentric, or he just like that. Like, even when I was younger, they used to say that about one of my uncles, but I mean, everybody understood that was his lifestyle, that's how he lived. But everybody's like, oh, that's just him, he crazy, he just eccentric, so on and so forth, whatever the case may be. But all of them were showing that, we're showing, the initial signs, even at like 4 years old, 5 years old, doing that. And even their mothers would like try to toughen them up, whip it out of them, so to speak, so on and so forth. But I seen it even in, like I said, my younger cousin, who was 5 years old when he first came down to New York to come visit us and stay with us for the period of time. He was 5, and he was You know what I mean? He had more of a feminine type of air to him at 5 years old. Why now? Again, were the adults in the picture, they would try to same thing to try to figure like, well, where is this coming from? Again, because for the most part, if this you're raising your child, especially people who come up in a Christian, again, I use that, a Christian background or Christian upbringing, it doesn't jive with to sound like an old ass motherfucker now. It don't jive with the way that they were brought up and with their spiritual beliefs. You know what I'm saying?
And their narcissism.
I totally understand.
I don't know how narcissism and God though goes hand in hand, because that's not that would be contradictory to, unless people, but everybody backside, everybody falls short, like they like to say, of the grace of God. But that would fall if somebody claims to be Christian or following the teachings of the Bible. It would be contradictory to being more Christ-like to be narcissistic.
Well, let me ask you a question. So, like, is the issue for, like, as far as you're concerned, is the issue for the Black community a lack of masculinity or the orientation? Because, like, we know that femininity and masculinity are not synonymous to the genders. I mean, to the sexes either. Which is why you have tomgirls, tomboys. You have girls who are more athletic, take more of an interest in not being girly. They're not into pink and makeup and all of the so-called girly things. So is it an issue of feeding masculinity back into so-called?
Nah. I don't find gender affirmation, sexuality, or gender the problem with the Black community, white or any community. I find fiscal responsibility to be the biggest problem with our world in general.
So what does that
being
mean?
Financially, fiscal responsibility, being responsible with your finances, being able to, I mean, because they like to say that everybody likes to keep up with the Joneses, and the thing that is very prominent in the Black community, showing off what you got, but you a broke motherfucker to other broke motherfuckers. I find that to be the biggest problem with whether you want to be, because I mean, they got rich gay people and rich trans people, as well as they got broke trans and broke gay people. I find being irresponsible with your money, the little bit that you have or the most that you have, because I mean, you got to live within your means. That's, I find, to be the problem with most society.
So let me ask you this other question then. Like, so let's say that, okay, so well, I'm not asking you this question to ask you that question. Do you believe that homosexuality and lesbianism is a natural orientation, just like heterosexuality is?
From my lived experience, it seems like it is.
Okay. So,
because again, like I was pointing out to my little 5-year-old cousin, how could that be? And he still is the same way he is to this day. And at the age of 5, he was showing that. But that goes for, again, for those people who, like I was saying, the spiritual upbringing. People that can go down a whole nother rabbit hole, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. And I asked you that question to ask you this. So if from what you've come to observe and know now, that homosexuality, lesbianism is a natural orientation, just like heterosexuality is, even if a person's orientation hypothetically was altered environmentally or by grits or by pesticide or by some cartoon character or by a sexual assault.
Yes, grits.
What would be the issue if it's okay for people to be, if it's okay for humans to be with humans? What would it?
Hold up. Yeah, can you try to rephrase it? If it's okay for humans to be with humans?
Yeah, like
where's the question again?
What would be, like, I asked you if you thought that homosexuality is a natural orientation, and you said that based upon your lived experience, it is. So then I asked you, so even if someone had been sexually assaulted, or if someone had been influenced based upon something they saw in their environment or something they saw on TV, even if they had been influenced to be same-gender loving or bisexual, what would be the issue if at the end of the day there's not an issue with who people want to be with?
And I'm absorbing that and giving it the best answer I can. What is the issue? Whether people be with people wanting to be with whoever they want to be with.
But no matter like why they want to be with that person, like, or rather,
there is this. I'm gonna show a little bit of my own selfishness when it comes to this. Into this right here, I feel. Let me even say feel. Think is more affirming than thinking is more affirming than a feeling. I think, regardless of whatever anybody says, does, or feel in life, you are responsible to yourself, right? You're responsible to yourself first, and the most important person that matters is you, right? Everybody else is kind of secondary. And so we can live life and be completely selfish, which is perfectly fine. Shit, hey, if you want to go move out and live in the woods and be isolated, so be it. But even if you say, and that's you live in the woods, you die by yourself. It is you lived your life, right? We all can stop producing children. We can all stop getting together. Everybody can live almost like they say back in Sodom and Gomorrah days. You lived your life, and that's pretty much the only person you're responsible to. And that's the only thing you have to worry about. Then, if the civilization, society doesn't go on any further than you, it may be unfortunate, but your only main focus should be, or your only main focus really is to yourself and responsible to yourself. Now, when you have children, you are supposed to be thinking outside of yourself and thinking for them kids. But if we have a society of people who don't have kids, all you have to worry about is yourself. So enjoy, do what you do. That is actually how I feel about that. Is about most things, and I came to that. But I can't think like that because I have kids.
Can I ask my question?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Hi.
After you eat, then a reckless, and then a chocolate earth. Okay.
So 2 questions. I know you mentioned your cousin and your uncle. Do they would they be invited to your child's party, like birthday party, or are they invited at any holiday or family events?
I don't shun them. Yeah.
So they come over and everything? Okay.
Yeah. I don't shun them. No, I don't shun people for that. Nah, I'm not going to indulge with you. I don't shun people. I'm not going to indulge with you.
Understood. And so I think
hold on. Can you elaborate a little bit on indulge? What does that mean?
Look at reckless.
Hold up.
Get out the toxic masculinity.
You understand? Yeah, you understand why the hell I'm laughing. You understand what I mean when I say I'm not going to indulge. But then we speaking about 2 family members, but I mean, again, I think you understand what I say. I don't indulge. I respect it, but I'm not indulging.
But what does that mean? Like, you're not going to twerk with me. You're not going to go to the guest. I don't know what it means that you won't indulge. Like, what does that mean? Like, you won't have threesomes with me and my husband? Like,
absolutely not.
Why would that be
absolutely not.
But when you say indulge, I don't know. Like,
I do not indulge. No.
But what does that mean? Like, you won't indulge.
I hold up my fist. Like the Black Panthers. You know what I mean? I support from over here, but I won't indulge.
They talk with you about your relationship?
Let your people go, but not me.
Okay. I'll go ahead, E. I think you had a question.
You grab the shovel. You just dig your way into a hole.
So I just say what I took from I'm not going to indulge is that you can come over, we can eat and powwow, but don't maybe your lover can't come or you can't kiss, or I don't want to talk about your relationship. That's the way it kind of came off. But my follow-up question.
No, now when I say indulge, like, yo, we not in no form of fashion, you're gonna find me naked in the bed with another man, unfortunately.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Wow. Yeah. We wouldn't have thought that because it's your
that's what I mean, indulge.
I'm so confused.
Okay.
Why would that even be a thing in your mind? What would you like?
Because again, like I said, I told you I got a gay homeboy. Me and him both came up in New Orleans. New Orleans is like little Sodom and Gomorrah in his own right, as well as New York City. And I mean, I lived an extended period of time in New York City and New Orleans, and between the two, They got a place on New Orleans called St. Anne Street. Everybody who's from New Orleans, they know. Once you go down Bourbon, once you get to St. Anne, you know it's about to get crazy. I've hanged out with some of my people down on St. Anne, but after a while, after too many people keep trying to touch on me, I'm like, bro, you know what? I think I need to go back. I need to go back 2 blocks up the road. You dig what I'm saying? That's
So
when
now
I
you
say
know
I'm
how
not
a
gonna
woman
be
feels.
Oh, that's a great point. Say it again, Mo.
I said, so now you know how a woman feels.
Okay.
Unwanted advances and unwanted touch.
Exactly.
And furthermore,
I've been new
to go
this.
back to
I've been new this since I was 15. Nah,
But-
shit, I'd go back to 7 years old. I've been new this.
Well, wait,
okay, but P-Bag, let me go back to the whole Sodom and Gomorrah thing. Because the Sodom and Gomorrah thing has been irking my spirit. Because Sodom and Gomorrah was not about the sins that were happening in that town. It was the lack of hospitality. That's what put them under. So when you keep calling your cities Sodom and Gomorrah, and you're making references about Sodom and Gomorrah, about individualism, are you talking about their sexuality, or are you talking about
you
their
do
lack of
remember from
hospitality?
Sodom. Remember also too from the story of the Bible when they said spoke of Sodom and Gomorrah, man was laying with beasts. You know, man and woman was laying with beasts. They were doing bestiality.
If you look at Ezekiel
everything was
16:48,
going.
but if you look at Ezekiel
You forgot about
16:48,
that
it
part,
stated. No, I'm not. I haven't forgotten any about a part about that. The issue was about the hospitality. It wasn't about what they were doing behind closed doors. It was about the lack of hospitality because those angels were about to be raped. If you remember, Lot tried to offer. Lot tried to offer. Oh, I'm so. Oh, I forgot. I forgot. I apologize. Grapes. Yeah. Yeah. The citizens in the city were trying to give grapes to those angels. Lot offered his daughters instead for the grapes. The citizens weren't trying to hear that. So it was the lack of hospitality. Because back in those traditional times, you weren't supposed to grape people. You were supposed to take care of them when they came to your into your city.
Is the green grapes better or the purple grapes?
That ain't none of my business. But the point of it is, it was the hospitality, because that's important to Jewish culture. So when you keep making those references, that's what it was it was triggering me. I'll say that. So that's why I wanted to clarify.
But
and educate.
But where you from, though, Mo? Real quick, where you from?
I'm from the A.
You from the A? Okay. I think we all live in like a big city for the most part, right? All of us.
But Odie, you're not a Christian, are you?
I'm far from a good Christian, but I was raised in the church. So
I
don't necessarily even want to sit there and claim. I don't even sit there because I'm not the perfect example of what a Christian should be.
So then, why do even bad Christians quote scriptures?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Why do bad Christians quote scripture? Like I said again, I wouldn't even claim that because I am far from what I did even as a child. You know, went through.
Deal with any lukewarm, Odie. So you either
pure and far from lukewarm. And I'm all the way with you on that. So that's why I wouldn't even sit there and try to preach them. But still, one thing that does stay with people for the most part is morals. But unfortunately for me, I have very few.
Weaponized behind scripture.
I have very few. That's why I don't hit people over the head.
But I said that because you mentioned religion when it comes to children frequently.
Right.
And I find
for the most part, for the upbringing for some people, why they think why they have like certain ideals when it comes to it. And I'm speaking again on the most part, you know, in the generalities of the thing.
Well, you know, we can't hold children up to these spiritual standards, you know, especially being so young. But you mentioned that your child's mother was a regular, and so it didn't sound like it was anything too in-depth with that relationship. So when we speak about, you know, Sodom and Gomorrah, and I know that's a reference you use, and you mentioned, you know, just being upright, and even though now you're saying you have very few good morals, but that's still something that you read it. Well, that's what he said. But
that's exactly what I said.
But you see how
I'm a heathen. I'm a whole heathen out here. I'm Fred Sanford. I'm a heathen.
But baby, you didn't begin it that way. You didn't say that when you came on board. And One Love was here. I know she would be scratching at the door a little bit. But I know that Reckless wanted to say something. So Reckless, I'm gonna I digress.
I have a question. So Wode, well, since because now and I'm interested, so now I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. All right, so have you heard about the Zaya Wade situation that recently happened?
Oh yes.
Zaya and Zaya's boyfriend.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that? Exactly.
I really didn't have much thoughts about it. Besides the fact that
hold on. Actually, think about that real quick. I want to share my screen real quick. Think about that question that Reckless just asked you for a little bit, and I want to bring up an article because I love articles. This is from Britannica.com, and it is an article on Sodom and Gomorrah. So I just want to read it real quick. Sodom and Gomorrah, notoriously sinful cities in the biblical book of Genesis, destroyed by sulfur and fire because of their wickedness. Genesis 19:24. Sodom and Gomorrah, along with the cities of Admah, Zeboim, and Zor, constituted the 5 cities in the plain, and they are referenced throughout both the Old and New Testament and the Quran. In the Genesis account, God reveals to Abraham that Sodom and Gomorrah, he's about to blow the entire fuck up for their sins. And Abraham pleads for the lives of any righteous people living there, especially the lives of his nephew Lot and his family. Abraham seems to negotiate with God on behalf of the righteous in the 2 cities. God first agrees to spare the cities if he can find 50 righteous people in the city, and eventually agrees to spare them if 10 righteous people can be found. 2 angels appearing as men are sent to Lot in Sodom, but are met with the wicked mob who asks for the newcomers, baby fresh meat. Lot offers the mob his daughters instead, but this only further enrages the mob, who are then struck blind by the angelic guests. Finding only Lot and his family as righteous among the inhabitants, the angels warn Lot to quickly evacuate the city and not look the fuck back. As they flee the destruction, Lot's wife looks upon the city and her ass turns into grass. The account in the Quran is similar, though the cities are not mentioned by name. Abraham pleads for Lot's people, but is told that the chastisement cannot be averted. Lot is grieved when the messengers tell him of the fate of his people, and as in the biblical narrative, offers his daughters in vain to the mob. Righteous Lot is told to escape in the night with his followers and is warned that his wife will suffer the same fate as the rest. The cities are destroyed by stones raining down. Conservative Christian views are that the exact nature of the damning wickedness of the cities has been the subject of debate. Traditionally, Sodom and Gomorrah have been associated with homosexual acts. The mob of men that accost the angels had demanded of Lot, quote, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we may rummage through their pussies." This has long been interpreted as carnal knowledge, and many believe that this is widespread homosexuality of inhabitants that earns their obliteration. Other biblical references to Sodom and Gomorrah, including Jude 1:7, which mentions sexual immorality and unnatural lust, and the abominable things of Ezekiel 16:50 are seen as support of this view. Now, actual educated people, such as modern scholarship, particularly in Judaism and certain branches of Christianity, has proposed that it is the inhabitants' lack of hospitality, not their homosexuality, that gives offense to God. According to this view, the mob's demands to RAPE, the angelic guest, reveals their deep-seated violence and inhospitality, and is meant to stand in striking contrast to the gracious hospitality given by both Abraham and Lot to those same strangers. Indeed, both Abraham and Lot generously welcomed and fed the angelic strangers, Abraham with a choice of calf specifically prepared, and Lot with a feast and an invitation to rest for the night. To further this claim, some cite the words of Jesus, who is the ultimate authority over all scriptures, in Matthew 10:14-15, which reads, "If anyone will not welcome you or listen to your words, shake off the dust from your feet as you leave the house or town. Truly I tell you, it will be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah on the day of judgment than that town." So,
yeah, before you did click, they right there said also in Islam.
Oh, okay.
Hold Islam's understanding of it too. Yeah.
Hold on, let me reshare.
That one part, you thought you was gonna get all the way to it. I was reading ahead of you.
That's kind of
Right there in Islam, also too. It said there. I mean, just also adding on with also other things.
In Islam, homosexuality has also traditionally been understood as the sin of Sodom and Gomorrah. In the Quranic account, the mob's refusal of Lot's daughters in favor of the messengers is seen as evidence of their sexual depravity. The people of Sodom and Gomorrah were the first on earth to commit a certain indecency, and the Quran states that they lusted after men instead of women. Chapter 7, 80 verse through 81. This novel indecency. Am I ready?
No, yeah, that's also too.
Their destruction.
But the hospitality, like he said, the violence and hospitality of the reason why that Sodom and Gomorrah was brought down, but from several different religious accounts too, where they just reaccounting of what was going on in the city, which may not also have been the only reason of their downfall, but you know, according to a lot of other religious accounts, Judaism, Islam and Christianity, of the things that were also taking place, transpiring in the city, is why people like to use that reference as Sodom and Gomorrah, like anything goes, murder, and go down the gamut.
Thank you. But what I was, because the point I was trying to, unfortunately, Britannica is a very conservative encyclopedias company, always being. The point I was trying to make is that I love how they referenced Ezekiel 16:50, but 2 lines above it in Ezekiel 16:48, it referenced, for your sister city of Sodom went down with twice as many sins. I mean, with not even half of the sins for is the lack of hospitality. There was a reference in there about hospitality, and that, so theologians didn't just come out of it, you know, with thin air. It's in the scripture. It's just unfortunately the text of this encyclopedia, it comes from a very conservative source, so they're not going to put that.
Well, I think this article does a great job at separating religious views from scholarship and
It talks about it, but if within the article, it didn't give the scripture reference of the other side of the argument about hospitality. You see what I'm saying? But they gave several examples from the conservative view. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, for me, I think it shit. I mean, maybe some other people need several, but for me, once they reference what Jesus said about what went down, the Lamb, Creator, what He said about
what
why the city went down, I ain't need several of 6 or 16 other verses. The man of the hour, the Elohim had said that the shit went down in the ground because them hoes was selfish, narcissistic, and materialistic as fuck. And to your point, Mo, about the lack of hospitality, like you said, the reason why the scriptures emphasize the RAPE and the attack on the angels is because it was emphasizing that RAPE is a Middle Eastern war tool that was used to conquer. Outside, it was used to conquer foreigners. It was a form of enslavement and brutality and psychological warfare. And to this
it must be psychological. That's a shitty tool.
And to this articles, and by psychological, I mean, obviously, just like book breaking, the point wasn't homosexuality. The point was submission. The point was dominance. This is why prisoners rape other RPE, other inmates, not to make them queer per se, but to get them to submit so that they can dominate them psychologically by breaking down their ego and breaking down their inhibition and their will. So that's the whole psychology behind RAPE. It has nothing to do with gender or sex, even though that's what people may go to.
It's the power.
But yeah, like that's a very surface interpretation about something that has a deeper psychological.
But add on to what you just said though, right there though, if it is something that is done to somebody and it is like as you said, it was a tool used for psychological warfare, and it could be breaking somebody's spirit, their will, and their inhibitions and everything of that nature. It is a possibility then too to somebody that was abused also at a young age could be changed psychologically forever too as well. If we're gonna get still in that same realm.
Well, no. Well, no.
Yeah, you see how it does correlate too in some cases. We're not saying, like I said again, though, there's two things can be true, and there may be the black and white, but there's that gray area. So there are some, there might be some cases.
Say on this topic so bad.
Hold on. I was gonna say the last point. This is probably a very uncomfortable truth about sexual assault as it relates to like gender on gender, like same gender on same gender sexual assault is what psychologists actually have come to understand is that molestation and or sexual assault, aka RAPE, does not necessarily create homosexuality, but unfortunately it may be an act that exposes someone to an already existing spectrum that they're on. It may actually because you can't create orientation. It's not as other people have been saying all night long. This is inherent. This is a fundamental part of the creation of our humanity. You cannot create attraction in that way. You can't create like a infinity toward any particular sex through RAPE. But unfortunately, especially within a toxic homophobic construct, you have the issue of, first of all, already having people who don't live in a fluid country and who already are going to practice a certain level of denial about orientation due to religious osity and bigotry that plagues most communities. And so, unfortunately, some people who are coming out of sexual assault and then pursuing relations sexually or romantically to someone of the same sex is not because of the RAPE. It's just unfortunately the way they found out about their bisexuality. It's unfortunately it was the doorway to something that was already there. The orientation was already set up in that way, and that's what psychologists are discovering about the impact of sexual trauma. But they are like denouncing this antiquated idea that RAPE creates orientation. It may so reveals it to someone, but that is no way for anyone to come to kind of like that's no way for anybody to come to understand their identity. That's a inappropriate way for someone to become aware, even though awareness still can come out of a experience like that. But it's the same way. And I always talk about this story, but there's a gay couple on YouTube, and I don't know their names. I used to follow them like years ago, not really follow them, but I've like seen their story because someone told me else about it. But there's a Black queer couple who've been together since high school, and it's so interesting because one of the boyfriends is like openly gay. He had been openly gay pretty much like his whole life, and then his boyfriend was someone who identified as heterosexual until one day during a football game, this guy's friend had double dared him to go and kiss the gay guy who was sitting in the bleachers watching the football game. So he took them up on their bet. He went over and gave the guy a big kiss on the fucking lips, and from there experienced butterflies and chemistry that led to what has since been a long-term commitment between them. Up until he had kissed another male, he had no idea he had an attraction or had the capacity to be with a man sexually and or romantically. And so it just goes to show that the full awareness of our orientation also doesn't happen all at once. You have a lot of gay people who use the term gay who also are actually bisexual. Like they have a capacity for bisexuality. They've been with women. They've had baby mothers. They've have baby fathers. They but they may use the term queer or you have like how you discover your orientation, the layers to your orientation, the level of awarenesses that you have about your orientation, like all that shit is very gray area space. So it's not a black and white situation. It just hands down is sexuality and gender identity are just going to always be like one of the most complicated, complex subjects as it relates to our makeup as human beings. So I just wanted to just say that in lieu of what you were trying to say, Mr. Wody, about, you know, there be some idea that you can get like raped in your ass and become gay or RAPED, and you become gay more so than you are made aware of something about yourself that wasn't stimulated until an experience like that. But yeah,
I understand. I understand your train of thought. I understand your logical train of thought on that. Absolutely, I understand your train of thought and logic on that. No
now,
doubt.
somebody was trying to jump in, I think, and say something.
I wanted to say something about that because I feel like within the Black community, that is a very common thing. And I think maybe in other communities, but I don't know about them. I just know within our community. And, you know, I'm from Miami, Florida. So, like, that's something, you know, they use the word punk a lot. So they feel like, you know, most people that they describe as that, they feel like, you know, if you're gay, that means that you were touched or you were something like that before, when I don't think that's the case. But a lot of gay people have been touched and have been molested, and I think that they also have come to that term, because I've met a lot of friends, you know, who think that they are gay because they've been molested. However, I would challenge the thought of, I think that in the way that we protect little girls and we say that, you know, little girls shouldn't be unsupervised and da-da-da-da, we don't do that to little boys, especially little boys that are feminine. And when little boys are feminine, older boys recognize that, right? Older boys see that. And especially if they're not having sex with girls at that time, they get curious and things happen when people aren't paying attention and people aren't monitoring their kids. Or adults, you know, you're not monitoring your son around adults or things like that. So I feel like people kind of prey on feminine boys who don't know that they're gay as of yet, but they have femininity within them, because we all recognize that when, or males, you know, they could be trans or whatever, and we recognize that as their kids. But it's like, I don't know. It's like we kind of make the chicken come before the egg type of situation. I don't know how to explain that, but I just feel like we should look at it more of that. Like, people recognize the femininity that's innate in these people, and then they choose to go after these people and molest them. You know what I mean? And they're already the way that they are, and which is why they're being targeted. So that's just what I'm.
Like, if they are like innately feminine, then they're already being interpreted as vulnerable, as damsels in distress, which would heighten a predator, because femininity is associated with being weaker or lesser than or vulnerable, etc. So yeah, for sure. And I think it's unfortunate that sexuality has got like wrapped up in this whole, like, even when it comes to sexual assault and how the West kind of tries to interpret that. But I'm glad that psychologists are making like bounds and leaps on the data and around like the way that they actually correlate and don't correlate to one another. And this is why you can have, and to my point, or to psychologists' point, this is why you can have people sexually assaulted by someone of the same sex who still identify as straight. It's not like being RAPE by someone of the same sex or being molested by someone of the same sex inherently makes you same gender loving. That's only going to be the case if you already have a same gender loving capacity. But someone who is authentically heterosexual, that's the way that their orientation is oriented. Not even multiple sexual assaults by someone of the same sex is going to cause them to have a affinity toward the same sex. There already has to be a spectrum reality that the person is already on for those type of experiences to maybe leading to more experiences with someone of the same sex. It's a deep thing. That's why I encourage people, like, when you get into like these psychology books and these medical journals, and you see like what these like what's going on in modern psychology, it is like really interesting what we're dawning upon.
Wait, Conscious, do me a favor. Put me like in a big box, like put me up. This is a good book, y'all. Oh, well, I don't know. This right here, this shit right here, bitch. This is a good book.
Psychology book, Big Ideas Simply Explained.
Baby, this is a good book. So basically what it is it talks about all different types of psychology. It kind of breaks it down from like the early stages to like later on and stuff. And so recently I made an executive decision that I'm gonna start incorporating this book into my commentary and stuff. So it's gonna be real insightful. Sure.
Yeah. Wody, Reckless has started asking you about Zaya Wade.
Yes, I did see that question. Well, you said what did I think concerning that? Just the same as somebody else said in the comments. The only thing that I seen that I had any issue with is again Zaya being 14 years old and kissing your boyfriend, girlfriend, whoever in front of your parents. I never in my life would have thought of ever kissing a girl. I don't even kiss my girlfriend to this day. I don't kiss another woman in front of my parents. As just something like, it's like that line of respect thing, like not cursing in front of your parents, and like certain things to me is like, it seems foreign that you just was. But again, these are people who are Hollywood celebrities, also of another socioeconomic class. Things may be slightly different for them. Just even the thought that they were bold with it, just kissing in front of their parents. I thought that was odd to me.
So, question. So showing a
child kissing in front of their parents.
Wait, so showing affection is equivalent to cursing?
And in almost the same vein, yes. It is. Yeah. Kissing, me being 12, 13, and I'm there with my girlfriend, and we just making out in front on the couch with my mother there in the kitchen or there in the room. Like, hell fucking no.
It wasn't.
And my parents would have told me, yo, get off that girl. I closed my bedroom door. I'll tell you one quick story. I closed my bedroom door with a girl that came over when I was 11 years old, 12. My mother came in and busted in the door and said, don't close this door.
How old were you?
I was 11 or 12 at the time.
But do you realize, hold on, wait. Now I understand that you are definitely explaining.
And I was about to get in there. So yeah, she was all right to do it, but I mean,
we understand, Wody. Spare us the details.
Yeah, don't gotta go do detail. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, like I understand that you are sharing with us your experience, but you do realize that that's not the context of the picture that was uploaded of Zaya Wade giving her boyfriend a smooch on the lips. You do understand that what we did not see is footage of them having a French tongue makeout session, and what we did not see was them hunching together as there was a kiss. What we saw was a smooch that was captured.
That's still. Can Franny go real quick?
Hold on.
Yeah, my response would be real short anyway if Franny did want to say something. But again, like I said, as it comes to that, to me, it just seems foreign to be being affectionate with your boyfriend, girlfriend in front of your parents. That was not something that in my time, my generation, and where I'm from, I was never doing nothing like that. That seems odd. That seems off to me.
Yeah, because but that's not surprising. Black community is one of the most like respectability politic conservative communities in America. So definitely, but you do also understand that just because something is foreign doesn't necessarily make it evil either. Like just because it was something you wasn't allowed to do and something that it wasn't a space that was provided to you in your upbringing doesn't necessarily make it inherently wrong, right?
I would have to agree with you there because we all do things differently all around the world. You're absolutely right.
Fran, welcome to
I have one more question.
I don't know why the hell you up in the salacious midnight hours on a Saturday with the rest of us. Okay, go ahead, Reckless.
Okay, I just had one more question. I'm gonna shut up because my mouth already hurt. So I have a question. So when did you have your first kiss?
Oh, I was 7.
Case closed.
Just like
And
that.
I was not interested in kissing girls, hunching. It was forced on me. It was
Case
another
closed.
young girl that was my age. She said, "Let's play house," and started kissing on me. Now, that's how I was introduced to kissing, and I was still not interested. My next time, I was about 9 years old, and there was another young lady my age introduced me again to the next thing. I still was not. I didn't start trying to get with girls, start doing anything sexually with girls on my own volition till probably I was about 11 years old.
Case closed.
From the age of 7 to 11, other girls my age was doing things sexually to me.
Okay.
And so what do you mean? Though? Case closed though. But explain.
Wait, no, because I'm about to. Case closed because I remember on a particular panel before I was talking about the condition and stuff that us as men go through, and so now I'm just happy that now we have different men come up to kind of back up what I was saying. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, what would? Yeah, Dan, you gotta expound on that later when you can. When you get a chance. I don't know what you talking about.
I was going to say something different. I think that it's interesting because you just brought to the reality of what I was saying in my initial Zion Wade commentary, that even though we like to say children should be children, children should be children, we never talk about the reality of childhood sexuality, that young people have a sexuality, and that young people's sexuality becomes heightened at different ages. It's not a monolithic thing. So you do have 10-year-olds who are being sexual with other 10-year-olds. You have teenagers being sexual with teenagers, like you have. Like, this is why even like the sleepovers are co-ed. The girls go sleep in this motherfucking room, no matter how old they are or not.
You see what Bettina says though in the comments though?
Sleep in another room, because the reality is we know that there's something going on in human nature at all stages in life, and we ain't trying to just get caught up in being caught up in whatever's going on in human nature at various stages of life. So, but Franny, definitely jump in, boo, and welcome to the panel.
Hello, you do see what Bettina C said in the comments real quick too, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Whenever I can, I'd love to ask a question.
Franny's gonna go though real quick because I gotta go. All right. So the issue that I have is sexualizing children in general. I don't think a picture of a child kissing another child should be posted in general. Like, that's weird. Like, kids gonna do what they do, and it's your job as the parent or the guardian to communicate in your home with your child. Outside of that, making it a public thing is sexualizing your child. Who said
That would be reckless.
Why you say mm-mm?
I'm saying no only because the thing is that for one, we have to separate affection versus sex. Now, I do understand that one can lead to the other and they can be connected, but that's not always the case. But as well to that is that I think maybe because it's a bigger thing because we are queer, because I don't know what your sexual orientation is, but because I am queer. And the thing is that I wasn't given the opportunity to see that, to even know that that was even possible for parents to even allow us to even have the same opportunities or the same experiences that our heterosexual counterparts did. Like, and I say this all the time, warning, strong language, about to use it. I sucked the dick before I had my first kiss. And a lot of times too, for a lot of other queer people, we don't have a lot of times we don't have that experience of being, okay, this your little play date or whatever. Then this is your first little boyfriend, girlfriend. Then you get into high school. Then you go into college. A lot of times, which also goes to the whole thing of why we're probably a hard truth why a lot of sex probably does go on within our community is because a lot of times when we do come across other queer men, women, typically it comes through a sexual type of exchange. So,
well, because of what you're saying, Reckless, is queer people, especially queer men, are largely having a late start in sexual expression, and then it's not even
but do you think that should be? Do you think that should be posted on social media for pedophiles and things like that?
It's this what kills me about y'all and these like pedals and these like RAPIST. Do y'all realize that most of the people being assaulted in the world are not even women in mini skirts and with their titties out like that? Y'all are talking
that's
about
very
predators.
true.
Hold on. Y'all are talking about predators. It doesn't take an image. Like, how the hell is a pedophile going to even get to Zaya Wade, who's protected by class, protected by wealth, protected? I mean, like, it's not, when y'all say that, it's not even in the realm of anything realistic, and it's just a way to avoid what's truly uncomfortable about the image, which is that, once again, most of us are Black and brown, and we just wasn't afforded healthy spaces to cultivate affection and loving relationships to other peers, and we just didn't have the same supportive as parents, and that shit looks completely weird to us. That shit looks completely bizarre to us, and what we're really looking at is a really healthy family who's really being honest about the reality of gender, the reality of sexual orientation, and it's not like Gabrielle Union and Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade are like making Zaya go be sexually inappropriate, but are they overseeing a relationship that she's in, and are they teaching her her body and establishing boundaries as parents? I'm sure they are. I'm sure that Zaya Wade doesn't get to be stuck up in her room with her door closed with her boyfriend. I'm sure that they don't get to sleep at night together in a bed together, but do they get to be supervised?
I don't know. I don't know. These new age parents.
Hold on. But if
these new age parents,
it's a bunch of what ifs. I can't do anything with a bunch of what ifs. What we saw was a picture.
But they don't give a damn about those.
And we jump straight into a rabbit hole, not so much as about them, but really more so about us.
Conscious, what you're saying.
Y'all just heard a whole heterosexual
what you're
man
saying is
that he been getting the potty started since he been 10 years old, because that's the reality. Y'all just heard a whole heterosexual man up here talk about how the young girls at 10 years old was getting the potty started with him.
Is that right? Is that correct?
That's we talking about the reality, but
that's
y'all are conflating two situations that have no relationship to one another. The sexual promiscuity of the young people that Wody is talking about, y'all are projecting into an image of two teenagers sharing a peck on the lips.
Well, hold on.
Yo, as you say you did say all of that too, Conscious.
Those are entirely two separate situations. No matter how much y'all want to say them, they just are two separate situations.
Hold on.
And this may not tie together your 2 points real quick, but just again, as you spoke on me though, even though I was introduced to those things between the ages of 7 and 8, again 7 to 10, I was not interested even really in girls until about the age of 11. So even though I may have partake, I was not pursuing girls till about 11.
You said that you didn't, so you claim that you didn't take girls seriously until 11. Well, Zaya is 14. She's even much older than you, and she's not even having sex. She's allowed to share a smooch on the lips with her boyfriend.
You said, how do you know she's not having
sex? Those are all things that I was not doing with my parents knowing though.
And you're talking about getting down and dirty at 11.
How do you know she's not having sex?
Totally different. We don't know, and that's why we shouldn't make no assumptions. That's exactly what my point is. We don't know. Y'all are projecting and exaggerating.
That's
and
right. Hold on now.
And pouring into
yes.
situations. That's
hold
my
on.
point.
Hold on. I gotta disagree.
We don't know.
I gotta disagree. You can't say what we're projecting.
Yes, I
we
can.
feel.
When y'all don't, when the difference is this man just told you what the facts of his
No,
life
that's his
were,
life. Hold on, let me
and
say
you right,
this.
and Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade uploaded a picture, and y'all are the ones narrating it as something that is in fact not.
No, it's all a factor of opinion, though. It's like if they think that's okay because that's their child and that's their life, they can do that. Me and my partner,
And they're not the only parents who do. I knew a lot. I grew up with a lot of parents who allowed their teenagers to have boyfriends and allowed their
yeah,
teenagers to cuddle up on the couch in the living room, to share a kiss on the lips, and to Reckless's point, unfortunately, as a queer man, I wasn't even allowed to have a same gender loving boyfriend. While I had to watch my younger brother be able to date while he was in high school, and
that's
date
not cool.
while
Yeah,
he was
that's
a
not fair.
sophomore,
Yeah,
and go to prom and have a girlfriend and have her come over and eat cabbage and crumpets with the family, and oh, you
yeah,
look
that's not
dark,
cool.
so pretty, and guess what? I had to act like I was a single bitch and date my boyfriend in secret. I went to his house and escaped out of Alcatraz to go see him cross
That's not
town
cool.
at midnight.
The-
I unfortunately didn't get to participate in that type of cozy woziness because my partner just wasn't same gender.
Conscious.
It was the opposite.
Conscious. I'm gonna say this one thing. Listen, that first of all, that's not right that you went through that. That's number one.
So that's
I do want to say that I am a female that's with a female, right? And so the child that is in our household, he's 10, and he's able to come to me about his feelings about how he feels about friends that he goes to school with. He opened up about a kid that is a guy, right? I'm cool with that because your feelings are your feelings and they'll forever be valid. But as the parent, it's our job to still protect the child.
That's
So
what they're doing by supervising their daughter's relationship. They took the picture because that's how involved they are in what's going on. They uploaded it because that's how involved.
I don't know, because I feel what you're saying, but then I just feel another way. But I'm gonna just pause because I got to think about that because I don't know.
Conscious, can I say it may be uncomfortable for people because people are not used to seeing intimacy. People are not used to seeing holding hands. I believe even Wody even mentioned he still doesn't kiss. People are having sex, but they're not kissing. They're not sharing intimacy. And the young lady just said that the photo, she said it shouldn't be exposed to pedophiles. Listen, they don't give a damn about that picture because if they gave a damn about that picture, they would have reported everybody who shared it. It wouldn't have gotten around so quickly, and it got thousands and thousands and thousands of comments. So no, they don't give a damn about that picture. It just makes them feel uncomfortable because that's not something they're familiar with, and they probably don't share that level of intimacy with their own partner.
As a black and brown people, it's not surprising to me that most of our people are uncomfortable. We're the most so-called conservative, people in the country. So most of us were raised super tight, maybe even over policed in some instances.
Maybe I'm ignorant then.
But my whole
we
thing,
being the most conservative, but yet we seemingly vote mostly one party. We have the most fealty to one party.
Well, the thing is,
out
like,
of any racial group.
Well, I was gonna say the thing is the black community can be very conservative, but however the mindset can be completely different. Okay, but here's the thing too as well is that because I've been out of high school for a little bit of time now, but it's kind of weird. It's because like 14, roughly 14, 15,
that's ninth grade.
13, that's like ninth grade.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people had boyfriends and girlfriends in ninth grade. Like
all my friends, we all were dating.
Like
all of us were dating.
Yeah,
like
so
dating
that's
is
why,
a normal part of like adolescent. Like it's what young people do. Like we date.
Yeah. Which is the reason why I kind of be like, when we get to this conversation, because I'm like,
that's why I
it's
can't.
a normal
Okay,
thing.
hold on, y'all. So let me say this.
Now, whether you kept it from your parents or not is one thing, but we all had fucking boyfriends, whether our parents knew about it or not.
And that's correct.
I did. I had a boyfriend.
That's
But the
correct.
reality is,
I will do a self check because this is really opening my eyes, even as a lesbian woman. Like this is opening my eyes because I'm really like, whoa. I really just want to protect children at the same time. because there's you can't. On the other hand, you can't change the fact that there's some weird ass people in this world, and you do want your child to be happy and experience and get to enjoy having their first true love or whatever the case is. I just maybe after this conversation, I'm telling y'all, I'm really gonna self check and make sure that I'm not just too close minded.
It makes more like protecting our children should mean talking to them about the reality of their bodies and the reality of their hormones and the reality of being young people who have growing feelings and desires to have intimate relationships to whatever gender they are oriented towards. Trying to act like that doesn't exist, trying to being in denial of it, putting it under the rug, is setting your children to be really emotionally unintelligent in relationships because
well, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, should it have been posted on social media?
Why not?
Says who? Like, says who that anything shouldn't be posted? Plenty. There are whole child TikTok stars right now. There's a whole YouTube for kids. There's a whole app for YouTube for kids where kids are literally have platforms and have brands and are being viewed by millions of people. Like, what are we doing? Huh? Like,
for whoever said why not?
That was me. That was E.
We're talking about no. This is why I cannot take this conversation because we're talking about the same hypocritical society.
Is this hypocritical?
Hold on. We're talking about the same hypocritical society that sat up here and supported shows like In the House and The Cosbys and Family Matters that all featured children occupying grown ass had grown careers in Hollywood while working class people cutting checks. And we sit here and talk about how children should be children while we supported Mrs. Huxtable. We supported Laura Winslow. We supported all of these young people who were working for a living, even though they were working at entertaining all of our black asses. And yet when things get interesting, we like to double down and rely on this. Let the children be the children. Don't have their asses babysitting their younger fucking siblings. Don't have them cooking and cleaning while it don't take you but 2 hours to get home. And little Johnny is being babysit by his teenage sister, who is apparently adult enough to be left to cook, to be left to mother, to be left to supplement an adult in the household. These young people are working. Zai is old enough to get a fucking job at, well, I don't know if she's old enough to get a job at Wendy's or Burger King, but these young people are working, moving out at 15, 16, 14, like emancipating themselves from their families. And to Reckless's point, I do take up a really big issue with us conflating affection with explicit sexual behavior. These are entirely two different things. And while it will be argued on this panel that kissing is considered sexual, in my opinion,
I didn't say that.
Kissing innocent kiss on the lips is just as innocent as holding hands and sitting next to each other, as giving each other a meaningful hug. And of course, if kids also have a emotional interest in other kids, and teenagers have an interest in other teenagers, they're also going to mimic the things that they see their mothers and fathers do in a household, because we also have parents who share simple affection in front of us. We live in households where we've watched our mom and dad share a kiss, peck each other on the lips when dad comes home and drops down his briefcase and is ready to sit down at the family dinner table and eat the big piece of fucking chicken with us. Like, we all have seen that, and young people are mimicking that and taking their cues in their dating experience directly from the fucking adults who they living with, who are showing that all of these things could be non-sexual forms of contact. That kissing can be non-sexual because every time that dad and mom kissed, they wouldn't hauling off to the bedroom, fucking the walls down. So the assumption that a kiss is sexual, I totally disagree with that. I have kissed many of my boyfriends when I was a teenager, and we weren't hauling off having a fucking orgy because we gave each other a fucking kiss. And to make that assumption is just a gross misinterpretation of something that is not solely defined as sexual just because it would have been sexual for you. Fran is back.
Sorry, y'all. I keep hitting the button. Listen, can I give clarity and then I'm be quiet? I swear to God. I want y'all to know that, especially when it comes to conscious, yes, I have favorites. I'm always open to learn. I'm just really being transparent as a lesbian woman myself. Like, I want to bring clarity. I really don't see a problem with them kissing. What I'm saying is, should it have been posted? And I hear the things about why not, and I'm learning, but I'm just like, oh my God, like,
why shouldn't it be posted, Fran? Like, do you know that we live in a society who also still believes that we shouldn't openly be queer, that you shouldn't openly
and that I'm against. I agree with that, but I wouldn't want two straight children. I wouldn't want them kissing either.
No, but that's my whole issue. We saw these child actors fictionally participating in romantic relationships in these sitcoms and fantasizing over and there was no protest. Like, the reality is, young people date. We should talk to them about it. We should supervise our teenagers if they come to have a attraction to someone in their peer group. And I think the best thing that parents can do is not necessarily avoid it, but actually just create a safe space for open and honest communication and appropriate supervision of those things. I don't know what we are scared. I don't know what we are. I don't know why we are running. I don't know why.
I'm scared. I'm scared of, I mean, like I said, whether it was two straight children or whatever. I don't like sexualizing children. I don't like it.
But that's what y'all are doing. That's my whole point. Y'all are doing just that. Y'all see a peck between two 14-year-olds, and all of a sudden they're fucking to the ground, and somebody busting a nut, and somebody busting it open. And it's like, what the fuck?
It is very extreme.
It's like so
very extreme.
No, I don't know. That's not what I said.
You did imply that.
No, I didn't.
No,
you did say that.
You literally did say the word. Like, what? You just said it. We shouldn't be over sexualizing children.
But what I'm saying is, no, I'm not saying that they're fucking, like, or that I'm immediately thinking of that. What I'm saying is, okay, and then Reckless threw out a point too. Affection versus like sexualizing or sexual, whatever. We got to understand the difference between that too. I do, anyway. I am not looking at them because, first of all, don't pin me to that. I'm not looking at them as, oh, they're basically having sex on camera. No, that's not what I say. Don't tell me anything unless I say it. All right? So the second part is, I'm still just trying to have an understanding because I'm helping raise a child as well. And like I said, when he brought to me how he felt about a friend, that was fine with me. I looked at it just as if he had a girl that he was thinking of. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that part of, like Conscious went through, okay, your brother can do this, but because he's straight, but you can't. That's not what we're going to do. What I'm saying is, and just say you disagree rather than putting words in my mouth. What I'm saying is, I don't want children to be sexualized. That's it. There's no ... There's no slash. That's it.
Man, I'm sorry. I love you to death, but we're gonna have this fight right here, right now. Okay? You cannot end any of your sentences with "we do not want to over-sexualize children," and yet be like, "Don't tell me that I'm sexualizing," because that literal statement is literally doing just that. I'm the only person not sexualized. Like, that's why I can look at it as just a kiss, as a simple form of affection.
Okay, so y'all, let me say this. let me say this. Maybe I took too many shots tonight. Okay, I'm gonna go back and listen to this tomorrow, and really, because honestly, I hear what y'all saying too, but it's just not clicking. Like,
at least you're honest drunk.
Honestly, I'm not drunk yet, but you know.
But because here's the thing that we have to be careful about, Franny, is we are a part of a minority class that is
That's right.
been witch hunted from the start. There are people who literally feel like we shouldn't even be parents, that we shouldn't even have proximity to raise kids, who feel like it's inappropriate for us to even be in the parental position, to even have access to children, etc. So, like, we gotta like be clear, and just being mindful of being the witches doing the hunting,
right?
It relates to other scenarios and practice a bit more like of a nuanced thinking. And I'm not sitting here saying that there aren't young people who are sexually active, because they definitely are. Obviously, we're hearing from Wody at 11 years old. He was pop locking and dropping it on these girls. So, you know, we know.
Wait, hold on. I was innocent in all of this.
Oh, okay. Well, he was.
Again, I told you, sir.
He was.
I don't know why they was doing that to me, but they was doing that to me.
Okay. So here it is. But we also don't want to make sure to make all young people that, like, there are young people who, because like for me, I was mature for my age. So my mother also could that she wouldn't put my younger brother in because he was immature as hell. Like, you know, I could go out with my friends at 14 and go to the movies without being parentally supervised. My mother she knew what type of young person I was. She knew that I wasn't the kind of person who was impulsive and who is like unruly and is a follower. She didn't have to have those concerns because of just how I was set up naturally or whatever. My brother, however, you know, he was the lit one. So she always had to side-eye him. They always had to make sure that there was a lot of infrastructure when it came to his ass. I'm assuming that because this picture was taken and it was uploaded, and then keeping the entire context here, that the Wades have been very affirming about,
and I love that. Yeah.
Not only as it relates to Zaya's gender identity, but they've also been like very expressive about how hard this girl works, her level of intelligence, the fact that we're talking about a straight A student, we're talking about someone who's very intelligent, who is very educated.
Yeah, she deserves the date.
Who makes good grades in school. She's a wonderful big sister. And so all of this in the context of this picture at least informs me that this is a growing young lady who they trust, because Zaya does her part of affirming the trust that her parents are also given to her. So if they are putting up a picture of Zaya kissing her boyfriend, then if anything, that just tells me
they trust her.
That Zaya is operating in a way that's very that makes what to them is innocent to them. Innocent, but maybe salacious as hell and controversial to us, but we're not the ones in relationship to Zaya. We don't know her to be able to understand why they're able to feel okay about this. Because
and it's not for us to feel okay about it, right? So,
and we don't keep in mind that we don't have a relationship to her, and we need to remember that. Like, well, hold on, I don't know Zaya. Her parents do. So if this is happening, then we can reasonably assume that Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union, who are not fucking psychopaths, they don't have some criminal history. They're not, people caught up in damn scandal and all of this. This is an all-American family for the most part. They're in a controversial position because their daughter identified initially as same-gender loving and then identified as trans. And of course, we already know sexuality is a controversial thing. Gender identity is in the Black community, so that was just going to hit the fan regardless. But you know, this is like a norm. These are normal people, and we should like remember that. Like, we're not talking about the Joker and Harley Quinn here.
Right.
About, you know, Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union. I have to believe that Zaya is a well-to-do young lady, and that they are well-to-do parents, and that there's a reason why this is able to happen, and she's able to give her boyfriend a peck, and it's because they believe it's innocent because Zaya makes it innocent. Zaya's not out there busting it wide open. She ain't out there twerking it down. You don't see any of that inappropriate behavior from her. So if it looks innocent to them, then I have to allow it to be innocent.
Accept that, right? Okay. On that note, you guys, I'm gonna drop to the chat.
Take the
That was good.
To bed. Good night.
I love a good chat, honey. Y'all go to bed.
All right. Bye.
You did say something. You did say something a while ago. I mean, we kind of feel like we're kind of jumping all over the pace, but when you did say something, there's only about like 1% of the population.
Somebody got an echo.
Sorry, it was me, and I would love to ask a question. Thanks.
As soon as Awodi, yes.
Okay. All right.
What I was saying was not that pertinent. You can go ahead. You can go ahead, man.
Hold on. I'm curious to know what the hell you was about to say.
Well, shit. No, because I guess I got your attention there. Because what I was about to bring up, I did find it. I had it saved because I was gonna do a video speaking on this. My downstairs neighbor, they moved a long time ago, but they used to get Cosmopolitan magazine, and one of them came like a little while ago. So I just happened to open up and skim through it, right? And there was several different polls that they do in there. I never really read Cosmo before, but I found this one. Let me see if it'll let me screen share it. There you go. Yeah, exactly what I'm looking at. That right there. And you were speaking about like only say 1% of the population is LBGT. But according to the poll, now I did go and dig even deeper. They said that their sources these were their sources. This is how I go about doing my research. Love Honey and the Kinsey Institute. So I went there, I looked up all these polls and was able to find these correlating numbers. But most of their people that they polled, this was about 2,000 people they took the survey of. They said here, Gen Z, 1997 and up to like 2009, 15.9% identifies LGBTQ plus. That's nearly 1 in every 6 people, making this the highest percentage of any generation in U.S. history, compared with 9.1% of millennials and 3.8% of Gen X. As you can see, if you want to use like every generational term, there's about a 6% increase in people claiming it. So let's say now this new generation, this 2010, which they call a Generation Alpha, I would assume then about 21% of these people, if we're following that trend, looking at numbers, then about 21% of people born in 2010 and up will be claiming that they identify as LGBTQ plus.
I have a question. Wouldn't it be because people are now being more open and it's more accepting? Because if you're polling people and they're admitting to it, back in the days, it wasn't as accepted. I mean, a lot of people were down low. Could that be a factor?
And I have a question to piggyback off of that for you.
Me too.
What would be the problem if 50% were queer identifying?
This does go back to again what you said earlier again when you said, is there a problem with it? And again, and as I harp on, it doesn't necessarily matter. You're only responsible to yourself. It doesn't in the long run of it, you're responsible to you. Now, as far as it goes again to your concern goes outside of yourself when it comes to your children, especially people who want to have children. That's why I can understand people's concern going outside of themselves and onto someone else. Or maybe say even your loved ones, like, I care about my brother, I care about my mother. I mean, like, those immediate loved ones. In certain cases, those things, but even them, they have their own life. They're their own individuals. I didn't birth them. My mother cares more about what I do and what my brother does because we're her children. But
what do these numbers have to do with you caring for your children? I'm lost now. What does this have to do with anything?
I'm tying those 2 points in together with something that we were speaking on earlier, and he just happened to mention something about like 1% of the population, and my mind came to this survey.
Yeah, but you mentioned the survey results in correlation to people caring for their children, and because the question Conscious asked was, what if it was 50%? So that's, could you answer that? What if it was 50%? How would you feel about that?
That's not a concern of me if it's not concerning me or my family.
What
if they are?
It
only like I said, like what if you was like just only solely hyper focused on what I'm saying. If it comes outside of the realm of my family or my child, people live and let them live. Do what you want to do.
Okay, so hypothetically, what happens if it does concern you and your child? Then what?
If it does concern me and my child, even if it's my child, they're their own individual. You know what I mean? They're their own individual and they got their own life to live. As my main thing I would hope to partake to my child is to give them the right information where they don't repeat some of the same mistakes that I made through my life. Things that you can avoid. You know, being irresponsible, being bad with, misusing credit, being money mismanagement. Hopefully stay out of crime.
It could just be me because I'm sleepy.
Yeah, productive to be a productive citizen.
But you mentioned the statistics to articulate a point, and it wasn't to mention financial management. I thought you wanted to articulate that the numbers are growing, and I thought you had a point to
that show that, like, even though he said, I guess it was just an off the cuff answer. He said 1%, but this again, when he said that, my mind went to this study here that I had
be honest.
this along with some other things.
I'm gonna be honest.
Seems like not even per se 1%. The more that we go, yeah, people seem like they're being more open and accepting.
And that's
every
great. People need to stop hiding. Yeah,
every 15 years. So now this is the extreme. This is also on the extreme, right? But if we're saying every 15 years, it's a 6% increase.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it ever gets to a point where everyone is LGBTQ identified?
I was just you were giving takeover.
Let's make the extreme with it. Let's make the extreme.
And hello, hold on, because I know you're gonna walk right into it. This is so easy. Mm-hmm. Okay, see, the interesting thing about this is, and I know you aren't being like, okay, so you're making a false assumption that LGBT is synonymously homosexual when LGBT represents the spectrum of sexuality. So within that LGBT acronym are those who are explicitly homosexual and or lesbian, and then everybody in between, pansexual, bisexual, and then some things not even related to sexual orientation, like gender identity, aka trans, non-binary people, which also represents the B. The A represents asexual, people who don't even participate in sexual orientation.
I'm getting kind of to that point in life. I'm getting kind of that point.
Intersex, etc. But you're making the assumption that because that the LGBT study is explicitly homosexual. For me personally, not that it matters to me, I don't believe that bisexuality. But no, let me say this. Let me be really honest. I actually believe that pansexuality is the original orientation of humanity. I believe.
I agree.
I believe, and I honestly believe that that's the original orientation that God intended for all of humanity. I believe that everyone is on the spectrum. I believe that we have people who don't know and or who act like they aren't because of the type of societies and stigmas we've created around orientation. But that because the reality to these numbers, like this one says that it's gone up by 7.1% in the United States, that as we, and you guys should brace yourselves for this, as we enter into a more open age, all these numbers are going to go up because all that you're doing is getting people who are just more honest about who they are. This ain't gonna change. Whoever is already only with men and whoever is already only with the opposite sex or the same sex, because people are already doing what they're doing, whether they're doing it in secret or whether they're doing it openly. People are already doing who they're doing. So it's not going to make more people do anything, but people are just going to be honest about what they're doing. And even if they're doing both sexes, even if they are also laying down with trans women or trans men, etc. So to E's point, like, we come from a time where this stuff was completely taboo. Who the hell was going to admit in a survey that was going to be publicized that they were queer? You probably even assumed that you might be fucking outed if you actually answered those questions honestly on a so-called anonymous survey or poll. But this was something that we couldn't even talk about. So the numbers going up represent the fact that people are just being honest. But there is, like, as many queer people that are going to exist, like, already exist and being existed. Queer people have always been here. Have they had the means to have access to other queer people? No, because unlike our grandparents' day and age, anybody who was queer then, I wouldn't even have any idea how those people begin to find their lovers in the old world. I mean, you had to literally be in the gay scene and know where the gay scene was, and to know where that life was, where were other people like you. But now in this day and age, you have technology, you have dating apps, you can locate and literally engage people of your same orientation and persuasion. So I don't know what the fear is, though. I mean,
and I think
don't even say it or look at it as a fear, because now here, I don't want to cut your bill, but the generation, the baby boomer generation, a lot of them are starting to pass off, right? And then now we'll start seeing the people who were of the the silent era, the silent generation people are passing off. Then we'll have more people from the baby boomer generation passing off. I mean, Gen Xers will be around for a while, but when we get to the point where we're starting to lose people of the Gen X generation, and if everybody who was growing up and now our millennials are dying off and our Gen Zs, Gen Alpha, and whatever they call the next generation, if everybody was growing up in this era, especially this internet age where people were accepting of it, there's going to be way more people who are going to self-identify as one of those, those categories. And it's just going to continually change through time. It is just inevitable. And that's why you see things like, even I was looking, one reason I brought this up too, because we focused on the bottom part of it, but at the top of that survey, it was saying also on top of that, 71% of people, 71% of singles say they're more interested in long-term relationships now than they were before the pandemic.
Hold on. On what survey? On this one?
That same page that I showed you. Yeah, that same, because there was a lot of other little things too. Like they were saying that most of these people though too also said that they're single. They're interested in long-term relationship, but 71% of them, they are single. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately. So like also when we were looking at the marriage rates, because I was also the way that brought me to that was I was looking at the change in marriage rates, and there was a 10% decrease in people getting married from each generational change as well, from the silent era to the baby boomer. It was about a 60% at the baby boomer era. Then the next generation, it was a 10% drop off. My generation is about a 39%, and for people in born after 1997, there's only about 29% of those people are getting married right now at that rate. And if that continues at that rate, then you're going to see another 10, 15 years, and then 15 years, and then 15 years. It may get to a point where there's a low below 20% of the people from the coming generations actually decide to get married.
Good.
So it's just like everything with causation. The lady said in the causation and correlation, but there is some type of correlation to a lot of things by what we get exposed.
But you do wait.
Are you understanding that the death of marriage is not the death of relationships? It's not the death of human bond. It's not the death of
no, not at all. Not at all. But that's also, I look at it as people also being non-committal in some ways.
No, but that's what I just
said. Because if you get up and you leave, you just up and leave.
No, but that's what I just reiterated to you. It doesn't mean the end of commitment. You can be in lifelong partnerships and covenants without marriage. Plenty of people are in most people are common law married, not even like legally binded conventional marriage. Like you don't have to be married to facilitate a nuclear family.
And but he should know that he's not married.
Oh my gosh.
But he's also single.
Okay.
But I was gonna say as well is that just because you're not married, because keep in mind too, like people just don't want to get married nowadays. It doesn't always have to be about
no,
I think
I don't want to say that people don't want to get married. I think that the reality is marriage is just not working.
Financial.
This is the thing that I love about millennials is that unlike our parents and our grandparents, I think we have more of the ability to tell ourselves the truth and to make truthful observations. And the reality is, while mom and dad were together for 60 years, there was multiple infidelities, children outside of the marriage, lots of beating. There was all type of atrocious afflictions and violations in those marriages. We're not talking about 70 years of perfection. We're not talking about 60 years of golden years. We're talking about marriages that endured much, and it's really mostly women who predominantly suffered in marriage.
Right.
So we got to be clear that this like over romanticizing of marriage and this assumption that because we only focus on the number. We're like, oh yeah, 70 years. Yeah, 70 years of fucking hell. When I talked to my grandmother about what it was like to be married to my fucking grandpa, her ass got her ass beat. He had 3 babies on her. I mean, she had to deal with this man's fucking narcissism, emotional neglect, abuse, the whole fucking hour. When I talked to my mother about her marriage to my stepfather, she had to deal with trudging out of the way, like getting her motherfucking ass whooped. We saw all type of shit, and they've been together for 30, 40 something plus years. So marriage, and so you get this generation who's honest about, you know what, like I'm going to be with somebody, but I ain't gotta fuck with marriage. Like,
I was about to say that.
To walk away conveniently. I don't need to be entangled up in no toxic shit. I need to be able to pack my shit and get the fuck on just like that when shit get ridiculous and ignorant as hell. And I ain't got to undo and go through blah 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 blah. But I want to let Reckless continue his point.
Absolutely. I want to touch on one thing because I know someone mentioned earlier it's not about fear. And that talking point reminds me of I was listening to a white guy tell me that the Mexican numbers are rising. And he was saying that soon they will be the majority. And that is why he says he's against white women having abortions so they can get their numbers up. And sometimes, and it may be unintentional, but when I'm listening to Wody speak, it seems like, it can come across as fear-based, like, because I can see how that can be uncomfortable because even when the baby, that situation came about and there was this cancellation proposal, that's frightening to a lot of Black men that, you could be treated the way that you oppress others. So even if Wody is not, even if it's not a fear-based tactic for him, I believe for some men it is. Does that make sense?
It does. The Reckless.
Because basically what you said is basically the point I was going to get to is that I just felt like people nowadays, they're not really getting married. Like a lot of times when I talk to my friends and stuff and I ask them, I'm like, okay, you want to get married? They're like, no, I don't want to get married. I'm like, why? Like, I just don't want to. That's not my goal. Like, even when I talk to my sister, me and my sister were like the black sheep of the whole family. So a lot of times I talk to her about things, and of course, growing up and stuff, she said that she wanted to get married. But as time went on, she was like, marriage is not for me. That's not my thing, And you kind of hit everything on the nail, because that's exactly what I was about to say. Marriage does not mean, does not stop the problems. Marriage does not mean or stop infidelity, does not stop the beating, domestic violence and stuff.
Child neglect, all that.
Yeah.
All that shit happens under the guise of marriage.
And that's another thing too, because I've been meaning to get to this for longer, because it's a plethora of times I think that you've hinted at children and all these other things. I understand that we can talk about putting children in the world, but I think another aspect is something that never really comes up, is that we have to also worry about what we're feeding our children. And I don't mean, now keep in mind, when I say feed the children, I don't mean your food. I'm talking about spiritually, mentally, and physically, emotionally. Because the thing about it as well is that a lot of times when it comes down to parents, there are some parents when it comes to physically, like physically you're there, but emotionally you're detached. So a lot of times too, like it's different aspects, as you can be awesome, you be an awesome parent here, but however you suck as a parent there, and where you may lack in, that may be an area that your child probably needs you the most. Because that's what happened with me and my mom. My mom was there physically, but emotionally and mentally she was not there because of her religion and my sexual orientation, so it clashed. So
I also want to say that I actually am not opposed to this entire country giving up on having children right now and marriage, because I feel like most of these fucking people should have actually became whole before they ever even got married, which is why 70% of marriages wouldn't be ending in goddamn divorce if people would have got their shit together and not tried to suffer through and achieve their soul salvation through the love of someone else, and or like not being whole and then having this like ratchet ass dynamic to unwanted ass children and weaponize, and because you're not being whole, you are mistreating your children. You only having children to either keep the woman or to keep the man. God forbid anything goes wrong between you and the man or the woman, and your child looks just like the motherfucker who just broke your heart. They inherit the projection of all your agitation and frustration. Like so much shit happens to other people as a result of us not being complete. And so I love that this system is collapsing. I fucking love that people are prioritizing self and then going into glory and trying to figure out what the hell is self about. Who the hell am I? What the hell am I really here to do? And because I feel like that's a start in the right place. The truth is our world is becoming undone because what we created was a fantasy that never actually became a fucking reality, and we're still holding on to like these over romantic ass ideas that really are not tangible, because what we're using them for is not going to provide and has not provided the substance that we need first and foremost to even sustain all these other things properly, like to reckless as parents, my parents, like loving people, great people, but a lot of our experiences were glitchy as fuck because our parents were glitchy as fuck. They had not done the work. They had not unpacked the work. They had not became enlightened. And that shit showed up in their marriage. It showed up in their parenting. It showed up in all these things. And so it's a tough thing to see the world kind of become undone, but it's been time for a reconstruction era as far as I'm concerned. It's been time for there to be like a demolition era and for us to get to the Rudy and the goddamn Tootie, because the way the world was, it costed a lot of people, and it's still costing a lot of people to this day. There's so much fucking trauma and PTSD that people are walking around with because of shit that happened between their parents, divorces and trauma and all this shit. There's so many people in so many fucked up ass predicaments as a result of their upbringing and their experiences. Like, we just didn't do as good of a job as we thought we did. That's just the reality of it. And so we're getting an opportunity to see it all be obliterated so that we can create something better in place of it. And that starts with telling the fucking truth and it starts with definitely self. And so would I be surprised if we went through an epidemic of singleness for generations to come? No. Would I be surprised if more people want to participate in hookup culture or companionship culture rather than have anything serious? No, because we got to unpack self. So it's time to get out that shovel, because we are dawning upon a chapter of true introspection and self-evaluation, something that should have always happened, but we're finally kind of like being forced to do the work, primarily because of astrologically the era that we're dawning upon. Like, we're at the precipice of the age of Aquarius. We're at the fucking door porch and the threshold of that age. So all this reckoning is for the purpose of self-awareness. And it's going to be interesting. Now, Wody, are you showing the fuck off? Because you got this little like flashcard going off.
I use OBS. I use OBS for my camera.
Okay, I didn't know if you were trying to self-promote to the women. You know, if you're trying to send some type of a heterosexual love signal and stuff, showing them what you're working with. Because if you wanna shout out, if you wanna, tell the women where they can email you at if they interested in a single bachelor, you can put the word out officially.
Oh man, I'm about 5 years out of the game. My gigolo services has been shut down since 2017. I'm the only relationship I have is to my child, if that makes sense. I'm happy being by myself and focusing all my energy on my child.
I know that's right.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the panel, Big Mama.
Hey there, Conscious. How you doing, baby?
I don't know how I'm doing 10 hours later. You know,
I kind of did that to him.
I'm like, they light out here. Conscious, always. I'm good, boo. I always gotta say this. You look so handsome, and the other gentleman to your side, he's cute too, and Reckless cute too. Y'all handsome.
I appreciate that. I like your artist, whoever did your avatar. That's real good right there. Who did the avatar for you?
Thank you. Well, I had found it on my Facebook thingy, so I used that. It was like it was like one on my Facebook thing.
Okay. Oh, so it's just a picture that you found. You didn't get yourself drawn like that.
Oh no.
Okay. Still, it's fly though. I thought that was your personal picture and then turned into a cartoon though. It's still fly. It's good. It looked good.
Thank you. She looks similar to me, but this is a very interesting conversation. We have unpacked so much. We have unpacked so much.
7 hours, 38 minutes, and 54 minutes of it. 54 seconds of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's so much more to unpack. I mean, we as biological Black women have endured so much from the oppressors, some of the music today, and some of these so-called woke groups are so disrespectful to women. I don't understand their concept. If that makes sense. Y'all know what I'm saying?
I think I know where you're going with it. I think I know where you're going with that too, because there's this segment of people, like I know people are familiar with the term TERFs, the trans exclusionary radical feminists, where they feel that they're being disrespected. Like, well, let's use Leah Thomas as an example. Anybody who watches sports or any type of awareness of some of those things, Leah Thomas, Fallon Fox, and something McCullough or something, but two MMA fighters and the college swimmer who are trans, and a lot of women coming out and speaking out, talking about they feel disrespected or excluded or looked over because they're including now trans in the sports arena.
Well, not exactly. Okay, it's like
and many other things.
Right. It's like we're up here talking now. I have seen several streams where it's brothers up there and they are, oh my God, just talking crazy. They're not really giving Black women our props. They disrespect us. They say horrible things, and I'm like, where did you guys get this? This type of thinking from? What happened? They sound so bitter and angry and like they hate themselves. That's the aura or the vibe I feel.
The non-select. I think it might be non-select brothers. If that term makes sense to you when I say non-select, it guys who were probably not given the opportunity to have any type of relations with women. And one guy I can think of, y'all don't know him, but it's somebody I met in the chat room when he said his first sexual experience. Oh wait, matter of fact, no, he's 27 and he's still a virgin, and he kind of speaks like that. And he's not per se like a messed up looking dude, but he's like awkward, kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like he's off. And he says some extreme shit. And he's 27 currently and still a virgin. And I'll use the term non-select. Men who, when they use that term non-select, who were not pursued by women or not had any type of prospects for dating or relationships with women, or might have occasionally, and I don't know. Maybe why I feel the way I feel is because I had a different experience, but I'm at this point in my life where like I'm tired. I'm like I'm my days in the game. I'm just not that moved so much by it now. But I understand where they're coming from because I have my own issues.
But that's what I'm 48, okay, and I am the type of woman, I don't have a problem with giving Black men their props, but at the same time, I feel that Black women should be respected and loved. You know what I'm saying? Not treated like, like some type of damsel in distress or somebody that is not knowledgeable of who we are, because I'm very aware of who I am. And that's why I'm single, because I respect myself. I love myself. I will not tolerate anything less than. I'm a BBW and all, but baby, you better believe I love all of who I am. Okay? So, conscious, because I tell them I'm 48, I don't got time for them. I got 2 grandbabies. If I want to play, I play with them. I am 48 years old. I got time for bullshit. I don't. Yeah. And that's why I love coming on your show, Conscious, because you break things down. We might not agree with everything, but still, we break things. You break things down and you bring such love, and that's because you're spiritual. And when I saw you, I think it was 2 years ago, I saw you. And I was like, I wasn't even worried about whether you were same gender loving. I saw your spirit. It was beautiful. That's what I look at. If you have a nasty aura and a nasty spirit, I'm going to see it. I will. And I can't help it. I Can't.
Big Mama, you think I'm nasty?
No, No, honey, I didn't.
Damn, how did that sound? How did that sound? Damn, I just asked the question. Damn, how did it sound?
No, I don't think you heard.
Honey,
I don't think you heard the question.
No, baby, don't think like that.
I heard too. Oops. Did somebody drop something in the kitchen? Did somebody spill some water or something?
No. I just told you was cute now. Come on.
You said he has a nice spirit. You can see when somebody's nasty. So I asked. You saw he has a nice spirit, and you could tell when people nasty. I asked, do I seem like a nasty person? Because I got somewhat assaulted tonight early in the show. Well, my hour earlier, I got somewhat assaulted. Do I come off as nasty?
I didn't feel that from you. That's what I'm saying. I did not feel that. And then when you threw that picture up, that's like, oh, that boy fine. I was like, he is fine. I'm a look, honey, okay? But I mean, I got 2 eyeballs. The good Lord bless me, but I'm a look, you know. Exactly. It's nothing like come up here just to have a good laugh. But you know, I'm just glad we had this conversation. And like Conscious said, a lot of stuff is pathology. It has been passed down. Oh my God, for generations to generation, because my mother was involved with, you know, with my dad, bless his soul, God rest his soul. He was a Gemini, God help us all. And he was crazy before his spiritual awakening took place, but I saw a lot of abuse in the home. I've been through a lot. Yeah, I mean, a lot. So,
have been.
Yeah. So the woman that you see standing before you today has endured a lot of tests, a lot of, and I had to really do like some deep searching. And like 2016, that was my major spiritual awakening. It was something. I tell you, it was something. Because then you got to go through the dark night of soul and you see you know, and you look at, oh, you know, this is what, you know what I'm saying, what I've done, you know, so, yeah.
No, it's testimonial and it's amazing. And we got to keep doing things like this. We got to be a community. We got to be willing to have the conversation. We got to be willing to even have the conversation to see what we agree and don't agree with and what we can compromise on and even teach and enlighten each other on. Because a lot of times what the remedy is right in the middle.
Right. And I am pro-Black as well because I love my people, but I'm not fanatical and crazy. I do have some grounding and some sense. You know what I mean? I don't, you know, I'm not like that. You know, I don't, you know, and what I was saying earlier is, you know, I was looking at this show on ID and it was called the Chicago Strangler. So this person has been going around and, you know, killing a lot of Black women, some Caucasian women, but mostly the overwhelming majority was Black. And do you guys know that they really never done anything about that? They didn't.
Well, they didn't investigate. They didn't press any charges. What do you mean?
They didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. They didn't do anything. It was like they didn't give a damn. You know what I mean? Because they were Black women. Well, you know, who cares? You know, the stereotypical stuff that we get called baby mama, ghetto, that type of, you know, false stereotypical mess. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they did not look for these women like they should have, and if it had not been for their families, and when George Floyd, unfortunately, when that happened, that kind of reopened the case up again. You know, I mean, since the beginning of time, we've been doing a lot. I put in the chat, read up about Sarah J. Bartman and
But
how they did her. Go ahead, boo.
Let me export this question in tandem with what you're saying, Big Mama. Well, as it relates to Black women, like, do you feel like as a Black man, particularly biological, heterosexual Black man, that Black women have for sure held down the culture and the family for better and or for worse? In comparison to Black men, like, how do you feel about the plight of Black women who feel snuffed out, who don't feel like Black men are interested in giving them the credit that they deserve, that no great standing, renowned Black man in this country, whether it's Malcolm X or Dr. King, could have done it without the Black women in their lives? Like, do you understand where Black women are coming from, and do you see it that way as well as a Black man?
Yeah, I can empathize some, but I don't know if I fully grasp the whole scope of your question though. But I'm grabbing at bits and pieces of what you're saying, that in a lot of segments of our culture, the Black woman is very integral and instrumental in bringing forth the next generation of Black men and Black women.
Right, and it's kind of
that
like
goes back to that traditionalism, though, that the mother is the first teacher.
Hey y'all, I know y'all needed me earlier today. I fell asleep. I see you was having a live. I knew I was definitely needed, because I seen earlier Knockout trying to railroad one of my Black trans sisters, and he knew if I was on here, child, it would have been a whole different story.
I was not gonna let y'all do my friend like that, so it was not gonna be what y'all what you say. Y'all was not gonna do that, because
I'm glad y'all did.
It's not.
Now I love you, Monica. Don't fuss at me.
Love you too.
He is not that guy. Like, Knockout is not.
No, Knockout is a sweet guy. He is.
You don't have none of that inside of him. There are some niggas who deserve to be gathered.
And we still learning. We still learning. I mean, I am. Yeah, and that's why I like it.
But believe me, there was a trans woman up here who was not having it, so she definitely gave.
What was her name? So she was not replacing it.
Her name is
She reminded me of Monica.
And she came through with the fire. Her and
so she was she took my place last night.
Yeah. Anara, Arari. There was a few trans women here, and it was a masculine. What does Mo identify as a mask? Something.
I don't know what it was, baby.
But yeah, it was.
I'm gonna take my short self down back in the chat. I love you guys.
Nice to meet you, Big Mama. Nice to meet you, Big Mama.
Okay. Nice to meet y'all. Okay, baby.
We are about to wrap, but what is there anything that you want to add to the discussion, Boo?
Well, like my sister said, yeah, Black trans women, yeah, they do have sex with cis women. I'm not. Like I said, I'm bi. I have sex with both. I like both. So people need to. I don't really got a lot to say because I fell asleep. I didn't get to hear all of the discussion. But yeah, people. I think Black trans women need their own space. They don't need to be put in the men's prison. And as far as the women's prison, they can be put in the women's prison. But I think that they should get their own unit. They should have a unit for just specifically Black trans women. Like in Atlanta, they have alternate lifestyle unit. I think to get everybody to shut the fuck up, just give Black trans women their own unit. See, Black trans women we should be going to jail anyway. But as far as these niggas out here, a lot of us gonna be going to jail. Because we gonna have to be shooting and stabbing niggas and all that type of shit. So a lot of us will be going to jail anyway.
How do you feel about the trans women who don't want a unit within women's spaces, but want access to women's spaces?
Yeah, I fully understand. Like, I use the women's bathroom. I've been using the girls' bathroom for 4 years, since I was 18 years old. I'm gonna continue to use the girls' bathroom. Who gonna do something about it? They mean ain't nobody gonna touch me. So who gonna do something about it? Ain't nobody gonna touch me. They ain't gonna touch me. Who gonna do something?
Why I got Medea vibes from that one right there. Hello.
Church.
Hello.
They ain't gonna touch me. They ain't.
Jesus said, "Peace be still. I keep that peace."
Peace. Oh yeah, most definitely. A piece be still. I have a piece somewhere in my purse somewhere for that ass. I'm not gonna lie. Peace be still. Peace is made of steel. How you doing?
Peace is made of steel.
Do you feel insulted, Monica, by like trans men and or trans women who are kind of like who identify as who take on the label of trans but do not really like identify that way? They may.
I don't agree with that gender. I think if you're trans, just from male to female, female to male, gender, all that gender binary stuff. I mean, you can be gender binary, but that's kind of a trend. Trans always been around here, but that's kind of a trend. I'm not saying I have a problem with it, but it's like it's kind of a trend. And my phone is finna go dead. It's still literally on 3%. I just had to pop my face in for a minute.
Already been asleep, missed the whole show, and then you ain't even been on it all night.
I fell asleep with my phone on the charger.
My God, today. Well, we're gonna be coming back and talk because I have another like queer-oriented situation that I'm gonna be covering on Sunday. So, y'all might want to be in the building for that.
All right, all right. And I said, as far as Zaya, people need to leave Zaya the hell alone. If I catch you talking about Zaya around me, I'm gonna beat the hell out your ass. I'm gonna cuss the hell. I'm gonna cuss your ass the fuck out. Leave Zaya alone and worry about your own raggedy ass, minister society ass kids who can't sit in class and shut the hell up. Who roam in the streets and breaking into your houses. Worry about your own damn kids and the fucked up shit they do on a daily basis, niggas. You niggas act like y'all the parenting experts, but y'all got the most fucked up kids on planet Earth.
But again, do you not agree though? Like we just said earlier, or you say you just jumping up, but you still do agree though with the sentiment. Everyone is their own individual person. So even if you are concerned with what your kids do, they still are their own individual. They're gonna do what they want to do.
Exactly. You can't control every fucking aspect of your kid's life. You try to run their life, you gonna run them off, and they gonna grow up and not want to be around your ass no more. Cause you gonna spend. That's what niggas do. You try to bring my kid ain't gonna be like that. Bitch, you ain't got no control over that. All you can do is accept your kid for whatever they do in life. Your job is to only is to grow that kid up to be a decent person.
Well, yeah, but part of that also I say it comes with the instruction and trying to give them the best opportunities to be successful. People who have more means, more funds, they're able to expose their kids to more things. But for the most part, I would hope that you educate your child, make them to be as possible. And there's the thing that Jewish people do too, is like when their child, because of age, I think it's like 3 or 4 years old, they teach them a trade that they can take into life. I think that's something that's wonderful that we might not be doing.
Niggas don't do that like that. They too busy worried about their son.
I wouldn't even say that. My father was a carpenter by trade, and he noticed that I can draw. I can draw. I'm an artist. I do graphic design and stuff like that too. And my father draws as well. And he, as soon as I started exhibiting art talent at the age of 7, he sat me down. He started teaching me art techniques.
Miss K, you're gonna have to be uncomfortable because you ain't gonna even know. So shut up. Y'all know who Miss K is?
No.
Nah, she can shut up then. Talking about she gonna make you don't even know. What the fuck you talking about? You ain't gonna even know. She shut up. Just go in there, take a piss. We ain't going in the bathroom to have a party. Go in there, take a piss, and get the hell out of there. I gotta go.
Oh my God. Monica said y'all ain't going in there to have a goddamn a twerking contest, child. Just twerk on that goddamn toilet and get your ass on out. That's what they hit the bathroom for. I ain't mad at it. Wody, I like always having straight men, particularly on subjects like this, because I think that it adds that necessary grit. So you should definitely worry about like hitting the link a lot more often.
Well, like I said, I'm sub to you, so every time you live, I kind of see you. But I'm attempting my best to, besides me having to work damn near 10, 12-hour days, also trying to build my own little platform. But like I said again, I don't talk too much on stuff like this. You see my platform, I do gaming, I do sports. I do gaming, I do sports, I do stuff like that. I'm very lighthearted. I might talk about some entertainment.
But you can do that on my platform then. You can like maintain the topics you maintain on your, and then you can come over here and do all that stuff on my platform. Have all the other type of conversations you want to have over here.
I'm just this something real quick that I'm noticing. I can see Big Mama's comments here on stream, y'all, but when I look at the chat on YouTube, I don't see why you might think that might be.
That's how it is for some reason. Like there are people who you can't see on your own stream, but they there. Everybody else can see them, and they're not blocked. So I don't know what that is, but yeah, it's kind of
she might be hidden on the YouTube side. I don't know. I can only see her comments on StreamYard, but everybody else I see except her on YouTube.
Well, what are you doing on Sunday? Because I have a show that I'm doing, and it involves, interestingly enough, a straight man and a gay man. It involves an altercation that took place.
Oh, you see that one right there? I mean, that, if anything I dove into, that one right there that said you can read with the Super Mario and Luigi. That would be more like along the lines, if you catch me talk, going down.
What, on your channel?
Yeah, on my channel. I see you got the page pulled up. Down a little bit. Down some more.
He said Mario.
That right there. If you can read, you can listen, but you don't listen. Yeah, that I did like a little bit of research into the correlation between reading comprehension and what was it? Yeah, reading comprehension makes good active listening. And I did some research on that. I was trying to find the correlation between those two. People who are very good, who have very good reading comprehension, are also very good at listening and communicating well. I think that's something that my mother instilled in me at a young age. The love of reading is why I believe in my own heart. I believe that I'm good at being able to converse with people from different walks of life, because I listen first and then I listen to respond to what's being said.
You almost got cussed out for 3 hours up here. Yes.
Yeah, but somebody wasn't listening to what I was saying. So that can happen. If you're not listening to what I'm saying, then you're gonna overstep what I'm talking about.
Right.
You dig?
Yeah, I dig. Do you show yourself in your videos, or
some of them? Yeah, that one I did. That one, yeah, I'm in that video. I'm in that one. But I noticed a lot of people, and that's me. I mean, I got
I thought I do long ass lives. You got a 5-hour live, you got an 8-hour live up here, my goodness.
Oh, that one I just let it play in. That's like ambient sound. I noticed people doing that for views and shit like that.
Okay. No, but you actually are pretty good at commentating, so I think you definitely ought to cover like pop culture issues and everything. Like it's a good it'll help to build your platform. It'll help to give you like an algorithm to get into, because a lot of people visit YouTube for commentary now, and so that'll be like a good.
Oh, you know what's funny? This what we talking about right here. You go down. I did a little 10-minute meme video, but it's Sha'Carri Richardson going down. Actually, if you care to play it. But it was like, man, women are trans. I don't know. Some people found it somewhat offensive. I don't know why per se. That right there. Sha'Carri versus Shelly Ann. Who's really the man?
Where I don't see
that one right there. Sha'Carri. Who is the trans woman? Yeah.
Who is Shirley? I don't know who Shirley Ann is. I don't like playing other people's content on my platform, sir.
Yeah, I dig it.
But I will watch all of this.
That would, like, for some reason, one person did take an offense to it. I don't know quite why. I was like playing. I took like some of the more attractive looking trans women that you could find on social media, right? That is better than passing. Like you couldn't tell. Like some of you, like your what's that lady, Sydney Starr? I think that's the only person that come to name. If you could think, you know who I'm talking about.
Yes.
All right. And I was like, just with going through with people, man, woman, or trans. You know what I'm saying? What do you think? Somebody took offense to it. I don't know.
But everybody knows that Sha'Carri Richardson is a cis woman.
That was the troll. That was the troll. Well, not even the troll. That was the clickbait, because that was at the time that she was in the news.
Oh, okay.
She's not even in the video.
Was being clever. club.
Yeah.
Clickbait
titles.
Yeah.
You know, clickbait titles.
Don't expose your hand like that, because not everybody didn't know not to click on your video. or don't expect what they see in the title. They're gonna be like, it's gonna be like Shakari Richardson, but then when they tap, like when they click on the video, it's gonna have a whole video about Captain Crunch.
No, I do mention her in it, and I show some pictures of it, and then that's when we go into the game, man, woman, or trans. You know what I'm saying?
My God.
And found some.
Well, I will say, let's clarify.
Shelly Ann Frazier is my girl. Yes, Shelly Ann Frazier, Jamaican track railer. Shelly Ann, you done know. Big up yourself, star. You done know.
Well, okay, so I am gonna say this, then I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna hop down because girl, I gotta go to sleep. Now I can let you know the reason why people probably took that offensive, or somebody took it offensive, only because simple fact of, even though you probably don't mean no harm, even though it's probably like a well-known thing that goes on in the hood, because I know a lot of people in the hood do that. But what you're doing, you're weaponizing, whether you realize it or not, is the weaponization of trans individuals, and also the weaponization of people's womanhood, cis-gendered or trans identified. So that's why that's a big thing, just for future reference.
Weaponizing of the womanhood, you say?
Womanhood, trans identities and stuff. So it gets deep, but we're gonna just laugh about.
Yeah, it's very deep, and like I'm listening intently, but believe me when I say that's over my head. That's over my head.
Well, that right there lets you know that you need to most definitely keep coming over here and keep popping on these panels.
Yes, Wody. You gotta come get your education on over here. Just click the link.
Because even though they kind of did give you a rough time here and there, I actually do like you. You cool. I most definitely subscribe to you. So
I appreciate that. Thanks a lot. Yeah, but unfortunately, you ain't gonna see too much ratchet content with me. But I'll try. I dip my toe in. I try. But if it don't interest me, I don't talk too much about certain things. If it don't interest
me too.
That's how it should be. It should be like only talk about like what gets you going. It works out better. Yeah. So,
Shauna in the like I keep seeing Shauna down there. Shauna, nice to meet you too, Shauna.
Yeah. We can't wait to school you, period. Well, I got to get out of here, guys. Like, literally, we've been here for 8 hours officially. I'm done in the sun. Y'all will not see me again unless it's a state of emergency. Damn, Wody, you just bounce like that. So straight. Just hit it and fucking quit it. Just toxic nigga. I think holistic therapy is knock the fuck out. We're gonna get out of here, guys. I don't know who the hell gonna watch an 8-hour live, but I would encourage it because this was epic. Now, this might be a 3-day extravaganza, honey. You might gotta break it down into 3-hour increments. You know what? These type of lives are really good if you have like a work shift and you need something to get into, honey. Like, you know, if you do a old nasty third shift, these lengthy lives come into handy child. I work, okay.
Yeah. A nasty piece of double, bitch.
Hit it and quit it, y'all. Y'all make sure to subscribe to Wody Mac TV or Kid. Hit the link. Reckless, this was amazing. Thank you for hanging in there. You know, you got all type of, half your front teeth is missing, but you're still pushing through. Y'all know where to find Reckless, honey. It's Logic with 2 C's on the end because he is different, girl.
I have my own
you put the emoji on it now. Reckless. Hold on, why is there an emoji? Because your last name is Logic, not TV.
No, the thing is that it's the reason why I did that. It was for something something else. I was logged into this. It was a lot going on. Okay. So I didn't even change. I just left it as it is.
Y'all can't
but
say
Reckless Logic.
Yes. Y'all can't say that a bitch don't be working, y'all. Like literally, I just gave my supporters 9 hours out of me on Thursday, girl. We went from the baby, did the Megan Thee Stallion transcripts, which people got their fucking life off of. People like, can you just start reading all the transcripts to us, girl? Just go into a whole transcript career for us, girl, because we need that. That's what we didn't know that we needed. And then I came back 2 days later and gave y'all 8 fucking hours. Bitch, I be working. Yes. It's Reckless Logic. Wody, I don't got Reckless's link, but I'm gonna put his name. Just type his name into the search engine. I'm gonna put it up right here. Reckless Logic. It's Logic with 2 C's. Just put it in the search engine and you'll see.
You'll see.
I'm exhausted. I can't even.
Me too, girl. I'm over here.
But yeah, his link and stuff is all that is in there. So just type in Reckless Logic with 2 C's. It's hard to find in intellectual. Yes, I know, I know. But we out of here, y'all. Reckless, I will call your ass later today, girl. I'm done getting fun for the pork in me. I love all of y'all, and I will talk to y'all later. Yes, but drop them coins, honey. Show me that it's real, girl. Shout out to my patrons and everything, and shout out to IMAG. IMAG came through tonight. I was like, okay, bitch, I don't know if I can pull out MacBook Pro for this, but she pushed through. So, like I said, I'm working on cameras, trying to figure out what are some good cameras to get, because I'm gonna get a camera for my iMac and get a camera for my MacBook Pro. Some old nasty piece of 4K sun in GL. So
period.
But make sure that you guys thumbs up this video, please, on your way out. Thumbs up, 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 and subscribe, all that good jazz. I will see you guys on Sunday. Peace.